everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Hey guys, how are y'all doing? Happy Friday. We have made it through the week. It's been horrible, but we've made it through the week. How's everyone's Friday? Oh, you must have gotten on here before. Okay, so I did premiere a video this morning because that's what we're going to talk about for just a second. We did get some new information from Pullman. Now, I've gone through the majority of everything already. Let me show y'all what I've done so far. I've gone through the first three, through the first 3 installs of the new information that came out yesterday. And I mean, my lights, whatever, you can barely read it anyway. But I've gone in and I have like all the stuff that is new. That's not, no, there's nothing on the back of that one. There's this one. All the stuff that's new, or that's been reiterated in a new way, or that has given us a little bit of new information, we're going to be going over separately like we've been doing the exhibits. I'm just going to have to teeter them, like back and forth, back and forth. I need to get the next exhibit out this weekend for exhibit number 9, which has more to do with the vehicle identification. But what was really interesting is not just the fact that this stuff is coming out right now, but that there's like nothing in it so far that's pointing me into anything that they want me to point at, like in the narrative that they give us. If anything, it's just concreting a lot of stuff that we've basically already had questioned or knew was bullshit. Like, for example, him not being like a teacher's assistant anymore by the time he got arrested. There's been a lot going on with that. A lot of back and forth with it. It started with News Nation, just basically letting any old body give them information and they just talk about whatever they want to talk about without showing any proof. That's where it really started, because News Nation came out acting like there was this letter that they had, but instead of actually showing the letter, they made this PowerPoint presentation and put that up on the screen, just like retyping up what they're claiming that the letter said without ever actually showing proof. Even to this day, they've never come out and been like, hey, remember this date when we told you this story because we got a letter from an inside source saying this, Here's what the letter actually looked like. Even now, with letters and things actually out there, they've yet to do that. Tells you why, honestly. So what we saw in the information ended up coming out was a trespass admonition to the school, which is basically like, you can't come over here without police. Like, you have to contact the police have to escort you, we have to be notified ahead of time, that kind of situation. And we were like, I mean, okay, maybe, but not really at the same time, because if he lost his TA position, he would not have the funding to continue to be a student. That's where a lot of the people that want to argue about that seem to forget. School costs money, okay? This kind of program costs thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands. My bullshit ass degree that I've literally not been able to do anything with was $60,000. Tell me about a bunch of waste, okay? There's no way. So when the documents started coming out and they started telling us this, the financial availability to continue with classes goes away if he loses his TA position. So when we have stuff going back and forth, it's confusing, because we were told that he was fired, WSU got rid of him, but then no, not really. No, not really, not from what we're seeing. So in the new information that just came out, there's a letter. I showed a piece of it yesterday, but then there's another letter that I found after the fact. I guess maybe if I can just like pull them up real quick, I can show y'all this, because I also want to show you where to get the information. I honestly forgot all about this damn Pullman website, because when we got information from WSU and Pullman before, they like YouTube didn't like the fact that we were showing like Gmail addresses, even though they were for like creative people, like creator people. It was like their channels and stuff like that. They struck it down for privacy. So the hours of a live that we went over for that information is gone. And then we got a whole bunch of surveillance footage a long time ago where we found out that the car had fog lights. And that was like the last time that they really posted anything over there. But this is an open website, just the same way that Idaho State Police's documentation is, where it's just looks like this. It's just an open website that you can go in and you can just click the information. Oh my God, this is from, remember, I was all the way over here. You can go in there and click the information and download it yourself under its own request number, and it's free. I'll put the link for that here in the chat. So we've got the traffic stop, which we have already seen. This is the one from October in Pullman. The warrants for the apartment and stuff like that and the storage unit we've also seen already, but for some reason they felt the need to release them again. And then the police records folder right here is where a lot of the information is now coming from. But it's a lot of repetitive stuff, which is something that if you've been here already for the last time they sent us a bunch of information, you know that it's a bunch of just repetitive. And like, I don't really quite understand. I don't understand their process. I don't understand their process, but I want to show you this letter. And I'm going to have a video about this coming out this weekend that has like everything on it. But I found this letter to be really, really important because it is an emergency suspension that is being sent to him because of him being charged and arrested for what happened in Moscow. And it lays out like specifically, these are the people that you've been accused of killing. So because you're being held on a warrant for first degree, you're basically like breaking all the rules to be here. So we've got to let you go. And again, if he'd previously lost his TA position, then he wouldn't have been able to continue to be a student. It was also like on the cusp of the end of the break though. So I really don't know. I don't know how the hell all of this would end up going, but they ended up serving him an emergency suspension while he was still in Pennsylvania. And it looks like from the information that we got for, I think it was January the 6th or January 5th, January 6th, the day after he got to Latah County, they ended up sending him in another letter for key retrieval, and something about some sort of appeal was mentioned. So I'm going to assume, based off of that context, that Kohberger had appealed or wanted to appeal the fact that he had been suspended. Let me see if I can find the one that has the paper from yesterday. I just can't go on here and like scroll the way that I normally would because it's all a bunch of YouTube will try to do some dumb shit. So let me see if this is the right one. I know that I had opened 6 first. Another thing about these is that there's so many of the pages that are just like duplicate of the PCA. Like some of these will be like this one, for example, is 537 pages. Payne and Blaker's PCAs are both in here, and it's like multiple times. I'm trying to see if I can find where that other letter was. I think it was like 115, I think. Yeah. Okay. So see, this is the one that I kind of showed yesterday where, and I had it wrong. I said something about Chief Jenkins, but it wasn't Chief Jenkins. It was for the Office of the Dean of Students. But it was right after something that Chief Jenkins was like filling out for sending this down to him. So like, I just like got confused as I was typing out, but this is from the Dean of Students. And this is where it's a follow-up on appeal information where they're claiming that they printed out a hard copy of the appeal form that's normally online. Well, right above this, there's 2 pages that are blacked out. So I'm really, 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 really wondering if those 2 pages are maybe the appeal form that Kohberger filled out possibly, and like maybe sent back. I don't know. But if he had wanted to file an appeal for this and he wrote something out, I would love to read it. I would super, super love to read it. But other than that, I don't really know. I mean, there's been, obviously, I have 3 pages of information that I wrote down that I wanted to talk to you guys about in like separate postings and stuff like that. But when it comes to any new like audio or video or anything like that, there's something from Don Daniels and then a voicemail, my gosh, a voicemail that Bryan Kohberger's dad, Michael, left on a voicemail at WSU. I think it said it was on January the 6th. So it would have been like the day after the day of, I guess, that the key retrieval paperwork and stuff was brought to the jail for him to sign. And it seems like his dad was just trying to like figure out like what are they going to do with all of his stuff. He does sound really worried on the voicemail about like trying to just get information about what's going to happen, because they're all the way in Pennsylvania and Kohberger stuff's all the way over there in Pullman, and it's got all of his electronics and his clothes and his gaming computer and like everything is in his apartment. Like there, people are trying to act like he just like packed up and left because he was fleeing. He left everything there. He left every freaking thing there. Like what? What? That's crazy to me. That's crazy. Okay. I will tell you. This thingy that we are about to listen to is about 2 hours. That's why I wanted to start at 6:45. We should be done by like before 10. I feel like. Yeah, and that dude's crazy. That's the same guy. For those of you who have like been here for a while, do you guys remember the guy who came out named Justin at the very beginning of this, pretending to be related to Hannah Cleary and knowing all this crazy information and claiming that Dylan was all these things and he was all these things and blah, blah, blah. Home dude's back under some weird squirrel name over on TikTok, and he's pulling the whole Bryan Flugel and none of this existed and none of these people died and none of this is real shit all over again. And people are actually over on TikTok like falling for it. And I'm like, why do these people keep coming back? How come there's not enough people that like how come there's not enough people that remember this person to be like, we're not doing this again, sir. We've been down this road. We're not going again. We're going to back up. Do not enter. No, he's making the freaking rounds. Making the rounds. Obviously, nobody cares enough about this guy to get him the help that he needs. But no, he's back. People need to stop. Yeah, like, why? Why? This is not a newbie, bro. He has been around for 3.5 years. He has been around. He claimed to have all this information about Brent Kopaka. He claimed to have all this information. His new thing now, or I don't know if it's new, but his thing now is that his brother's the one that did it. He's going around TikTok telling everyone that he's Hannah Cleary's brother and their other brother is the one who did all these things. Ask my brother where he was. Well, I don't know. Once you go ask the cops to ask him where he was, then why are you over here on TikTok with the damn bandana on your face? Justin, we all know who you are. Boy, he's on my nerves. I don't even understand why he's on my damn page, because I don't talk to him. I don't pay attention to none of the stuff. I asked him for evidence and proof 3 years ago. I asked him for it again now, 3 years down the line, and he runs his mouth. God, it's just as bad as Dot. People will believe anything that gives them a little bit of entertainment. People will believe anything that gives them a little bit of entertainment. They don't care if it's real half the time. They don't. They just want to run with it. I just had to go off on a guy a couple of days ago because he's like, what are y'all going to do when they realize that everything was a lie and Kohberger isn't really Kohberger and he doesn't exist and Bryan Flugel really is who he is? And I'm like, so he got to you? He got to you too. People just talk to talk. Like a lot of these interviews, they just talk to talk. They just have something to say something. Sometimes it's okay to shut the hell up. Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's okay. Yeah. Yeah. The multiple aliases and multiple personalities to go with them aliases. It's a lot. It's a super lot. And it's funny that he sits there and he talks behind this bandana while also having like pictures of himself in his post without his face covered. Like, bro, are you dumb? Are you dumb? Like, what are we doing? I can't. I just can't. Anyway, let's just get back to the subject. Okay. This interview. I'm going to give you the link to the original if you want to go and listen to the whole thing. And I'm sorry that I'm touching my hair a lot, but it's really like on my nerves and I don't know why it's bothering me. Like I might need to like not wear this and put it up in like a weird bun. simply because it's bothering the shit out of my neck. And it's probably because it's wet. And I'm just trying to like not be annoyed the whole time. So I guess this is how it's going to be. Okay. Over there. This girl apparently lived, and people in the chat might know who she is. Hey, Miller Time. Thank you for the early birthday wishes. I got it earlier. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the $4.99s, Trish. Hey, Jules, if you post the Dateline that you got from Connor. I have not posted it because I don't want my channel taken down. They will copyright strike worse than Gypsy Rose and will try to eliminate my ass. That's why. No, I have the entire thing. I'm going to be going through it and getting rid of the highs and how you doings and like the little cutesy stuff and just focusing on whatever the facts are that they're throwing out there. And then we're going to go through them in pieces because Dateline ain't going to play with me. And I really honestly don't want to play with Dateline. I've worked hard to get this channel where it's at. I'd be damned if I let that wrinkly old man take my channel down on some bullshit. So no, but we're going to be going through it in sections very soon. Hopefully. As soon as I have like a schedule together for stuff drops, which is fine. I'm glad that we're getting information, but it's also really frustrating at the same time because it's empty. It's empty. It's a bunch of potato chip bags. Nothing of substance. Nothing that proves anything in way of the case, in way of solving a damn thing either way. It's all just a bunch of lies and fluff. So it's annoying because it's a lot of time and effort and energy put it like going through everything and trying to see what it is. And the majority of time it's just junk. It's just junk. Oh, thank you guys. I will probably be live tomorrow so that we can go over some of these Pullman docs live. I just have to make sure that I don't have any email addresses on them. Okay. Let me go get the comments. Oh, and by the way, Christy's Chaos did post about half an hour or so ago that, and please don't throw up when I say this name, Nancy Grace is apparently talking about the fact that somebody has been detained in the Nancy Guthrie case. Now, I went to Twitter before the live and I didn't see a damn thing. So I don't know if there's anything going on. And since we're going to be doing this, I can't like, well, I can go back and forth a little bit, but I don't know if there's any actual factual information on that. So if you guys are watching and y'all see something legitimate about somebody being arrested, let me know. But I do know that this weekend, either tomorrow or Sunday morning, since we're still doing our Gypsy Rose stuff on Sunday evening, I do want to do a live, just a short one, like we did with Anna Kepner the other day, to go over the David and Celeste Rivas Hernandez situation because his little ass finally got arrested. Oh, it just took long enough. A dismembered child is found in the freaking front of your vehicle. And you how long has it been? How long has it been? And then again, there's not even any actual charges or like anything held on him. They're going to be presenting the charges to the DA on Monday. So they've arrested them without even presenting anything. And I'm just like floored about how that case is going. I figured they would have like done a presser or something by now. Maybe they're going to wait and see what the DA does. But it's going to be some shit if they brought him in and arrested him and then the DA's like, yeah, sorry, not enough. And then he gets to leave. Like, that's going to be crazy. That's going to be wild. So we're going to see what's up with that. So this interview... Oh, well, thank you for the $4.99, Melis's wife. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, so this interview, I'm going to pull up the link so I can give you guys the original link like I always do. This was back in March of 2025, so before the plea, but while some information like in the motions of limine and things like that with the make and model of the car, the AT&T records, like certain things, text messages, okay, when that stuff was coming out. This girl claims that she lived at 1119, which is the house that you see in the 1112 camera. It's the house that you see in the view of 1112 because 1122 is behind the camera. But she also don't know shit. Like the main reason why I wanted to play this is because she gives information about the Sigma Chi party because she was apparently at the Sigma Chi party. Her attitude is really annoying and it says a lot about that community and how they feel about a lot of stuff because she sounds like Dylan. Like when her voice starts to play and you hear her oohs and her ums and shit, like you're probably going to think that it's Dylan because she sounds a shit ton like Dylan. But she also knows, like she knew everyone, but she didn't know everyone. She even admits that she was never even in that house. Well, I'm sorry, babe, but if you literally are just literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from your so-say friend's house and you've never been inside 1122, then you were not their friend. For a house that had basically like open access and people were welcome from all over the place, and you were never in that house and you literally lived right there, and then there was 1112 and then there was 1122 and you never were inside, you're either lying or you're lying. So you're either lying about never being in there or you're lying about being their friend. It's one of the two, babe. It's one of the two. But she says stuff about the party, about the heated tiff about a girl at the party. She mentions that. She mentions I'm running with Enon Harsh. She mentions the fact that she talked to the police about Enon, about a situation, and that they swear that they cleared him and all these things. She has some info for being like from the area, but she definitely tries to act like her position here is a lot more than what it really is. You'll understand. You'll understand exactly once we actually get started here in just a second. So this is coming from a channel called War Deadpool, and it was from almost a 7-hour live. That's why I cut all this stuff out. This was from March 31st, 2025. Now, this guy in March of 2025 did not know who the hell Jack Ducour was. So when he sits here and he acts like he's like this big debunk channel and he's here to like make sure that all the facts and shit are out, but then you don't know who Jack Ducour is, bro, I don't know what you're doing. And again, the only reason I'm entertaining it is because this chick apparently lived at 1119, and a bunch of you guys over the past like 2 months, probably 2-3 months, probably have asked me about some of the stuff that she said in here. That's why I've taken my time to go in and record it. I think at the end of the day, I had like a little over 3 hours of unedited stuff that I had grabbed from her. But then after I took out all the dumb shit, it's 2 hours. But I'm also going to give y'all the link, like I said, so that y'all can go in yourselves. Did I put it in here already? Yeah, there it is right there. That's the channel where it originally came from. That's my problem too. Like he said that he had this information, that he talked to the cops and that he was subpoenaed, all these things. Why have we not heard anything about you? How come there's no interview information? How come no one talked to you? See, that's still on my list for like a FOIA to see if they actually did like send somebody over from the sheriff's department to serve him with a subpoena, and then like a notice was left on his door, because that was his story, that he got home and there was something on his door, so he had to go down there and pick it up and blah 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 whatever. He went to court, the court date didn't happen, he was all dressed up, he had like a whole freaking spiel about it. I don't trust him. Literally at all. Thank you for the $4.99, Jen. For the pet Tritos. Yeah, if y'all saw the last video that I put out, Zelda's just crazy. Zelda's super wild. Okay. Let me pull this up. And I'm going to start playing it. And I'm going to go back and forth and see if we have any updates in the Guthrie case, because that was bewildering. Okay. Yeah, she says she knows. I mean, she says that she basically knows everybody, but then she also does what the most of them do, and they put this friend label on something, and I'm like, y'all's definition of friend is weird. Like, really weird. This is also the girl that gave London's Notebook on TikTok the footage of what she calls the buddies, like everybody sitting outside of the dumpster a while back, which we've gone over that video. I did a video about it. That's where this apparently came from, was this chick gave that footage over. All right, here we go. Ready?
Is mainly because I was up there in that time period. I graduated in 2024. I previously lived on 619 West Taylor Ave, and then before that, during the murders, I lived on 1119 King Road. I was at that Sigma Chi party.
So she lives or used to live on Taylor. Sometime in between the murders and when she's doing this, she moved to 619 Taylor, which I don't know why she just putting out her whole freaking address out there like that, but she did. But at the time of the crime, she lived at 1119. Now, she again is going to mention that she was at the Sigma Chi party, and she's going to give a time that she says that she got back. I actually have it on footage on the 12:55 to 2:25 footage that we got that's muted, and it looks like her and her friend get home around like 1:20. So when we get to that, I'll pull that up.
And I didn't leave until around 1:45, to which I went to my apartment, which is
right there. Okay,
facing directly down the road of King Road. So it's obviously 1119, and we were in the basement. If you're hearing any...
Okay, so her timing is wrong, like I just said. She says 1:45, but the video that I just posted, I think it was last week, of just the activity, it shows like 1:20 or some shit. Let me get this up here. Because as soon as she said that, I was like, oh, I can go see exactly when you got home. So let's see. This is 1:11. It's 1:15. Okay, so I think it's right here. I think this is, yeah, you should see like two, like right here. See them walking right here? This is two people. She's going to mention, her friend's name is Lily, is the name that she mentions. This is them at 1:21 walking into the house. So her timing is off by about like 40-ish minutes. Well, about 25 minutes or so. Her timing is off by about 20 minutes, which isn't a big deal, but she didn't get home. Or, I mean, she did not leave Sigma Chi at 1:45. She would have had to have left at like 1:15. Yeah, I guess, yeah, let me show you where it is. Just so we can be clear. This is the 1119 house right here that you see on the 1112 camera. This is 1119. This house is 1112. And then 1122 is behind it. So the back of 1112 hits the parking area of 1122. Okay, let me get this back up here now.
My apartment, which is facing directly down the road of King Road. So it's obviously 1119, and we were in the basement. If you're hearing anything before 3 in the morning, 3:30, it's most likely going to be people coming back from the bars, people coming from different house parties, people coming from different white apartment parties, people coming from different fraternity parties, because, I mean, if Sigma Chi is throwing a party, girls are going to be there and girls are going to be allowed in, but fraternity men are not.
Notice this time that she said, for some reason, she's felt the need to say, if you hear anything before 3:30, it's this, this, and this. If you hear something before 3:30, this is what it is.
Road. So it's obviously 1119, and we were in the basement. If you're hearing anything before 3 in the morning, 3:30, it's most likely going to be people coming back from the bars, people coming from different house parties, people coming from different white apartment parties, people coming from different fraternity parties, because, I mean, if Sigma Chi is throwing a party, girls are going to be there and girls are going to be allowed in, but...
And see how then she switches to the party? My hair is really getting on my nerves, bro. I don't know what is with my OCD today, but something is really just bothering the shit out of me. So if I mess with this a lot, I apologize ahead of time. There's nothing I can do about it. For some reason, it's just like really getting on my damn nerves. Yeah, I don't know why she instantly says that, especially considering the fact that the scream that we hear is at 2:27. I don't know if this girl had any, I don't know if this girl like got to see the footage. But something else I realized earlier, and let me just like take a step, and I know that I'm like kind of all over the place because I have a lot to say, though there's like a lot on my mind. You know how like we realized, let me stop this for just a second. You know how we realized that Mallory didn't access the 1112 camera for like days? Because he was given the like login information on like, I think it was like the same day, the 13th. But that he didn't actually like get into anything until like some days later. And that as he was actually getting into the camera footage, that's when we found out because of the report. Because of the report that someone was like visually, like remotely looking at it from having a login, right? So we were questioning, okay, since they didn't have access to the footage originally, like we have no idea like who went in and could have muted something or deleted something or like messed with it. And you know what I realized that I don't know why we hadn't talked about this before? The freaking Goncalveses had access to it that same night. Like they've come out and admitted, like in the video that I posted of a Christy freaking lying to Chris Hansen about the 1112 footage, Steve's had that footage for forever. And we know from his conversation with Brett Norton that Jack Ducour is who got them access to the 1112 camera. So who's to say it wasn't them that muted the freaking time frame? Or maybe even Jack could have gone in and muted it. Like we don't know what the hell or why we have this ginormous amount of muted ass footage at the most important time frame, in my opinion, besides whatever they think the time of the crime is, of when everyone gets home. The Goncalveses had access to it that night. I don't know why that didn't really click for me until like yesterday. And then for her to come out and be like, oh, we never saw it. What? Not only did you see it, but you had access to it remotely because Jack Ducour got it for you. And like, how many other people had access to it? So it's not just the Goncalveses that could have had their fingers in it. Multiple people could have, but it's just them. Like the simple facts that they had it that early and that section is muted. And who are they protecting so much? Jack. I hate everything about this case. I hate everything about this case. Okay, let's go. Let's try to get back on task. I hate this case.
Fraternity men are not, and all the other fraternities are going to be partying as well. So there's a lot of different things going on. So
not supposed
it's just
to have
really
been that
hard
night.
to single that down when there are quite a few, stagnant individuals that are going to be walking around and going around during these times of night, especially on a Saturday where they don't even have school the next day.
You were at the Sigma Chi party, you said?
Yes, I was. I left around 1:30, 1:45 with my friend Lily, who lived in the apartment with me, and we actually said goodbye to, we were friends with Xana, but Ethan was right next to her. We said bye to Xana as we were heading down the stairs of the Sigma Chi, straight forward through the field to our apartment.
Do you feel comfortable either confirming or denying any rumors about the Sigma Chi party?
I don't have any problem with confirming or denying anything. The only thing is that, I'm one of, 100+ people that have filtered in and out of that party, so I only have one perspective. Yeah, I'm just, what kind of question? I don't even know what kind of rumors. This isn't even a part of my knowledge of knowing the rumors about the Sigma Chi party.
And mind you, this is March 2025.
That there was an argument at the party between Ethan and
I put these in here.
Loach.
Oh. I wouldn't say that it was an argument. I would say that they were probably just drunkenly conflicting with each other. I don't know if a tiff is the right word, where, when you get drunk and you just kind of have an altercation where it's just like, okay, we're not doing something like that. And this isn't even from my first perspective. This is just because people came from the side
isn't that
and
a
were
weird
like,
word?
oh yeah, no, there was an argument happening. But
Because she's talking about people like walking around the neighborhoods, but stagnant means like you're still, right? Right? Like I've always heard the term stagnant water when it comes to like mosquito breeding, and not to like leave your, like if you have dogs outside or anything for dogs outside, that you don't leave water outside because stagnant water will help breed mosquitoes. So I don't know. She says some weird shit. I mean, you wonder like how these people are in
conflicting
college
with each other. I don't know if a tiff
But
is the right
see-
word. Where
she's like saying that there was some sort of thing happening. Like she admits, or she says, I don't even know what these rumors about the Sigma Chi party could possibly be about. Well, there's no way that in big old March 2025, you living in that area, you being obviously on social media to be giving shit to London's Notebook and talking on YouTube, you obviously knew the rumors. But it's what she says that's interesting.
I wouldn't say that it was an argument. I would say that they were probably just drunkenly conflicting with each other. I don't know if a tiff is the right word, where, you know, when you get drunk and you just kind of have an altercation where it's just like, okay, we're not doing something like that. And this isn't even from my first perspective. This is just because people came from the side and were like, oh yeah, no, there was an argument happening, but there was nothing physical going on. There was no altercation that created any concern. It was just, I think the best way to describe it is ego on ego. And just
like visible
Yep.
tension.
Yeah, just who's the bigger man. It had nothing to do with anything deeper than that.
Do you know what men will kill after? What men will kill over? To prove that they're the bigger man, to prove that they don't have an ego, that they really are who they think they are. So for her to be like, oh, it wasn't anything physical, it was just an ego competition, I'm sorry. Tell me you're oblivious.
Where it's just like, okay, we're not doing something like that. And this isn't even from my first perspective. This is just because people came from the side and were like, oh yeah, no, there was an argument happening, but there was nothing physical going on. There was no altercation that created any concern. It was just, I think the best way to describe it is ego on ego. And just
like visible
Yep.
tension.
Yeah, just who's the bigger man. It had nothing to do with anything deeper than that.
Gotcha. Was that like a long-standing thing? It was just like a known thing between them?
It wasn't. Yeah, I mean, it was more like one of them in the past had experienced an emotional connection with a girl, and then now, so in the future, the other is with that gal. So there was just some, not intentional, but you know, they needed to experience that. It was just more about, yeah.
Oh,
Again,
wow.
ego v ego. So it's
See?
nothing like going along the lines of,
Wow.
you know what I mean.
Yeah. Are you aware of, you know, some
And now I'm going to tell you now, I did not do this on purpose. Notice that she just said, are you aware? And the words are aware are right here on the screen. I promise you, I just now noticed that. I did not do that on purpose. That's wild.
Wow.
You know what I mean.
Yeah. Are you aware of, you know, some 4chan posts regarding some of the frat guys?
I mean, yeah, but
Yeah.
also as a part of that community. So I also know those frat guys.
Hey,
You know, just what you had said
and see,
about.
that's also what's crazy to me. Like she doesn't know these. She doesn't know these frat guys. Like she constantly tries to act like she knows things, that she's friends with people. Just keep in mind that this is a very surface level girl. Let's just put it that way. A very surface level girl. Everybody's her friend and she thinks she knows everybody, but she really just knows like the tea, the rumor, the gossip. That's all she knows.
But also as a part of that community. So I also know those frat guys.
Hey,
you know, just what you had said about, you know, the girl situation. It kind of puts some merit to at least a portion of that Reddit thread.
Yeah, which at the end of that Linda Lane, there's actually a cop that lives in one of those apartment buildings because we see his cop car
this part was interesting
basically
too.
like an undercover cop car that he just uses and he parks there, and we know that because we had sound complaints at one of our sorority member houses, out of houses kind of thing, where we know, okay, yeah, we don't want to bother this cop guy because he's working nights. We don't want to bother him. University of Idaho, especially being one of the only universities that allows freshmen to live within fraternity and sorority houses, they're thrown into that party world right away, and we don't really know how to handle our alcohol, and it's just known to be this big party community. So you know, like them getting big noise complaints makes sense. So
of course,
it's hard because, I mean, on the Saturday that we were experiencing, everybody up there, especially when you live in Idaho.
Anybody know who lives in that area? Because it sounds like she's saying there's a cop that lives like at the end of Linda Lane on Taylor, is what it sounds like. Yeah. That's what I want to know. Like, is it the guy that has the silver undercover cop car? What's his name? Rosendahl? Is that Rosie? Nathan, Nathaniel, whatever the frick his name is? Like, I don't think that until I heard this interview, I hadn't heard a word about a cop living in that area. So I don't know who it could be. If it's Rosie, it would literally fuel the Kaylee was sleeping with the cop people, because a lot of people think that she might have been doing something with the police officer and that the police officer might have been around there either while or during or whatever, and that's the reason why everything went dumb. Yeah, but I don't know where the rumor started. I don't know where the rumor started. I have no idea where it started. So I'm not really, it would be wild. So nobody's heard that before this. Okay. That's what it seems like. Nobody else had heard that, because by now we would know. Like, if this was something that had been out for a minute, like, people would know. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. But see, I also think about the guy that like walked up into the crime scene using his uncle's ATF gear. And I kind of wonder, is it really a retired officer, or is it somebody who's making you think he's an officer? Because now I don't know.
And we don't really know how to handle our alcohol, and it's just known to be this big party community. So, you know, like them getting big noise complaints makes sense. So,
of course,
it's hard because, I mean, on the Saturday that we were experiencing, everybody up there, especially when you live in Idaho, knew that it was probably going to snow soon. So everybody's going out. Everyone's wearing those tiny little tank tops that they can the last time that they can, and they're staying out late. And so that's what's really hard, is that, you know, we can look at all the security footage we can, but the amount of different people that were not only out and about, but could have even been, and I hate to say it, blacked out walking around, could, you know, affect any perspective of it. So it's really hard.
Absolutely. Are you comfortable telling us which cop?
And notice how much this woman sounds like Kim. They call her Tiny or some shit like that, but her voice is very similar to WSU Kim. I'm not saying that it's her. I'm just saying that when that girl talks, she sometimes sounds like Dylan, and when this woman talks, she sometimes sounds like Kim.
Probably sure it's going to be one that we've heard in the case.
Oh, and these silent spots I left in there for a reason. Sometimes when this girl is asked questions, I'm wondering if somebody is feeding her how to answer or how to start her answer, because she knows that she's being directly spoken to. She joined this, just like she said in the beginning, because she wanted to give a perspective. Okay. You know, you're being talked to. She sits there sometimes for like 30 seconds and doesn't answer. Like, she's waiting on someone to respond to her that's listening on the live for how she should respond. That's just the feeling. Especially when she starts talking about conspiracies a lot and how this isn't a movie. Like, she sounds very much like some people. So you'll hear it.
Comfortable telling us which cop? I'm probably sure it's going to be one that we've heard in the case.
I mean, I'm not particularly sure what you're asking.
Which cop lived at Linda Lane? I'm sorry, I
Oh,
wasn't
yeah,
so clear.
no, I'm not sure. He had come over from, like, he literally walked over one day and was like, "Hey guys, I just, that noise complaint," and he knocked on the door and he was just stating that, and
See,
we
this
had
is
already
weird.
noticed that there was a undercover cop car that was sitting right next to it. So it was just more about within the 3 years that our sorority had been trading off that apartment building, we had known that there has been a cop that lives there because he has made himself aware that he does live there, and then we better not, make
The
too much of a
apartment
noise
building?
complaint, or else he will
So at the Whites?
sitting right next to it. So it was just more about within the 3 years that our sorority.
Justin Olson lived at the Whites. Funny, that's where the car is backing out when Rosie's body cam starts. Huh. 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 Well, that's interesting. Hey, girl, hey. I got your for the FOIA. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It does sound very odd, right? It does sound like she's being like, fed answers. Fed answers. It's just odd.
We had been trading off that apartment building. We had known that there has been a cop that lives there because he has made himself aware that he does live there, and then we better not, make too much of a noise complaint, or else he will make sure that's taken care of, kind of thing. So it was more about,
so multiple people caught that she said at the end of Linda Lane earlier. That's what I thought she said too. Let me pull up a Google map from 20 years ago. Is there an apartment complex on that side? I don't think so. I'm pretty positive it's all houses. And I mean, this isn't going to show me anything up to date anyway, so it's probably all for nothing, but let me do it anyway. Yeah, the Whites are so different now too. Well, let me show you all this. So this could be an apartment. These could be apartments, guys. I think these are apartments. Let me switch the view, because I'm pretty sure that these are apartments at the end of Linda Lane here. Can y'all see that? Well, it's kind of small. Hold on. So this seems to be Linda Lane. See? There's the dumpster. So these are apartments right here. That's a trailer. Or maybe it's not a trailer. It might be a double wide building. But like all of this stuff right here is apartments. These are all apartments right here. Even on this side, like this is a tiny apartment building. And it says this is, like, I know this is October 21, 2021 image capture, but I highly doubt that they tore down these apartments. See, this is August 2025 image capture. So they were really just like real weird about the way they did shit, I guess. Yeah, see, like, I don't know what that, these look like apartments over here. Yeah, I guess the cop could have lived at one of these little ones. And then it jumps to 2007. That is so freaking crazy. That is so freaking weird. Oh, I hate it. It's so weird. But yeah, I guess he could have lived at one of those at the end of Linda Lane. I guess he could have lived in one of those. Rosendal's first name is Nathaniel?
Small town kind of thing. So we didn't even know.
Nathaniel?
We just knew that there was somebody that lived there that worked at the police station usually.
Yeah.
And see, she tries to sound like she's like part of this small community and like, oh my God, no, small towns know the cops' names that live next door. They don't think, or just because somebody saw one. No, you know for sure, Miss Ma'am. You know for sure. Just the way that she talks about the area just really just annoys the shit out of me. That's all I'm saying.
It was more about, again, small town kind of thing. So we didn't even know. We just knew that there was somebody that lived there.
Small town, you'd have known.
Worked at the police station usually.
Yeah.
During that time.
So he kind of like came over and just kind of wanted to throw a slight intimidation.
Yes,
hey,
definitely.
just so you know, I live
definitely
here.
much younger too, because there's no way anyone's living over there if they're able to pay, rent at a apartment building or something like that.
See, that's interesting. What do you mean he's definitely younger too? Because basically the amount of rent that he's paying means that he's a young guy. Does that mean that she's actually never saw this person? Because wouldn't you know by looking at his face if he was young or not? Like she's weird. She's weird. This girl's reality is really just askew.
Over and just kind of wanted to throw a slight intimidation.
Yes,
hey,
definitely.
just so you know, I live
definitely
here.
Much younger too, because there's no way anyone's living over there if they're able to pay,
he's definitely much younger because he pays a low amount of rent
or something like that. So he was definitely younger and probably within his first few years at the police department or something like that.
So I asked her if BK came out of left field for her, or any of your friends at that matter.
Oh yeah, I mean, his existence completely shocked every single one of us. So I mean, it coming from a person that went to the university, none of us saw any of this happening. Like
Right.
Maybe to just conclude the crazy conspiracists that say that it's a drug house. No, it wasn't.
Are you going to call Olivia a conspiracy theorist? Because Kaylee's sister, Olivia, big ol' and pregnant in a camel skin colored sweater to her neck, came out and said that it was a drug house, that it was a party house on national TV. So are you going to go say that to her? For somebody who's never been inside that house, I don't see how she thinks that she has the standing to even answer questions about anything that took place inside that house. Wild.
Let's just clarify that if it was a drug house, it would be completely shut down by the university, because that has already happened in previous with fraternities that have, and at the most, we're trying to do
at fraternities. This is not, it was not a school associated, affiliated, connected house. It was owned by different people, dealt with by a management company that went by Team Idaho, and everyone signed their own leases. That's something else that I don't understand, why so many people keep meshing the two together like it matters, and it doesn't matter. This would have been something that was dealt more by the cops than anything else, because it was not associated with the campus. And she keeps doing that. She does that a lot in this whole thing.
Okay, which I think that the last one that got kicked off of our campus was Kappa Sigma. And it was the year before I got there, so 2019, around that time. And also, again, it's 15 minutes away from Washington, and Floyd's is directly on that border. So if people wanted
she's also real
weed or
ignorant
something
right
like that, then they would go over there. There's nobody that's fiending for fentanyl or any insane, crazy big. No, that's just insane. That's just absurd.
And we have reports and reports and reports after report after report after report after report after report after report of Kaylee doing stuff, of Xana doing stuff, of Ethan doing stuff. So while it doesn't matter to sit here and say, oh, it's just crazy, nobody was doing anything, and oh my God, they could just literally drive down the road to get some weed, ain't nobody doing nothing. Girl, you live in like a really silver spooned freaking reality. And I really feel sorry for you. One day you're going to get a really, really, really rude awakening about how life really works. And you're going to feel so dumb for thinking the way that you think. I promise it's going to happen.
Also, again, it's 15 minutes away from Washington, and Floyd's is directly on that border. So if people wanted weed or something like that, then they would go over there. There's nobody that's fiending for fentanyl or any insane, crazy big. No, that's just insane. That's just absurd. What happened that night was shocking to everybody.
Shut up. She's so annoying. Oh my god, she is so freaking annoying. So annoying. 17 months, Lady Di. Oh, you did well. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thank you for the early birthday wishes. I appreciate that.
Insane, crazy big. No, that's just insane. That's crazy. Just absurd. What happened that night was
your thinking
shocking
is
to
absurd,
everybody.
babe.
I genuinely didn't even expect to.
Also, keep in mind, even though we don't know if this is true or not, because Home Chick has not come out, as far as I know, to try to validate or clarify any of her bullshit that she put out there. But Watts the Obsession Chick came out claiming that the girl that lives at 1112, right across the street from this oblivious ass girl, said that there was all kinds of hard shit going on in her house that night. Tried to say that it was so not normal. And this was just a really strange night. And this doesn't normally happen. But that there was a lot of substances right across the street. That's what we were told by somebody trying to claim that we were crazy, for asking questions about an obvious scream at 2:27 in the morning. We're being told that 1112 was full of druggies doing drug things with the windows wide open till 5 o'clock in the morning. That's what we're being told. Does Miss 1119 know that story? I wonder.
Wake up and see the cop cars. I just remember my sorority sending videos of just like, what the heck's happening over here? What the heck's happening over here? And then getting a text message from one of my sisters with NFE, and they were like, okay, yeah, no, this is real. This is happening. And like, well, I mean, excuse my language, but well, shit, like crap, because it was a Saturday, like it was not only a weekend, but if you're going to the University of Idaho, you understand that it's the second biggest drinking day, because you have Friday, which you're getting done with all your classes. There's always parties that were planned for Friday. There's always parties that were planned for Saturday. Fraternities would communicate with each other
but there wasn't supposed to be anything that weekend. Envision Idaho was happening. The lodge party that she went to, the guys have been telling us in their interviews that they didn't know how they even got permission to have that party because it wasn't supposed to happen. So again, she keeps like referring to like any other regular night, any other regular day in that area. That's not what this was. There was an important game that day. It was Envision Idaho, where a big front was getting put on for no drugs, no alcohol, because we want these high schoolers' parents to trust us with their child. That's what was happening.
Who is having the party which day, because that is how consistent it was. And, it would start around 9:10, and then the very last people would leave around, 2, 3. And I didn't even get to bed until around 3 that night. So
you would have heard the 227 scream, if that's true. Because there's no way that you're right across the street and that blood curdling ass scream comes from 1112. The way that it was so loud on that camera and they didn't hear it. I find that hard to believe. I find that really hard to believe. Oh, did you? Oh, I appreciate that so much. I love you too. You guys are so sweet. This girl's on my nerves.
That's what's
this
so
girl's
hard
on my
is
nerves.
that you never know. There's always going to be guys in fraternities that are called sober bros, and they're not Ubers, but they're called sober bros. They're usually freshmen or sophomores.
And she also
fraternities, and they get.
If you hadn't noticed, she just starts talking about random shit. That's usually a sign of something.
Drawn out of kind of like a bingo card thing, and those guys have to drive for the night. They're the sober driver for the night. So everybody who calls them, they pick them up and they drive them. That's a sober bro totally picked up Kaylee and Maddie, a sober bro 100%, picked up some of my friends and took them back to the sorority that I'm in the reason why I chimed in is
hold on, guys. I just pressed the wrong freaking button. Hold on.
Shocking to everybody. I genuinely didn't even expect to wake up and see the cop cars. I just remember my sorority sending videos of just like, what the heck's happening over here? What the heck's happening over here? And then getting a text message from one of my sisters within AV, and they were like, okay, yeah, no, this is real. This is happening. And like, well, I mean, excuse my language, but well, shit, like crap, because it was a Saturday, you know, like it was not only a weekend, but if you're going to the University of Idaho, you understand that it's the second biggest drinking day, because you have Friday, which you're getting done with all your classes. There's always parties that were planned for Friday. There's always parties that were planned for Saturday. Fraternities would communicate with each other with who is having the party which day, because that is how consistent it was.
Except for that weekend.
You know, it would start around 9-10, and then the very last people would leave around 2-3, and I didn't even get to bed until around 3 that night. So that's what's so hard, is that you never know. There's always going to be guys in fraternities that are called sober bros, and they're not Ubers,
just random
they're called
switch
sober
over.
Bros. They're usually freshmen or sophomores within fraternities, and they get drawn out of kind of like a bingo card thing, and those guys have to drive for the night. They're the sober driver for the night. So everybody who calls them, they pick them up and they drive them. That's a sober bro totally picked up Kaylee and Maddie, a sober bro.
Did not. See, again, this is March 2025. Eric Gower was already very, 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 very well known in March of 2025. So that again tells you how disconnected from actually knowing shit about this case and these people and the area just in general this girl really is, to be saying they definitely got picked up by a sober bro about Kaylee and Maddie. Miss Ma'am, the grub truck video, Eric Gower's name, interviews with him, all kinds of shit. He even interviewed with Anjanette Levy. You see what I mean about this girl? She gets asked about Eric Gower in a little bit. But girl, come on.
100%, picked up some of my friends and took them back to the sorority that I'm in for the night. That's how we get around.
Was Eric Gower one of those sober bros?
Which I don't know why you're asking her that question that way. These people, like, if y'all go listen to this, I know I'm stopping a lot. Okay, I'm sorry. If you go listen to this original, y'all are probably going to vomit a little bit in your mouths, because they sit there and say stuff to her like, you are such a badass. Oh my God, you are so brave for coming out and talking. You are such a badass. Thank you so much. They are fluffing this girl's ego up to get her to continue to talk, while she's really just got really nothing to say. So when people, it's actually like a really good example. I probably should have kept some of it in here, but it's not like worth a shit to me personally when it comes to the case stuff. But it's a really good example about how people will hype up these people with no substance, no stance, no proof of anything, just out here running their mouths and talking to talk, so that they continue to talk, to give them entertainment. The way that they were kissing this chick's ass it's gross. You were such a badass. For what? For what? Confuzzled. Color me confuzzled.
So, sounds familiar, but at the same time, I don't particularly know who.
See, how do you not know?
Them up. I know more about.
I don't particularly know who picked them up, but it was definitely a sober bro.
Girls than I do the guys, because I'm much closer with the sorority gals than I am the fraternity men.
Mm-hmm.
What time did you find out about stuff happening?
Girls wild.
Oh, I found out around 1 p.m.
So was that
on
before
the
the
13th?
vandal alert?
It was right before the vandal alert.
Mind you, she lives at 1119. So if she didn't actually find out until Evangel Alert went out around like 1 p.m., you just like didn't notice the cop cars and the people all over the freaking place for an hour? Okay.
So, my sorority specifically had this thing called it's like a fireside. So basically, every single member in your sorority will sit down and we'll have one specific question. And if you're comfortable talking, we talk about it. And if you don't, then you don't have to. And we had recently that, like,
she really slips up later. Just wait.
Just done that. And then we finished it. We went back to the apartment. And as we were heading back to our apartment, it was around 12:30, 12:45. We parked, we pulled in, and we were like, holy crap.
So this is the part that I didn't go back and check. Okay, so she does say that they left earlier in the day. Okay, so then I take back what I said before. So she comes home and she sees it. Let me see if I can hear the time that she says, and I'll go back and look on the camera.
Specific question, and if you're comfortable talking, we talk about it. And if you don't, then you don't have to. And we had recently that, like, just done that. And then we finished it. We went back to the apartment. And as we were heading back to our apartment, it was around 12:30, 12:45. We parked, we pulled in, and we were like, holy crap, what's going on? There's a lot of cop cars going here.
Okay, I know where to look.
One of our sisters actually stayed home because she was sick, or she was unable to go there, and so she sent video to
she was sick, I guess, and then that deep, heavy breathing sigh, and then she just switches to she was just unable to go there. Like, that's weird.
We pulled in and we were like, holy crap, what's going on? There's a lot of cop cars going here. And one of our sisters actually stayed home because she was sick, or she was unable to go there, and so she sent video to our group chat, just basically saying, hey, cops are showing up here. We don't really know what's going on, but something's going on. And, the last thing you're going to expect is what actually happened. I just want to clarify, like, this is not a movie. There's no way that this is a conspiracy theorist type of crap.
Who does she sound like?
Like, it's just, everything is so real and so raw, and I can explain all I can, but
yeah,
you don't have nothing to explain.
I can give my best perspective, and I can give real understanding of the situation.
You don't have any understanding of the situation.
See it in my mind as I'm explaining it, but only certain people are going to believe that, and only certain people are going to put aside that that's real, and that there's fake conspiracy theorists that are going out there.
She has nothing of substance to say, and she's sitting here running her mouth. Like, it's really ridiculous the way that this girl comes across. I would not get along with this person for more than 2 seconds in a room, just based off of listening to the last 13 minutes of her talking.
I can give my best perspective, and I can give real understanding of the situation, and just see it in my mind as I'm explaining it, but only certain people are going to believe that, and only certain people are going to put aside that that's real, and that there's
a weirdo.
Fake conspiracy theorists that are going out there creating crazy alternatives for
you don't even know facts,
conspiracy theories. No, the only reason why this is a big case isn't because it's some crazy conspiracy theory thriller movie. It's because it took away the lives of 4 very, very ambitious and beautiful humans that I was friends with.
Movie.
So, like, the only reason why it's famous is not because of Bryan Kohberger. No, it was famous before that. It was famous the moment that they lost their lives and it became public.
Oh,
yeah,
the
moment. Shit. So it has nothing to do with Bryan Kohberger. Who the fuck cares? You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with him. Why are we paying so much attention to him? Because this is not his, yeah, sure, it's his case, but this has nothing to do with him. It has everything to do with the 4 amazing people that lost their lives, the 4 amazing people that are the reason why this case is getting as much attention as it is, and it shouldn't be redirected towards.
Okay, blah blah blah. I found it. Hold on. Did I just lose it again? Hold on. Let me keep playing this. I found where they're like pulling back in. Hold on.
Kohberger, in my opinion, it shouldn't be redirected whatsoever.
Kens, can I just quickly ask you a question, please?
Yeah, of course.
You clarified something that I already knew about Loach and Ethan having a little chat, as you put it. Can you just clarify, please, if David Berryclough was there for me?
He means Bariocha.
Which is David
Sorry, one
Loach's
more
best
time?
friend. I can't pronounce his surname, but it's his little minion that follows him around. They was accused at one point of being not straight, and they were supposed to be like in love together. Do you know if he was there with David Loach?
Notice the silence.
David Berry.
Berry, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
actually,
Berry.
it wasn't. You can only ask questions about my experience. It's not like I was sitting there with a microphone standing next to Ethan and Xana all night.
See?
That was it.
You can only ask me questions about my experience, that of which I have none. She's annoying as shit.
No,
Yeah,
actually,
Berry.
it wasn't. You can only ask questions about my experience. It's not like I was sitting there with a microphone standing next to Ethan and Xana all night at the Sleep and Kai party. It's not like I was even of age at the time that Kaylee and Maddie were at corner clubs.
Anyway, so this is them. She's annoying as shit. This is them coming home on the 12-1 camera. Oh, and I saw that where's it at? Law and Crime is just now, or some big station is just now starting to talk about the photos of Kohberger that we saw on Reddit last week. Like, they're just now talking about it. I'm like, damn, y'all are like hella behind. That's crazy. Okay, so this car is going to pull in right here. Remember, this is footage that's muted. See, this car is going to pull in. They're going to park like right here. There's another one that comes up, a small car that comes in and pulls up. I can speed it up some. At this point, it's 12:30. So I guess I would need to go back in and see on the other cams, like what time they actually left. I mean, she just goes straight into the house. She's like not even being nosy, whoever this girl was. Let's see, now here's another one. She's holding a bunch of stuff. Goes inside. These cars are turning around. Yeah. Not worth showing more of, but that's the time that they ended up coming back. Okay, let me get this back on.
So, there's only so much that I can do. I was even in a separate sorority than all of them. So, I have relationships with all these people, which just shows how much they reached out to every single person in the community. And how
I had relationships with every single one of these people. So it shows how great they were and how much they reached out to the community, but you've never been inside their house. You lived right there. They had people over all the time. They constantly had parties, and you were never one of them, ma'am. And just because you were at that Sigma Chi party doesn't mean that you knew Ethan and Xana. Just because you might have seen them at that party doesn't mean that you knew them. And anytime you get asked about anything specific, oh, you can only ask me about my experience. That, again, which you have none of. They let this girl talk for like almost 4 hours. Hyping her up the whole time.
My friend group in my sorority was with Xana and Ethan. And that's what's so hard about it is, loving these people and being friends with these people and having experiences with these people is not.
This girl, her and her friend Lily, because she says her name, her and her friend Lily, and they call her Kins. So I don't know if her name is Mackenzie or maybe Kinsley or something like that, but they call her Kins. Her friend's name was Lily, and on the cameras it shows that her and her friend walked in the house at like 1:21, something like that.
Any different than if your best friend got taken away from you in a random car crash? It's no different. You're gonna have
Listen to this shit. I'm gonna go back and shut up until she finishes this. She's going to compare her never going in the house ass and how she feels about the situation to someone losing their lifelong best friend in a car crash. Yes, you heard me. She's Delulu. Listen.
Ethan, and that's what's so hard about it is, like,
this is who did the video.
Loving these people and being friends with these people and having experiences with these people is not any different than if your best friend got taken away from you in a random car crash. It's no different. You're gonna have all the exact same feelings and feel like, that's impossible. I literally just saw them last night. I just talked to them last night. I just saw them an hour ago. And we only know like maybe 25, maybe 35 since things have been released.
It is not the exact same feeling to lose your lifelong best friend in a car crash and 4 people in your neighborhood dying that you technically did not know. It is not the same thing. So she wants you to feel that level of sympathy for her, is what she's saying. She wants you to treat her like her best friend just died. Like her actual best friend. That's how she wants you to tat her. Little miss, I never went inside the house. That's crazy.
Percent of this case, everything else has been hidden. And,
girl is wild.
That's probably for the best.
Girl
so
is wild.
I can only answer what I can experience and what I can answer from that case because I lived close there and I was experiencing the morning. That's about it. I knew I was at the Sigma Chi party. I was friends with Xana and Ethan. Kaylee Goncalves was my prep mom for AC when I was going through recruitment in 2020. I knew Maddie Mogen.
And so if she was your whatever mom in the sorority that you just said, and you ended up living right there next to her, how did you never go over? For as social as these people were, I don't find that a good sign for this person. Like, am I reaching? She just said that she was like her sorority mom, and you've never gone and even like said hi to her at her house? That's cray-cray.
I knew I was at the Sigma Chi party.
Right?
I was friends with Xana.
Annoying.
Kaylee Goncalves was my prep mom for AC when I was going through recruitment in 2020. I knew Maddie Mogen, all of the above. You know what I mean?
But
like,
was never in the house. Never
So,
partied
you're
with
a
them.
I can only
badass.
answer.
See, I left some of it
You
in.
are a badass.
I'm just going to state this. I only chime in to people that are respectfully addressing the case because I will never chime in if it's like a person that's coming up with a crazy conspiracy kind of thing, because that's just
But this dude doesn't even know who Jack Decor is. I left that part in. You're going to hear it soon.
my mind can't even
That's about
fathom
ours.
the idea that is what's being
They are
considered. That
hyping
I'm
her up.
just
It's crazy.
aggressively
That's not it either.
swipe.
Like, I just left it in there for like a second. They do that shit like every few minutes. They're talking about how brave she is for coming up and talking. I want to go back to the body cams when they walk into 1119 and see if I can find the voice. Like, I know that everybody's blurred, but I want to go in and see if we can hear this voice when the cops walk up into 1119. Because when they walk up into 1119, it's like purple lights and stuff inside. You guys remember that portion of it? The purple lights, that's inside that house.
Peeking the other way, saying, no, I don't want to listen to that. So my own mom was
Right.
conspiracy theorist the entire way around. She was like, are you sure they're not druggies? I'm like, yes, Mom. I'm 100% sure.
You're 100% sure they're not that, but they were it sometimes, which is whatever. They were in college doing college people thingies, whatever. But no, ma'am. Several reports said they saw Kaylee doing stuff. We know that there was blue Adderall that were crushed up in Xana's room. We know that Xana and Ethan's amphetamine levels, especially Ethan's, were existent. So what does this girl feel like now? Now that we know all of these reports and things that came out, she's still going to sit there and talk shit about her mom asking these questions when her mom has legitimate questions and seems to be paying attention to facts to ask that question? Or are you going to stick to this? Like, I really would like to know what this chick has to say today. Wild. Just insane.
I don't want to listen to that. So my own mom was conspiracy theorist the entire way around. She was like, "Are you sure they're not druggies?" I'm like, "Yes, Mom. I'm 100% sure." You know, she went after both the Jakes. And I was like, "No, Mom. Like, I'm friends with both those people. Like, you know,
No, you're
like
not.
even your own mom can be thinking these crazy
She
thoughts."
just said both the Jakes, by the way. She said both the Jakes. Not both the Jacks. Both the Jakes. The only Jake that matters in this situation is Maddie's boyfriend. The situation with the double name was Jack, Decor and Showalter, not double Jake. See, this girl don't even talk correctly about any of it. None of it.
She went after both the Jakes. And I was like,
cray-cray.
"No, Mom. Like, I'm friends with both those people.
Mom,
like,
I'm
you know,
friends with
like
two people that I don't
even
even
your
know
own
their
mom
names."
can be thinking these crazy thoughts, which just gives you
I'm
perspective
gonna
as
start
to
treating
how
this girl
people
like I
that
treat
didn't
Gypsy
even
Rose.
know these people can have crazy thoughts. You know, it's not about being.
Olivia Goncalves came out and said it was a drug house. Your mom is not having crazy thoughts. She listened to what was said to her. God damn.
Curious as to what happened to them. It's about being curious as to what their memory is going, how their memory is going
This
to
girl is
be
wild.
remembered. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know, I had to talk my mom and saying, I'm not
Your
going to
mom is
discuss
probably
this
looking at you
case
like,
with you
damn,
because
I
I'm
had
not,
a dumbass for a child.
you know, online thinking about random ways.
You
like
are
I
literally
knew
online,
exactly.
ma'am. You are online right now on YouTube, on a live, running your mouth for 4 hours about literally nothing. What do you mean? I can't look. I knew when I first listened to this to find out what you guys were talking about, that this was going to get on my nerves. And I had to go in and edit a lot of this. So I've heard some of this. But for a lot, I did what I normally do to not hear everything. I skipped my little 5-second button. Forward until there's like a lag or the voice changes, and then I stop and I see, okay, when's the next question actually get asked? I can take out all the bullshit in between. Like, that's basically how I do these. So while some of this stuff I have heard, because obviously I've warned you guys that some things are coming, and the worst is yet to come. Just wait. She's getting on my ever-loving nerves. Like, I didn't think she's going to trigger me this much after me already hearing most of this like twice. But shit, I guess I missed a lot more than I thought.
How their memory is going to be remembered. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know, I had to talk my mom and saying, I'm not going to discuss this case with you because I'm not, you know, online thinking about random ways. Like, I knew exactly what was happening when Kaylee's dog Murphy got walked out of the house, you know? So
you knew exactly what was happening when the dog got walked out the house. You didn't know anything. You don't know anything. What do you mean?
Yeah. So with things like that, you know, with the rugs in particular, I think it's, you know, there has been people who spoke out saying that, you know, yeah, X, Y, and Z, not X as in Xana, but X, Y, and Z, you know, got rugs there and this, that, and the other thing.
Olivia
and
said
then,
that.
You know, we see
it's been known for that for years.
You know, the public seeing body cam of, you know, a particular person who then, you know, we later saw, like right after things had, you know, some charges that involved drugs.
I think she's talking about Emma Bailey, because I do ask her about Emma Bailey, and I think that's who this chick is talking about at this point.
So for us, we kind of like put some pieces together, and you know, that kind of gives us the perspective. And so, you know, if more people were as brave as you, more of your peers are this brave, it could really help.
Conspiracy theories helps a lot because, I mean, that's pretty much...
Come out and be brave like this girl. Come out and be brave like this girl. No, please come out and speak, but actually have some stance to speak on. Actually know them. Actually have gone inside the house. Actually have had real conversations with them, not just pass them up in a hallway or walk past them as they were sitting on some steps at a party. Please, if you have actual information, we want to hear the actual information, not the sweet, covered up bullshit. We know for the majority how these people live their lives. We're learning still, but we get it. So yeah, if you're going to be brave enough to come out here and be honest, please do. Please come out here and speak the truth. But don't come out here pretending like you know some shit when you don't know shit about shit. That's not brave. That's selfish and pathetic and ignorant, and not doing any of these friends that you say that you're friends with any justice in the afterlife when you're just come out here to talk. I'm just saying.
You know, that kind of gives us the perspective. And so, you know, if more people were as brave as you, more of your peers are this brave,
Can't roll my eyes
it could really help.
Conspiracy theories helps a lot because, I mean, that's pretty much what my channel's been about for all 3 years that I've been on here, is just laying down the facts. And if something
the guy
is
that
a
doesn't know who Jack
conspiracy,
Jakor is.
it's laid out hardcore that, hey, this is a big time rumor, you know, like with the fights at the frat. But there's some people.
But she just said that there was a situation at the frat, that it was about ego and it was about a tiff over a girl, that nothing was physical, but there was still a situation that happened. That just came out on his channel, maybe like 30-ish, 40-ish minutes in the original format at this point. And he's just not, like, he's just glazing right over that, like it wasn't just discussed as something that actually happened. That's crazy.
Laid out hardcore that, hey, this is a big time rumor, you know, like with the fights at the frat. But there's some people who get really big into that, and they want to make it out like it's facts, and it's not facts. It's big time rumors, and it comes from 4chan, which 4chan can list any type of craziness that they want
Chick
to.
Just said there was a situation.
There's going to be random rumors that are going to be spread, and then those rumors are going to be spread by people that want attention, and then again, those attention seekers are going to be spread by people that are desperate for attention, and then they realize that, oh wow, when I bring up this name as well as something that's going to trigger people that don't believe the same, especially if it's a very controversial subject, then they're going to say that just so that they can get views. It has nothing to do with whether or not they agree with it. They,
like the people that you're talking to, gassing you up and telling you how much of a badass and how brave you are, when again, you have no connections to these people for real. Wait until you hear the bullshit, immature idiocy that she says about the what did you say to Adam situation, because she thinks that she's got that one figured out too, guys. Just wait. Just wait.
They want to get the views. They want to say things they want to say. They know
this is
that they are getting power by triggering other people that are going to stand up for what's right. And that's the big issue, is that they don't care about what they're posting. It could do with OJ for all I care about, and they would just be doing the exact same thing. As
you were not even alive when the situation with OJ happened. Why do people that talk about this case bring up OJ? Again, notice how similar the shit is that she says to the people on that side of the narrative. The conspiracy stuff, this ain't a movie, this isn't a horror flick, and now that shit. Tell me she's not in somebody's ear, or somebody's not in her ear. She says all the same trigger words.
As long as they can get the same reaction and the attention, because any attention is attention, whether it's good or bad. And
yeah, it's like a kid.
Yeah, any
like
attention,
like the kid you're talking to right now.
So they're gonna whine and cry, and if you give that attention, then they're always gonna whine and cry. You know what I mean? So you have to view it as, okay, well, you obviously you're doing this for ill intent, and you're not, I don't support those kind of people, and I would rather prove those people wrong and say, you actually weren't up there, because that's a very close-knit community, and
that you were never in their house, though. So close-knit, you live a house away. You and Kaylee were mother-daughter sorority bullshit, and you've never been inside that house. You know them all. You're friends with every single freaking one of them. None of them ever, ever, ever thought to invite you anywhere. Sit down. Sit, ma'am.
If you asked me about names of different people in sorority, I could give you 20 plus for each. So,
Speaking of names, I don't mean to cut you off.
Insane.
Speaking of names and debunking, rumors and things like that, I don't know if you look at some of the documents or anything like that, but
watch how she acts about document stuff. She calls it conspiracy.
We're going 2.5 years, almost 3 years, with this case, and we heard a name that we hadn't heard before. It's up in the questions over here. Cold Barenberg. That name came out, and respectfully, I want to just kind of give you context as to where that connection was, if you're not sure. But there was DNA under one of the girls' nails, and they named. There was a document talking about it, and they named him in particular as, they named a few people, but the other people we've known the names of. He came out of nowhere. Do you even know who he is?
A lot of things did.
Yes, I do. I don't particularly think
Ken's just real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick.
This is stupid too.
Only answer what you want to.
Because I need your permission to not answer something.
I noticed the name. I don't know anything particular relating to any of them. I also don't even know if that's the actual person that is being related to it, because I've also seen a lot of false situations. So, I mean, I know.
She was just told that this name is in a document. That it was a DNA report for one of the victims. She was just told this is evidence. And you heard how she just answered.
That's the actual person that is being related to it, because I've also seen a lot of false situations. So, I mean, I know a lot of different calls, and I know a lot of different calls with B names. And, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it does sound familiar. And, I don't know anything particular, because, again, I wasn't a part of their sorority. I just was friends with them. I don't know
that she said
their particular personal entanglements.
And she also just said that her and Kaylee were in the same sorority. Did she not say that whenever she first got into the sorority, that Kaylee was her whatever mom or some shit? Now we know that they're not affiliated with the sororities anymore. That's why they were living out. They didn't want to deal with the fees. They didn't want to pay the extra money. That's why they were where they were. So she went from saying that her and Kaylee were related sorority wise before to now not at all. And again, it was a male that was being asked about, not one of the girls.
Because, again, I wasn't a part of their sorority. I just was friends with them. I don't know their particular personal entanglements with certain people, especially when it's private or anything like that. There's no way that I would ever know that.
Someone said there's a Kins, or this name is on the defense witness list. I'm going to go look and pull the list up and see if I can find a name, because I don't know, again, if this is a Kinsley or a Mackenzie, but he's calling her Kins. So I'm going to go look.
So I can't get perspective on that. We know people, but it's almost like a high school with 2,000 people in it.
It's the difference between being friends and
acquaintances, hearing rumors. Yeah,
that's how she is with everyone, though. It has nothing to do with this Cole guy. She was acquaintances with all of these people. Because again, how do you have a house full of people and you're friends with all 4 of them, and they have parties all the time and get-togethers and little dances and little things that they do constantly, literally almost every single day, and not a single person has ever wanted to invite you? That screams, guys.
And so, you can't really trust rumors when you're in high school. So why the heck, people coming straight out of high school, should you trust those rumors as well?
You were no.
So the other thing is that he has other names. The other name is Cole Randall. Does that recall anything to you?
See, and I've never heard that name before, so that's why I'm going to pause. Has anyone ever heard of Cole Randall? Is that maybe his middle name? I don't know if that's his middle name. No, I don't think 1119 is an Alpha Phi live out. It could be, though. I don't know anything about that damn house. Yeah, I don't either. So it could be a middle. Yeah, that's the only thing I can assume. It could be a middle name. It's not him going by other names. It's literally like you're either calling him his last name or his middle name. But I don't even think we have like a middle initial for this guy.
No.
Okay.
Honestly, it just kind of sounds like it kind of sounds like maybe people that are supervisors of the fraternities
See how she makes up
graduated
shit?
or
So now she's going to make up what this person does for a living and where they are in their life because she's never heard of them before. She's about to make up an entire scenario. Girl is wild.
No.
Okay.
Honestly, it just kind of sounds like it kind of sounds like maybe people that are supervisors of the fraternities who have recently graduated or
making shit up.
just non-active members is what it sounds like in my opinion. Because active members, I'm pretty aware of their names.
Yeah, he's a little older too, so that would make
anybody who's active, I know who they are. I'm aware of their names. So I'm going to make up an entire scenario about this person's entire life because I'm clueless.
Non-active members is what it sounds like in my opinion. Because active members, I'm pretty aware of their names.
Yeah, he's a little older too, so that would make some sense if he wasn't necessarily not older, but a couple years, a few years.
Okay, so I have these lists pulled up. Let me pull these up and share the names. So this is the defense list, right? Defense phase 1 list. Aaron, Adam, Andrew, Andy, Angela, Ann, Annette, Anthony, Ashley, Ava, Aiden, Bailey, Bethany. Who the frick is Bailey Dempster? I don't think I've never heard that name before. Braden, Brett Payne, Carolina Calvin, Kathy, Chris Engel. That's the Pullman officer. Christian Martinez, Cody, Corbin, Curtis, Jane, Danny, Daniel, Darren, Dave, David, Derek, Devery, Dustin, Dylan, Emily, Eric, Flavio, Gail, Gary, Garav, Gideon, Haley, Hugh, Hunter, Jay Welch from the Coeur d'Alene Police Department, Jack Caitlin from ISP, Jack Jacour, Jacob Archer, Jacob Schwecke, Jacob Tisdall, Jade Miller, James, Jeff, Jeffrey, Jenna, Jenny, Jonathan, Jordan, Joseph, Josette, Pay. This is probably supposed to be Joseph. Pay Lake. Justin, Kai, Catherine, Dace from the ISP lab, Catherine Ramslin, Carrie Hogan, Kyle Card, Lakeland Mallory, Leslie Linden, Mark, Martha, Mason, Mateo, Matt, Michelle, Mike, Mitch Nunez, Molly. So we've gone past the M's and the K's and don't see anything that even remotely sounds like it could be her name from what they're calling her. Okay. So then we have the states list. And I don't know her last name. And these are in alphabetical order by last name. So I'm just going to have to. And I don't have a StreamYard up right now. So if y'all are typing something and I can't see it. Like I have another screen up just trying to look right here. Maisie, Hunter. Justin, Chelsea. No. Candy. And then Kane. Candy, Floria, and then Kane from the Linda Lane Apartments. It just looks funny having Candy and Kane right next to each other. Jason, Eddie, Darren, Shannon, Nicholas, Eric, Cade, Shane, Peggy, Charlotte. There's a DOL lady. Mazarine. That's a name. That's got like a aura to it. Rob, Carrie, Ryan, Diana, Alexandria, Anthony, Hunter, Quinn, Kelly, Jessica, Amanda Kohberger, Jason, Michael, Roger, Josie. I don't see a McKinsey, a Kinsley. So I don't know. I don't see a Lily either. That she says her friend's name was Lily. There's a Lorelei. I didn't see it. Did you guys see it? I didn't see it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But somebody in the chat, this is why I'm not trying to say that like some people or like the majority of people put bullshit in the chat, but a lot of people put bullshit in the chat. And somebody earlier said that this person's name was on Anne's list, and it's not. That's why I wanted to look just to make sure. Yeah, she claims that she was living in the basement of 1119 during the time of the crimes. But she also says that she lived at 619 Taylor, and that's also like a multi-level thing. And it gets on the subject of Adam, which again, just wait till y'all hear the shit that she says about that. What she said, it's going to show how freaking pathetically, stupidly immature she is. It's going to show how immature she is and how male-minded this freaking girl is. It's going to show you. But she's going to say that she lived at 619 Taylor, which is also at some point where Adam lived, I guess, after the fact. And that he lived at the bottom at 619 Taylor and she lived like on the second level at some point, like after he lived there. I don't know. She tries to make herself have a connection to Adam too. This girl's disturbing, honestly, with like her mindset. It's really crazy.
Yeah, there's quite a few people that, you know, they can say, yeah, I was a Sigma Chi member, and they can confirm that, but maybe they were a Sigma Chi member that graduated in 2017 and now they are zooming in as a judicial member associate kind of thing, where they're just babysitting the guys that are in charge kind of thing. So I don't know if they're not an active student or they didn't graduate within the years or weren't members within the years, it's kind of hard to even take that with any truth to it because there's no actual connection.
Understandable. Do you know anybody with DoorDashers with initials of MM? And a follow-up question to that, does it sound, do you know of anybody who saves the contact information of the DoorDasher?
So I guess he's asking, this is before we had the information about, what was her name? Brittany Fernande or some shit. So I'm guessing this guy thought that Molly's number is the one that Dylan saved at 351, which I mean, as ridiculous as this guy is, I wonder if he realizes how like on point he was with his timing, because like we've shown in the 1112 camera, at 351 is when Molly is walking down and she's in the 1112 camera, goes to the King and Queen intersection and then turns around, literally in the exact same minute that Dylan is awake and adding a contact to her phone in some way, shape, or form. And also keep in mind that Dylan tells the police in her interview that as she was going in and out, she kept having a dream of a woman with a big nose dressed in all black that was at the house to do some stuff, some crazy stuff. But she ended up being really super nice. It was just a prank. Interesting to say that, because at the time that interview came out, I don't think that like Molly had even been talked to. There's no way that Dylan would have been able to see a lady in all dark clothing and a big ass nose. And that's literally who was walking around the freaking neighborhood as she was awake and adding a phone contact. And you want me to believe that she didn't see Molly in real life, that she didn't interact with her that night? How am I supposed to believe that she didn't physically interact with Molly when she's saying that kind of shit in her police interview and blaming it on a dream. No, it wasn't. You didn't sleep. Your phone activity proves you didn't sleep. There's no way that she did not interact with that woman that night. There's just no way.
Both answers are going to be no. So I used to DoorDash, especially in Moscow, and a lot of the times, the more
now she says she used to DoorDash. She's now claiming that she used to DoorDash herself.
Are going to be no. So I used to DoorDash, especially in Moscow, and a lot of the times, the more earning DoorDash ones were going across from Pullman to Moscow to Pullman. And since I was in Moscow, I would travel to Pullman and I would have, much better service because I would be going further mileage. But so no, I don't think
she would have much better service because she's going further mileage. Are y'all like catching on to how, I guess, to put it on her level, not smart this girl sounds? She just doesn't sound like she's really all there. And this is the future. This is the college people that are like in their late 20s, starting to get into the career field, that are going to be your doctors and your lawyers and your politicians. This mindset, this false sense of reality right here.
I would travel to Pullman and I would have, much better service because I would be going further mileage. But so no, I don't think that anybody, even people in Moscow, would know who their DoorDasher was, because I had a different DoorDasher every single time I tried. My roommate had a different DoorDasher every single time we did. We didn't notice anybody. There was no definitive DoorDasher, and if they were within the Greek community, I'm pretty sure that if they recognized the name, they would have declined doing that DoorDash, especially at 4 a.m. on a Saturday. Well, I guess Sunday morning.
So if you were a DoorDasher, that according to her, if you were a college person doing DoorDash and you got a DoorDash at 4 o'clock in the morning, because remember, this is before we knew that the DoorDash was actually ordered at 2:15. Okay. You would see the name, recognize it, and decline it? Is that how you did stuff, man?
I'm pretty sure that if they recognized the name, they would have declined doing that DoorDash, especially at 4 a.m. on a Saturday. Well, I guess Sunday morning, Saturday night. There's no way that anybody within that community would have done that. So no, I don't know any I feel like if you're reading into that, you're probably just accidentally viewing Maddie Mogen rather than what was going on with that. And then
same thing with the Coles name. Oh, if you're reading that name, then you're mistaken. If you're reading that name, then you accidentally got it wrong. This girl is hella annoying. Hella annoying. And again, she's going to get told this shit's in documents, and she's still going to sit there and do all of this. Never mind the fact that she knows the Moyes, meaning that she knows Matt Moye and Madison Moye, and that's two MMs right there. Never mind the fact that she was at the Sigma Chi party, and we have, what's his name, Mason Mystery or Maestri or some whatever, another MM. This girl talks to talk. I talk a lot. This girl talks just to talk. I could never like the sound of my voice that much. Like, this is crazy.
I feel like if you're reading into that, you're probably just accidentally viewing
she's everything that she's
Maddie Mogen
about.
Rather than what was going on with that. And then
she's going to talk about the Moyes in a minute.
I don't think it has anything to do with
just
the
for
DoorDash.
context. It's in the documents.
Well, yeah, I know. I've read the documents.
No, you haven't. You have not.
It has nothing to do with the main people, and
how do you know?
Just out of I've been up there for 2.5 years before that. My brother was up there for 4.
See what I mean? Because she lived there, and her family has been there, and her granddaddy and her granddaddy's granddaddy and her granddaddy's granddaddy's granddaddy, blah, 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 all the bullshit. Because that's the history there. She thinks that she knows better about this very specific and very detailed situation. I hate people like this, bro. I hate people like this.
It has nothing to do with the main people, and just out of I've been up there for 2.5 years before that. My brother was up there for 4.
Who cares?
There's just
means what?
You know,
Can I
To the
ask you a
DoorDasher. What has that got to do with the DoorDasher?
Like Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
Did they
That one was
Nothing.
in Pullman for sure.
Great.
The only one that's open. We don't even have a Jack in the Box in Moscow. It's all
We
way
knew
in
that
Pullman.
part.
So somebody definitely at least traveled to Pullman or came from Pullman to drop off that Jack in the Box.
That's like the
Because
only part
sometimes
she's
when
got
you're
right.
past 12 o'clock, it's
Mhm.
the only open places are in Washington.
When you order from Jack in the Box, like because you've done DoorDash, does it like prompt you to like put the name of who's ordering or anything like that? Like when I order Chipotle, I have to put my name, you know?
Not on DoorDash. The frick you talking about? What are you talking about, ma'am? Tell me you've never used DoorDash without telling me that you've never used DoorDash. If you're using the very specific app and you're ordering through Jack in the Box's app, I guess you can do that now, then you're automatically going to probably have an account logged in and they're going to already know your name. If you're ordering from the Chipotle app, you're going to have an account logged in and you're going to have your name on that freaking account stuff. If you're walking into Chipotle on a regular schmegular Wednesday at 2:00 in the afternoon, wanting to get a little bowl of something, yeah, you're going to give them your name. That's not the situation that took place here. This is DoorDash where everything is already connected to an account. Some people just probably shouldn't ask questions. They probably should just be listeners.
12 o'clock, it's the only open places are in Washington.
When you order from Jack in the Box, like because you've done DoorDash,
it's literally like
does
what? Not
it
even
like
10
prompt
minutes.
you to like put the name of who's ordering or anything like that? Like when I order Chipotle, I have to put my name, you know, even if it's just one order.
That's at
yes,
the restaurant
but
itself.
I'm pretty certain that it went through the DoorDash account. So if you're doing it through the DoorDash account, your name is already going to be confirmed within it.
Yeah. Now, let's also keep in mind that when they were going through all the motions in limine at around this exact same time, and again, like all the information is on the screen. Who this person is, what they claimed, when the interview was from, and the account that it came from, this war Deadpool guy with the cat. Keep in mind that when the motions in limine were coming out, again, around this exact same time in 2025, that what we were seeing was that only Ethan's DoorDash information had been submitted, that they didn't have any information for Xana, and the certification of authenticity or the certificate of authenticity that was submitted for the DoorDash information was not signed. It was not signed. So then when the DoorDash information came out about the 215 timestamp, and it actually apparently came from Xana's account because her name is on the account holder information, we were confused because they gave us a receipt attached to what they're claiming to have been only for Ethan's account back at this time in 2025. So then I'm still questioning, did they both make DoorDash orders? Because why are you giving us a piece of paper that has the address and the date and all that stuff from back when you were telling us you only had Ethan's information? But then we get now Xana's information that has her name on it, and it has the address and the time and all that stuff too. So what is it that they actually gave us all that time ago? I've never gotten clarification on what the hell that really was if they didn't have Xana's information at the time. They need to clarify that. They need to clarify that.
It's just within the preference of no contact or knocking.
We have an actual receipt for Jack in the Box that was delivered at 3:59. And
that's why it's so weird.
All of the documents, Xana received that order. So that's
see, and that's the thing that's so crazy. See, that's the thing that's crazy too. And if it's very possible that maybe she ordered it from Ethan's phone and logged in on her DoorDash account on Ethan's phone. And you know why that's something I'm not going to say is like too far-fetched? Because the phones were found swapped. The phones were found swapped. Her pink phone with the kindness like Kate thing on it that we ended up finding out. Well, somebody ended up pointing out that Xana had donated like $5 to that family's GoFundMe. So we made a donation to that GoFundMe when we found all of that out, just, you know, to honor Xana that way. But the phone for Xana was on the bed where Ethan was. And Ethan's phone was on the floor with like a stab mark in it at the top with like a chunk of it missing at the top of it. But it was on the floor where Xana was. So their phones were switched. And that's curious to me too, because if Ethan was asleep, like some people are still for some reason, for some reason trying to lie to themselves about why would he have needed Xana's phone with him? Why wouldn't she have just had both phones if something happened to hers and she was using his phone? That's why the phone situation, like, I don't know if we're ever going to get clarity on that. I don't know if we're ever going to get clarity on that. But to make an order at 2:15 and for it not to get there until basically 4 o'clock is crazy. Super freaking insane.
Confusing.
It is.
I mean, yeah, I understand that confusion. The only thing that I'm going to put in that we don't quite know, that we also know is within the documents that are concealed, is
I share my account with
Xana
Ariel
and Ethan's DoorDash history. So we don't know the rest of that. We just know of the certain information of the night that just made the crime clear. So even then, neither one, if you believe things are true, if you believe things are not, neither one of us has enough evidence or understanding of it to argue that point regarding the DoorDash.
But notice there's like no real point trying to be made here. Like they're just talking about DoorDash and how it works. And this girl is just trying to go on to some sort of like highly psychological tangent, basically just so that she can get around saying that she doesn't really know. This girl's wild. This girl is wild. Oh, well, thank you, Snowball, for the 20. My birthday is tomorrow, the 18th. Yours is on Monday, the 20th. Well, happy early birthday. Are you going to go hard this weekend? Are you going to wait till Monday? We're going to cook kebabs tomorrow and watch TV, and I'll probably do a live at some point, but we don't have like any crazy plans to do anything. I never really do anything for mine. I just do stuff for the kids. But happy early birthday to you. I hope you have a great day.
They pulled the records dating back for the whole house.
They did.
They dated it back to 2019.
Was it 2019? It might have been 2019. See, that's another reason why it's so crazy that they're telling us that they didn't have Xana's records back when they gave us that one receipt with the address and the information on it saying it was Ethan's, because they did pull information for like some years. Even from before Ethan would have ever even stepped foot on that campus, they went back in the history. I wonder why they felt the need to do that.
College kids, like, who doesn't have DoorDash, you know? So like that was a little odd that it said, you know, Xana didn't have records for DoorDash. It was just odd.
The whole thing is still odd.
Obviously, this is not a perfect crime documentary. It's always, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to.
Is she mad that she wasn't invited to talk in the crime documentaries that were made about this case? Because by the time this came out, this was what? 2 months before the Dateline situation? We don't know who this girl is. Are you just mad that you've never been invited? Because that's kind of what it sounds like.
It said, you know, Xana didn't have records for DoorDash. It was just odd.
I don't like this girl.
Obviously, this is not a perfect crime documentary. It's always, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to patronize you in any way whatsoever. I'm just, it's just like, okay, like, when people say you don't expect things to happen.
Oh, no way.
Until it happens, and you don't know how you're going to act until it happens. That's cool. That's the exact same way that I'm reacting. I didn't even realize how I was going to react until it happened, and I was just tired of, in my opinion, obviously because I'm close to it, BS being spoken in just
you're not close
such
to
theories
shit.
When I'm living in the exact same neighborhood and know way tons more about the dynamic and the people there, and I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous.
You don't know shit, ma'am. The way that she keeps doubling down, like, her knowledge of this area is killing me, bro. It is taking me all the way out. All the way out.
Just such theories when I'm living in the exact same neighborhood and know way tons more about the dynamic and the people there, and I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous. I know. You're fighting with your own mom about it.
This girl's wild.
Yeah, where I'm like, dude, my mom didn't go to U of I. She went to BSU, and that's what's funny about it. But
that is funny.
How is that funny?
So
how is that funny?
Yeah, it's just it's a perspective that it's, again, like how I'm stumbling over my words. It's something about like not being able to even explain it. It's just, Moscow is such a beautiful community, and
yeah, with your crackheads in the bathroom cleaning their bloody knives.
Like, for example, the sorority that I've lived in has been built since 1911, which was a year before the Titanic sank. So it's very historic. It's very long sprung, and the only deaths that we've ever had have been, and unfortunately we have in the past, but they have been accidental or they have been. We have not had like a murder within the University of Idaho since I don't even know, since like the 80s.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure if that was even within the university. So in Moscow, Idaho, it was probably.
She's so full of shit. Molly's husband was murdered in Moscow. That's the clips that I just had up there. There's been several situations that have taken place in Moscow. Never mind some of the stuff that happened to some of the University of Idaho students that a lot of people don't believe the stories of. There's quite a few. Do you see what I mean about how this girl was going to just literally crawl under your skin? Happy Friday.
Probably like 2015. But
she's annoying as
again,
shit.
Is more so related to the community outside of the university. The university itself is pretty strong. So,
do you still talk to DMMBF?
And why are we calling them by their initials in 2025? Freaking 5.
I truly wish that I was closer to them.
I'm sure you do. So you have more to talk about.
My roommates whom I moved out with in December, who I lived with for about 6 months before then.
That too.
In 2024, they were much close. So half of them were Pi Phis. It was me and my friend, and then 3 separate Pi Phis. So they were pretty close to the whole situation. They were a lot closer than what I experienced. And
right.
They opened up about certain things that I'm just, that's a level that I can't go further.
Crazy.
Because I respect them too much.
Deadpool's picture is up there because that's the account that did the interview. That's why it has like channel subscribers and have mini videos. That's the account it came from.
To explain that, but there's just too much respect giving me a boundary, just not, they're very strong. I'll say that. I've seen them both since, and they both look like they're doing well.
See how she said that? She wants you to understand. I've seen them both since. That's how she said that. Girl. Seeing someone's back of the head as they turn a corner. That does not count.
So it's hard because I want to explain that, but there's just too much respect giving me a boundary, just not, they're very strong. I'll say that.
Boundary for what? You don't know shit.
Both since, and they both look like they're doing well health-wise. I think that both of them have deleted majority of social media.
Really? So that's why there's people constantly popping up pictures of Bethany at ballparks and at parties and out camping, and Dylan with all of her new little sorority buddies that she's partying with constantly and getting drunk with all the time and posting pictures of. No, they are very active still on social media. They're just not your friends. So they don't probably let you look at their accounts. They probably have a private page. She's telling on herself at every turn. It's very insane.
I don't think that they're on anything. I don't think they're active on literally anything.
They literally are.
There's a piece of my heart that goes out to him because of how that afternoon transpired.
She means Bethany
and having to actually physically see things. So.
Yeah, and this is so random, but also what's interesting about it is that I didn't know Ethan as much, but I was pretty close with Hunter. Me and Hunter were pretty close friends, and one of my best friends was really, really close with him as well. So we knew Hunter, and then through Hunter,
Johnson.
I knew Ethan, and then I also knew Xana since my freshman year. So it was just kind of like a combination of things, but yeah.
So whatever your definition of close is, with Hunter Johnson, the guy that walked in, checked Xana's pulse, didn't check on Ethan, had a knife at some point that ended up on the floor that got picked up by him and then plopped up on the table, and he's not being honest about how the knife got there, and there's 1.5 million freaking questions about why he changed his pants, and where's the blood on his hand if he actually walked in and checked Xana's pulse, and why is he not leaving any impressions with his shoes if he walked into that room and actually checked on anything? You're friends with that guy? The guy that went and spent the night with the Chapins at their lake house with his girlfriend before they headed off to Mexico, right after the murders took place. You're friends with that guy? Explains a lot. Explains a lot.
Not as much, but I was pretty close with Hunter. Me and Hunter were pretty close friends,
Explains
and one of my best friends was really, really close with him as well. So we knew Hunter, and then through Hunter, I knew Ethan, and then I also knew Xana since my freshman year. So it was
You
just
knew
kind
Xana
of like
existed since your
a
freshman
combination
year.
of things, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you know anything about the Snapchat messages that were sent?
That's a tough one because I don't know anything that
Because nobody would have sent you anything. They don't like you.
Put into evidence per se, but okay.
Why would you have?
I feel like the best way I can explain this is before the names were told, one of my friends from high school had texted me back and forth, and we were worrying with each other, and I was in a different sorority, she was in Alpha Phi, and I was like, what's going on, blah blah blah. We were communicating, and we just kind of, I think people put 2 and 2 together of who was injured / dead, because we had already gotten the email and the text message.
And the fact that there are people literally there calling people, texting people, like the fact that people knew the names and what had happened before the vandal alert doesn't mean shit to me. Not when we know that those girls were calling people before they called Hunter over. Well, before they called Emily and Hunter showed up, then we know that Hunter had his phone. We know that Emily had her phone. Josie had her phone. Lyndon has his phone. And then we have Hunter Johnson showing up over there. Dylan has her phone. Bethany had her phone. Everybody was talking to each other. So for people to have known what happened and to have known the names before that vandal alert, I don't care about any of that. That's not a thing for me when there's that many people involved in the situation and everyone's got the internet. Everyone knows who lived in that house. It would have taken all of 30 seconds for anyone in that area to know what was going on based off cops and who's missing. So these little conversations right here, they don't mean anything to me.
Saying there had been a homicide, what to do with, gun control kind of thing.
Which is odd. I would really like to see that.
So we knew before, I guess you guys did. The community is so tight-knit that even
tight-knit or
just
nosy.
Not getting a response from them, and then
tight-knit or nosy.
Exiting the house with people, including Murphy, just, you can kind of figure it out based off of the information you've been told. With such a small community,
it's not very
the norm. So
it's not that serious.
Yeah. You mentioned, and we're so used to saying pew pew, but you mentioned that, and that was rumored to be the rumor.
Yeah. So I really wish that I could get a hold of whatever she's talking about. Because the way that she's going to put it, if I'm remembering this correctly, is that it was like sent from the school, and it had, like, she mentioned stuff about control and safety. And I just question why that was something that was like automatically sent out, on top of the fact that we have Christy claiming that her niece Sabrina called her and told her that the rumor was that Kaylee and Maddie had been shot up at a party, or at least Kaylee had been shot up at a party the night before. And then what the school sends out is about control and safety for weapons like that. Find it odd. Find it very strange. Oh, thank you for the 999, Brianna. Honestly, she has me so lost. Normally, I'm able to follow along with broken sentences and thoughts, but this, I just can't. She is shoelace because I cannot. She's everywhere. She is everywhere. She brings up stuff that she's not getting asked about. She over-explains things that she has no clue about. And again, I will remind you, she's claiming to be friends with all of these people. She lived a house away from them technically and was never invited inside. For all the parties, for all the get-togethers, for all the game days, for all the Friday nights, for all the Saturday nights, for all of the champagne and shackles, for all of the things that they did in that house, homegirl was never once invited by anyone. So I don't really know how much you could really know if you've never been invited to a house with so many people living in it that you claim that you had knowledge of. Being a fellow student, being a neighbor does not make you someone's friend at all.
You know, earlier, like in the morning, that there was, you know, something about something about a pew or
so
maybe
crazy.
an OD or that was kind of going around. There was this guy, David, who had come out and he was talking about the Snapchats in the morning. And
now remember,
you know, saying that
when he was on that documentary and he sat down with Chronicles of Olivia to like log in and pull up all these messages, miraculously on camera is when he realizes, oh my God, they're all gone. No, they were never there. They were never there. And you got caught up and you had to play the long game and pretend like, holy shit, they're missing. Oh my God. The second that someone actually put a camera to your face. But the reality is that they weren't there. Now, the same guy who claimed to have had that information also claimed that he was a friend with one of the Banfield guys and that they had dropped some like higher level paraphernalia in the Banfield when the cops did their whole thing with them that night. And that guy, which again, none of this has been proven, validated, verified, certified, any of the damn things. Okay. He said that the Banfield guy that was his friend went back that next morning and says that a guy in like a black hoodie was in that area too, like standing around in the Banfield or some shit like that. And I'm like, yeah, just out in the open, big old black hoodie in the middle of big old green field. Like that's not going to be noticed. Like that's freaking dumb. But he said that was like between like 9 something in the morning. But of course that's way after the damn probable cause order came out that lies about Kohberger's car being in that area between 9 and 9:30. And it's a lie. We've gone back, looked through all the evidence. It's a lie. It's a straight up lie. But this is what I mean, right? People grab onto things and then they come out and they try to make it their own story until they get caught up. And if these people were really paying attention to anything, they'd have caught this girl up a long time ago. They'd have called her out for not knowing anything. But these people want to be entertained and they don't care what entertains them. They know that this girl's full of shit. She's called them conspiracy theorists about mentioning documents 3 times already. And they're still entertaining this conversation. It's people that do this, not us out here talking all the shit, but it's people that do this. You're so brave. Oh my God, you're such a badass. Oh my God, tell me more about shit you don't know nothing about. It's those people that cause these problems, that cause all the crazy, that make dots go off and go big. It's all that. I really wish people had more common sense because maybe we wouldn't have all this crap.
People didn't know like exactly what happened, but they knew something had gone on prior to, you know, to getting that vandal alert.
I mean, yeah, everybody had their phones out.
Yeah. You know, I fully agree with that. I think that I can only give you guys my experience and my perspective. So I remember
she says that a lot.
My sorority had something going on in the morning. We drove back. We were there around like 1:30.
See how she
and
just
we had
like
noticed
moved
that they were
that
already
time again? Like we've already heard this part come from her mouth once. That's why we went over the cameras. But now she's changing it to like between 12 and 1:30. She's pushing it all back a whole hour. Second telling of it.
Cops there. We were very confused. We noticed there were certain people there, but we hadn't gotten a text message. Then we got the text message while we were sitting there, and it said on King Road there has been a homicide. It was a vandal alert, so it said vandal alert, King Road, there's been a homicide. It didn't give an actual address, it just said
I feel like she's being fed responses.
like stay in place kind of thing.
She says stuff that's too weird.
And 30 minutes before that, we had gotten an email. So around like noon, we had got, around like noon 15, 12:15, we had gotten an email from the university that it basically just sent an emergency protocol.
I thought it might be Snyder's
sheet that had been made on Canva or something, pre-made by the university, emergencies only, sent to every student kind of thing. So
it's not an investigator, it's just a person on a
this
YouTube
little
channel.
pamphlet, and majority of it was gun safety, because we're in America, and if we're going to send every student a precautionary, it's probably going to be for guns.
But if you're being told that the people in the house were with a knife, why would you be sending out something for weapons like that? That don't make sense.
So that they sent out, and so it made everybody very, very alert, which I think that was the purpose of it. Then later was 15 to 30 minutes later, we got the text from Latah County saying there was homicide on 1122 King.
I have a really weird itch in the back of my throat again. So give me just this. I'm gonna let this play, but I'm gonna go get my spray stuff so I can make this stop real quick.
Obviously, I mean, I knew what it was, where it was, because it was stating it, but it just said King Road. And then I noticed, there were cops that were looking in trash cans, and they were looking at people's hands. And so it made it very clear that it was not a gun, it was something else.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody in their right mind can put that together.
Yeah. When this guy was speaking out, I think he said 9 a.m. the rumors had started, and then not knowing, and I don't know if you were privy to those messages or not, but allegedly or potentially starting that early, and then fast forward and holy shit, this is real.
So can I just ask, was you aware of the MPD actually out before 10 a.m. in the morning walking up and down Banfield?
I'm so sorry, one more time.
Was you aware of the MPD walking up and down Banfield before 10 a.m. in the morning?
No, but I mean, if they were, then it definitely wasn't for anything involving that. It probably had something to do with
it's just very
some
strange.
Sort of side swipe or something.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's just that I've got the picture of.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen this. I don't know what this guy's talking about. I don't know who this is. It's not Harsh. I don't know who this is. It doesn't sound like Dinky. I know Dinky doesn't do Idaho stuff anymore. It doesn't sound like him either, though. I mean, I guess it could be. I guess it could be Dinky. It's been a long time since I've heard him. So it could be. But I've never seen a picture or seen any proof that anybody police officer wise was walking around the Banfield at 10 o'clock that morning. So I don't know where this person got that from.
The MPD walking up and down Banfield.
Yeah, it doesn't really sound like him.
In the morning.
Like it does for like a second, but then it doesn't.
A pretty much shut door to that. They didn't know until the call to 911.
Oh, that's his name?
We do know that it's not far away. As it was mentioned earlier, there's an officer who lives in the area, has told them before, that he's basically watching. He knows the area. Make sure you keep it down. I'm going to be here if there's a ruckus type thing. So
intimidation is all that is. That's
to
weird.
me, even with MPD in the area, that to me, it just doesn't say much, because I'm sure that they are always there, especially with an officer that lives in the area.
Yeah, again, just a question.
I wish we had proof on that.
Kens, you mentioned about Murphy being locked up I'm assuming that you're meaning just upstairs, not in a cage or anything like that.
No, I think he actually misheard her. So when she was talking earlier about Murphy, she's not saying locked up. She says walked out, because she, again, is the person who gave that London's Notebook chick over on TikTok that little like 6 or 7 second clip of Murphy being walked out and someone asking like whose dog is that or something like that, like in the background. And I think he just misheard her. She says walked out. He thinks that she says locked out. I don't know if she ever actually corrects him, but I think he just misheard.
Is there anything more that you would want to elaborate on that?
I mean, the only thing I can is just basically saying that I knew who Murphy was. I knew who owned Murphy, and having lived where I lived, which was basically just like barreled down King Road. Well, I guess King Queen Road, and you could see, what was kind of happening except for the house. And I saw Murphy being taken out, and he was on a leash, like a lead leash collar.
Mm-hmm.
By a policeman, and unfortunately, again, you can put 2 and 2 together with the email, the text message, plus this dog that's being walked out that you know of. Everything that you can it's just like adding things to the pot.
I don't even know who Criminal Mindholes is.
Figure it out.
But y'all seem to know who he is.
Okay, shit. Well, now you know what's going on. So that's about it. It's pretty. Yeah. It was pretty self-explanatory for people that were there, if that makes sense. There wasn't much to be said.
I think our heart breaks for Murphy just as much as everybody else. So sister asked, what reason do you think he had for doing this? Is there anything that could make sense to you?
Like nothing ever gets said here. Like I left this in here like this for a reason. She just doesn't answer. And then home dude starts talking
again. I think this answers some questions.
See?
Ken's brought to our...
They never like readdress it. They never even say like, hey, are you still there? Nothing. She just doesn't answer. She just doesn't say shit. That's freaking crazy.
Attention and close the door to any of the speculation that was going around.
And you're wrong. Like, I get her like not having to answer anything, but a normal ass person would just been like, yeah, I don't really know. I don't really have an answer for that. Like, who just sits there in silence? Anything? That's crazy.
I think this answers some questions. Ken's brought to our attention and close the door to any of the speculation that was going around of being like, oh, there was drugs at the place. She shut the door to that. She's answered.
I'm shook. I'm sorry. She did what? You hear what I mean? Like, they are taking what this girl says and they do it with everything. They're doing it with the drug situation. They're going to do it with the Adam situation. They take everything this chick says like it's gospel fact. He just said that this girl shut the door on the drug scenario in that house. Well, the autopsy results and the reports would literally say otherwise, sir. How you feel now? Sounding dumb. How you feel?
Any of the speculation that was going around of being like, oh, there was drugs at the place. She shut the door to that.
She didn't.
She's answered.
She's never been in that house.
The question about, oh, do you know if there was a Cole person, and gave this different names, do you know if he was investigated? Nothing onto that nature. So we don't know.
So because she doesn't know him to answer, y'all are just closing all these doors.
If who else was investigated or how that went. What else was there?
Clarified that the Jack in the Box was Pullman.
That's the only thing she had right.
And they
Great
don't
one.
typically, they're not typically delivering. And Ken,
horrible?
Please correct me if I'm wrong from
These
what I took from it
going.
Was that you said that nobody's really delivering late that night, that late at night.
So because she said that it's just not normal, then we're being lied to about the entire thing, and DoorDash wasn't even ordered because it was just too late. That's these people's mindset right now. Because this little weirdo who popped up on their live claiming all these things told them so. They're literally taking it as fact. We've got this. I could never be like this. This is crazy.
So whoever it was had to have been
like on Friday. Yeah, on Friday and Saturdays, there's no way that anybody that goes to even WSU or U of I
unless you're broke and trying to make money,
DoorDashing that way, especially people that you would be familiar with. So it was definitely somebody that was further out of college within.
I mean, she was right about that
older
part.
age or just wasn't.
But not for the reason why she's
so
acting like she
no way
knows.
that we didn't recognize any of them.
She's got weird ass logic.
Do you know who Eric Gower is?
She was already asked that though.
I mean, not particularly, no.
Can you tell us what you know about the Christ Church and their involvement in the community?
Where's Lucy?
Yeah, I'm not actually.
Your favorite thing
Obviously,
just got
I don't
mentioned.
think it has much to do with the crime itself.
You heard how she laughed?
So I'm kind of separating.
She got quiet and then she giggled.
Tell us what you know about the Christ Church and their involvement in the community.
Yeah, I'm not actually.
Why is she laughing?
Obviously, I don't think it has much to do with the crime itself.
Why is she laughing?
So I'm kind of separating those two. But the Christ Church, you're asking, weird, maybe the wrong person, just because I don't quite understand what's going on in their religion. I know that they have been doing a great job of finding the right community up there. They are very business oriented. They have
she knows a lot about them.
Been opening businesses. They've bought land, all of that jazz. I don't really know too much about it. I just know that there's just some crazy opinions about them when they're up there. That's all I really know about it. I don't really stand on either side. I just know that they're kind of a controversial subject to anybody that's up in Moscow.
The Christ Church has been brought up a number of times just because they seem to have some maybe not so great business practices, if you will. So kind of curious about like what the community or what your perspective.
Yeah. So she's totally okay with answering questions that, according to her, don't have anything to do with anything, and she's going to entertain it. The same way that she did the Sigma Chi party information about the TIFF. Like, she knows they're asking because of the 4chan. She talks all this shit about conspiracies, but then is so okay answering the questions. Yeah. I don't like this girl.
As far as their role in the community is.
Yeah, no, I fully understand where you guys are coming from. They are very prominent in their own teachings and with each other and how confident they are when they stand for their own ground, but it's not like they're walking around saying you have to believe in this for us to respect you, like they are their own community. They have what they want to survive. They're also within a small community of people that are quite the opposite. So they have seen and experienced all of that. I don't think it really has much to do with, how we treat each other, because everybody treats each other very respectful in Moscow. Even the rudest people coming in, as I was a waitress at one of the restaurants, even the rudest people are decently nice. So, I don't really think that they have much to do about that. It's also just hard because, like drugs and stuff, it's hard to explain because everything is pretty much illegal in Idaho. So even when you're experiencing, I guess,
we went
marijuana
from the church to drugs.
or THC, to that sense. A lot of it is bought legally, right across the border, 15 minutes
See what
away.
I mean? Why did we jump from that? Why did we jump from asking about what the church was doing to now people can go to Floyd's to buy pot? Why did we just switch like that? This girl is just talking.
A lot of it is, it's approved by, I don't even know who, but whoever is in charge of that. Like it's already been gone. Basically it's the most approved kind of drugs you could experience. And then the only time that I ever even knew about other drug use was fraternities that have been shut down, and there were 2 fraternities that had been shut down within previous years, earlier 2010s.
This was not a schoolhouse.
That were selling drugs, and the drugs that they were selling were literally just drugs further than marijuana. So it was just cocaine. And unfortunately I don't support that, but like at the same time, it's not like we were sitting on a drug mine or some crazy situation that was going on. It's just there's people that want uppers, there's people that want downers, and so that's just kind of the community for certain people, and that's actually a pretty rare community, and those people in particular were not a part of it whatsoever. Maddie was very, very headstrong and driven, and Kaylee was she was a hopeless romantic, and she just wanted to see everything she loved happen in her life. There's no reason for any of them to be a part of a drug house. Like, for example, the most addicted.
Kaylee did coke. It's not a big deal. It was recreational, so people don't really I don't really give 2 shits. But Kaylee sniffed stuff up her nose. It's in several reports that several people saw it happen, neither here nor there. But to sit here in your ignorance in big old 2025 and to say this kind of shit like you just straight up know these people and to be so 180 wrong is crazy. Like, this is crazy. And again, the story that we're getting from 112 is that there was some hardcore shit going on in that house that night, right across the street. And again, we went from, so what's up with Christ Church to, oh, these are the uppers and the downers in the community and how this works for certain people. Why are we doing this, ma'am? I don't know what she thought this was going to do. But whatever she thought, it definitely did the opposite.
Thing I know Xana was for nicotine. Like, she just loved her vape, and that was it. She wasn't on shit. She just loved her vape.
It's been more concern around
Jack's vape.
What? I'll say specifically Xana's mom, who has quite a pretty significant history with illegal substances, and she has been kind of intermixed with some really not good characters. So much so that she became an FBI asset, right? Like somebody that was, to get rid of charges, was working for the FBI.
Now, you'll know that we don't have any proof of that, right? Like, we have what people are assuming and what people come out and assume very loudly on the internet, but we don't have any actual proof of any of that. And I know that there are dates of things where people were charged with things and then let go, and there's a lot of people asking a lot of questions. But as somebody who's been on like this side of things, I see how charges just get like dismissed. I see how people that get charged with things get a slap on the wrist and get sit back out on the street so they can F up again. Because the more they can be arrested and the more money they can charge them for probation fees, the more they can put on them for different classes and shit they got to pay for. That's all they really care about. If they're going to throw you back, they would rather throw you back out there and make sure that you are giving them money every month for you not getting it together than house you and feed you and give you medical. So even people with constant drug charges. I mean, how many times have we seen it on the news where people were going out there and literally R-ing people, taking people's lives and getting out on zero bonds? How many times have we seen it where somebody had 50 plus freaking arrests for all kinds of assaults and abuses and substances, and they just keep on getting out? So while I know people want to say whatever they want to say about whatever they're seeing, we got to keep reality here too. The justice system sucks. The justice system sucks. A big one. So if they can let you out put you on probation, make you come in and give them money every month, have to pay to piss test, have to pay to take this class, have to pay to get there and everywhere else, they're going to do it. So I really just wouldn't take too much into, oh, they got arrested for this and then they got out and then blah, blah, blah. Unless you've got some concrete proof actually putting these things together, it shouldn't be talked about that way. That's what pissed me off about Pav when he came out here and said all that crazy shit about Kara, just like straight off the top, just because she had issues. You don't have any proof of that. You came out here saying some crazy shit while she couldn't come out here and defend herself while she's in a dangerous situation to where if people are listening to you and believe your dumbass with no actual proof and receipts to connect her to that actually, you're putting her in a dangerous ass situation. You're putting her life in danger. Because how many people just believe shit without actually being proven, it being proven, and then just repeat it and they mockingbird it everywhere. It's constant. It's everywhere. I deal with it all the time, especially in that stupid Goncalves circle of idiots over there when they're constantly spreading around information. And I'm always the last one to know that somehow I'm involved somehow that I didn't even know about it. So unless you can connect it, that's crazy. So to be coming out and just straight up being like, Kara was an FBI asset, that's wild. You can have your suspicions, but to come out here and say that like that's a fact, that's crazy. That's crazy. You've been here a whole lot longer than that, Miss Mojo Rising. Thank you for being here.
Tattling on other people. And so that I think is where a lot of the concern comes from. Like when people are talking about illicit substances coming out of that house, it's not necessarily that we're saying that they were dealing or any of that. We're saying that the parents who have a history could have been the reason why something like this would happen. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense.
Nothing about this whole thing makes sense.
From that perspective, I just wanted to clarify that, that's even further than like judging a book by its cover. That's diving deeper. That's saying that judging a book by its author, and that's a little bit harder because how do you know that author hasn't changed perspective or hasn't written a great book, or how do you know that author hasn't completely deteriorated from what that book has become, and all of the above. So like if you think about it, everything that has had anything to do with Xana's memory, it doesn't have her mom involved with it. There was maybe one time that I saw a video of her mom. She never talked to her mom about me. She loved her dad. She loved her sister, but she wasn't super close with her mom.
She never talked to her mom about me? Is that what she just said? That she's only seen one video of Xana's mom and maybe she meant to say she never talked to me about her mom. But the way she said that was crazy. What do you mean? One more time.
From what that book has become and, all of the above. So, like if you think about it, everything that has had anything to do with Xana's memory, it doesn't have her mom involved with it. There was maybe one time that I saw a video of her mom. She never talked to her mom about me. She loved her dad. She loved her sister, but she wasn't super close with her mom. So anything that involves that, it was.
But you realize that like in Big Ol' 2025, like you could have gotten that from News Nation. Like just because you've seen one video of Kara and it's been years since the case doesn't mean that you actually knew this firsthand. She's yet to like actually say anything to make me believe that she's known anything actually firsthand.
Unfortunately, and I hate to say it, probably more of a money draw than it was about being a mom.
She did say that.
Can this spot at Linda Lane?
So no, okay. I'm going to preface this section by saying that he's going to point to the wrong spots first. And then he's going to point to the right spots. So she's trying to explain now where she used to live at 619. And then she's going to point out where 1119 is. And the section I have right here this is 1122 that I circled.
Can you drive through here at all? Right here in this
Maybe that's
point?
Not the section, but they're going to do that in a minute.
No.
Okay, I didn't think so, but I wanted to verify. Thank you.
No, that's a dead end, yeah. You also can't walk between those. So obviously you see the gray building and then you see the two white buildings. So the gray building is actually called the Whites, and then the two white buildings are actually called the.
So he's pointing back here where the Linda Lane cameras and stuff were. It's not correct. The Whites are these ones up in the front. I think they're actually, is it these over here? No. Here's the King Road house. Yeah, I think that might be it over here. These ones right here, I think, are the whites. Is that the right spot for that? Where is the section where they walk through? This looks weird. So here is the street. So I guess the walkthrough section is like over here. Is this that alleyway? Yeah. So then this would be the whites right here. Because when you see people walk up, they walk up from right here in this little spot. Because this is the street and then the dumpster would be like right here. It's a weird ass angle.
Browns. It's because they have brown bricks and then the white building is like white, I don't even know, wood panels. That little white building that is right next to the gray panel top and the whites, no, even in front of it, right in front of it.
The little one.
I lived more
Right here.
to the top. You see where there's big tree? Yeah, right there. I lived right there.
That's 619 Taylor where she says she lived.
There's
before.
no way you can drive from up here, this front part, to this little corner, but then that's just a turnaround. There's absolutely no way to go around that. So when you're going in front of those
this is
white
Taylor.
Browns,
Right here.
it's just a straight right
This
in
is
front
Taylor.
of 1122, straight right in front,
And this is Linda
and
Lane.
both of them are dead ends. So you have a dead end on the backside where he's so-called parked, and then you have a dead end on the other side where it goes into this kind of cul-de-sac.
What is kind of the general consensus on the police officers there in Moscow? I'm really curious, like, what you've heard or what you've experienced.
Well, within my experience, I mean, again, like you said, small town. We were also close to several small towns, so it almost made us one big town, if that makes sense. We had Pullman, yes, that's in Washington, but it was very, very
What does
close.
it have to do with the cops?
Houston, that was, 30 minutes away, but also very, very close. So we had two separate college towns bordering our University of Idaho Moscow town. So there was a lot of young kids in that area. So for all of us, the understanding was a lot of, I guess, a DUI, which I didn't experience much DUI stuff happening, but it did happen. Especially like people coming from WSU to Moscow bars, or people coming from Moscow bars to WSU bars. And then the other thing was MIPs, just being under the age and drinking, and they were pulling kids over with open containers, or they were pulling kids over with wine bags, or some dumb stuff that they were walking around with, where they thought that, oh yeah, no, we're in a neighborhood, we won't get. And then obviously the cops know better because they're in a small town, they have to make quotas, so they're going to try to do their best to make that quota, which unfortunately sometimes has to do with busting underage kids with drinking. And that was basically what we knew about them. Other than that, they were very, very sweet people because they didn't want to, but if they did, then you probably were super messed up. Or
She got asked about the police in the town. Started randomly talking about WSU and Pullman. And now is sitting back trying to pretend as if the cops are just really super nice and they really don't want to. They just have to get you in trouble if you're breaking the law. They just have to. They don't wanna. They just have to. Oof. Oof, okay.
what we knew about
So
them.
annoying.
Other than that, they were very, very sweet people because they didn't want to, but if they did, then you probably were super messed up, or were in the wrong place at the wrong time situation. And
if you get in trouble with the police for breaking the law, it's not your fault and they don't want to actually get you in trouble. It's just you were in the wrong place at the wrong time and they're super, super sweet. This girl is delusional.
Then you probably were super messed up, or
yeah, I feel like
were in the wrong place at the wrong time situation.
And they did have the cops did have someone they were looking into for.
So this is on this channel up here, Bubbly, this War Deadpool person from last year. She says she lives at 1119 and she was at the Sigma Chi party. They name her Kins, but there's no similar names on either one of the list for the state or the defense in way of layman list of who they were going to bring. I can't find a name that's similar, but she lived at the bottom floor of 1119 and was at the Sigma Chi party with her friend Lily before they walked back home and got to 1119 at 1:20ish. I don't know who she is. I don't know who her name is, but she didn't know any of these people. That's why I don't think that we're ever going to have seen her in a documentary or anything like that, because she'd never been inside 1122 and she just basically was acquaintances with everybody. She really didn't know shit about shit. So I don't know if this is going to be a name that we can figure out unless we can get an actual like list of people that actually lived at 1119. But there'd be nothing for this girl to have even been talked to because she literally has no knowledge.
Like an MIP, right? That night we have like the video footage of the cops like talking to the kids in the.
Oh yeah, no, those kids totally got underage misdemeanor or underage misdemeanor.
Is that like what their objective was? And
That's
what
right.
I mean,
Talked
obviously,
about
like you
Envision
said,
Idaho.
like your sorority has been around since I think you said 1912 or 1911, and like there hadn't been anything like this. So I think that like they didn't expect that. They expected this kind of thing. So this is what they were out patrolling for.
So I just feel like with that, again, you know, all the University of Idaho kids probably just expected MIP stuff. But because of that, it makes a lot of sense that those kids were on the body cam for MIPs. It makes sense why they were walking away. It makes sense why they had open canisters, because they were underage and they didn't want to get that MIP, because that's the most, you know, like when you're in a fraternity or a sorority and that stuff comes to light, you have to do chores or you have to pay a fine or do something of the sort. You have to do something to basically come back from that mistake that you made, which is great because responsibility. But that's what happens. And so I don't think that those kids knew anything that was going on. I also don't think that that cop knew what was going on. He was probably frustrated because he knew that he had to be working Saturday night, Sunday morning, because those are probably the worst days, because the majority of kids don't have any classes. They don't have anything going on. That's the day where they are going to let loose and go crazy and drink and party at a party school. I mean, that happening makes a lot of sense, in my opinion.
I'm glad that you actually brought that up, because my follow-up question was going to be, how often are the police officers out there undercover on Friday and Saturday nights?
Honestly, I don't know, but I do know that that specific corner is a very big hot spot for being caught. I remember walking out when I was a sophomore and I had a friend that was a junior. She had me walk out to the car with her. She had I think like a bottle of wine and a hard alcohol canister that she had, and I wasn't carrying anything. And this cop pulled over in a silver small vehicle and was like, "I'm a cop," and gave her an MIP for having held the alcohol. And
what's that sound
she
like?
was underage.
The undercover car.
And
damn,
that was right in that corner, right in that little area where you'd turn left to go straight up King Road. So, you know, and that was a year prior. So that is a very big hot spot for cops to be surrounding anyways.
So it's not uncommon then for them to be not in police attire on Friday and Saturday.
Of course not uncommon at all. You have to be conscious. There's times where your party will be like shut down. So you'll be inside of a party, they'll turn off the music, somebody will say like shut up, and there'll be like 50 people inside of one apartment room, and people will be completely silent. Somebody will talk to the cops, and then once the cops leave saying, "Hey, keep it down," then the party will just continue at the same volume.
Those kids in the Banfield video, they were saying that they were coming from their friend like Matt's party, and then you know we've actually talked about, or another name that had popped up was Matt Moyer. Do you know if that was his party that they were coming from, or do you know if he was even having a party, or him at all?
Okay, so I'm going to stop right here, because when I listened to this, I was questioning. She's about to say like Matt didn't have a party. Now I have heard just through things over the past few years that he did have some sort of something at his house. We also know that the Banfield boys are claiming that they are coming from his house. We also know that in the 11-12 footage, we see a vehicle. I believe it's in that 12:55 to 2:25 activity only video that I did last week. We see a vehicle pulling in, dropping off 3 guys, and then leaving. And they walk towards that way. See, and that's what I heard, but hold on. Hold on. I went back to the interview that came out with Simon and Matt and Tyler. Nobody mentions having anybody over at the house that night. I tried to see if there's something mentioned in way of like, yeah, we had people over or anything like that. Gooch only asks, is it Gooch or is it the other lady? I think it's Vargas. Vargas only asks about like the timing of the crime stuff, like when they're claiming that they are like up and doing things. They don't ask, she doesn't ask them like what they were doing the night before. So when Matt's talking to her, all he says is about how he had to get up and he had to go do the ROTC stuff. And then he got up at 2:30 and left at 3 o'clock in the morning. And he says, a couple of things, but she doesn't even ask him like what he was doing beforehand. She doesn't ask. So then the Simon guy, like he doesn't say anything either about there being people at the house. He just says that he mentions 417 very specifically, which is creepy because this is just like less than a week after the crime took place and nobody should like know anything about the 417 timestamp at this point. But he says 417, he's hearing a dog barking and stuff like that. And then the other brother of Matt and Madison's, Tyler, is then talked to and he doesn't say anything either. So I don't know if he actually did have a party thingy or not. I don't know if there's like another Matt that lives in that area that maybe lived at one of the houses, the 2 houses that were past the 11-12, 11-19 little area, or if he was actually at Matt's house. Because they're not asked anything. They don't answer anything. So we just have like these like context clues about stuff. Unless there's something that I've missed, guys. So if you know anywhere else where like the party thing is mentioned besides like the Banfield stuff, let me know. But in their interviews, they sure don't mention anything about having anybody over or anything. We only know those boys are getting dropped off, and then we know that they mention it later. I don't know of anything else.
There's no way that he was having a party. In my memory, I don't think he was having a party whatsoever. He was definitely at one, but there's no way he was hosting. He was at like.
See, now she's saying that he was definitely at a party, but according to him, I mean, I'm just assuming that he's expecting the police officer to believe that he was asleep until he gets up at 2:30 and then leaves at 3 o'clock. And when we go back to the camera footage, we can see and hear. Can we hear this at 3? Yeah, we have sound at 3 o'clock. We can hear the car engine starting when it starts and the headlights come on. And then we actually do see like lights backing up and then you can see his car leaving. We can see that happening. So I'm assuming he was asleep. Because then he was gone for like a long time, right? Like 15 hours or some shit like that. Something like that. So I just don't know. But for her to say that he was at a party is also pretty crazy because if he had to get up and go and do this ROTC stuff from 2 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the evening, I mean, I know that like we go hard at that age and we can sleep on literally nothing. I know, I remember. But she also doesn't know for sure where he was because she didn't see him or hang out with him that day. She was at the Sigma Chi party and then walked home. So for her to sit here and like act like she actually knows where this guy's whereabouts were is interesting.
Party. In my memory, I don't think he was having a party whatsoever. He was definitely at one, but there's no way he was hosting. He was at like a party hosted by fraternity kind of stuff.
Like how did you know where? And this is where I put this part in here.
And he has a sister, Madison, right? Yeah, but not any Madison.
That has beef with Maddie.
Yeah.
Like that Maddie has beef with our Maddie over a dude. Like apparently everything was fine, but they also did like see each other at the corner club. That's mentioned, I think, as well in the interview for the boys.
So wait, so he was not having a party that night?
Not that I was aware of, no. I mean, the parties that I knew of that were going on that night, there was a beta party at a beta at a house. There was a Sigma Chi party. I'm pretty sure there was some sort of Fiji or Pike party.
Well, see, that's not what we've been told this whole time either. For one, let's reiterate, Envision Idaho. Now we're also hearing in the Sigma Chi frat interviews that came out on Connor's channel that they knew they weren't supposed to have any parties that weekend, but somehow Sigma Chi got special permission to have a party. So if Sigma Chi had to get special permission to have a party and they're saying they don't even know how they got it, how am I supposed to believe this random ass girl who like obviously lies about knowing shit that there were all these other like fraternity parties actually happening too that were like permitted? Because I don't think we heard of another one that was associated with Greek life. As far as I understand, Sigma Chi is the only one associated with Greek life besides the like little hour-long hunga-dunga thing that happened. And wherever Dylan went afterwards had nothing to do with like a sorority. It was like a chick's house, like a chick's place. This girl just like be saying stuff to say stuff.
Going on at their fraternity house, but you know, depending on whether or not they were wet or dry houses, which meant that if they could host alcoholic events or not, then you know, you just kind of decided on a place to go and didn't really associate with the other once you decided with your friend group kind of thing.
Is there any...
So she just literally made up an entire story for this Matt guy saying that this place was having a party and this place was having a party and this place was having a party. And he just picked one. He just picked one and that's just where he went because that's just what you do. She's just making shit up.
At a party at a beta at a house. There was a Sigma Chi party. I'm pretty sure there was some sort of Fiji or Pike party going on at their fraternity house. But, you know, depending on whether or not they were wet or dry houses, which meant that if they could host alcoholic events or not, then, you know, you just kind of decided on a place to go and didn't really associate with the other once you decided with your friend group kind of thing.
Is there any like rumors around town or that you know of about why this even occurred?
No, honestly, it's just
which is a lie.
People are
just because no one's talking to you, babe.
So frustrated at everybody making up shit. Sorry, excuse my language. Making up crap about just crazy inferences and stuff like that because we. You know, we're the ones that lived up there. We're the ones that
see how she always does that.
It up there. Our parents experienced it before us. Our grandparents experienced it before our parents did. And
you see what I mean? What does any of that shit have to do with 11/13/22? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And you see how she always comes back to, we were the ones living there. I was the one that was living there. I was the one that was there. And in your own world, because you weren't associated with theirs.
It's very much just a everybody knows everybody kind of town. Maybe not specifically, but we all know somebody within every group that we run along with. So no, I don't think anybody would have expected any of this. And you know, the whole drug thing, like that could have possibly been a decent idea if we had been a bigger school, but since we're not and we live 15 minutes away from a dispensary, it just seems like a ridiculous thing. So
because they had a Floyd's cannabis shop right over the state line, there's no way that anybody was ever doing anything else because weed was so readily available. That's the mindset that this chick's parents have like brainwashed into her. That if weed's right there, don't worry, that's what they're going to go and run to. They're not going to worry about the pills or the addies or the snorting stuff or nothing else because it's right there at the smoke shop. That's her mentality. Girl's crazy.
Been a decent idea if we had been a bigger school, but since we're not and we live 15 minutes away from a dispensary, it just seems like a ridiculous thing. So
that sounds like a ridiculous thing.
There's no reason that I can expect for any of it other than some random obsession with some beautiful girls that were in relationships, and every single one of them was. So
I'm just curious what you know about
Kaylee was single and Bethany was just sleeping with some guy that didn't even care if she was still alive the next day. Because he sure didn't even bother to call her or text her or anything. Old Kai Davis said so himself. So see where she just went to Steve. She just pulled a Steve Goncalves. Oh, that he was just jealous of these beautiful girls that he couldn't have.
And some random obsession with some beautiful girls that were in relationships, and every single one of them was. So
I'm just curious what you know about Emma Bailey, and what was the dynamic in the house with like Bethany, Dylan, and the other four?
She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
I mean, I probably wouldn't.
I swear you can like almost hear some whispering. Like, I'm really not trying to like sound freaking crazy. And I know there's like a bunch of background noise from them having so many mics open on this panel that they were doing, but you can like almost hear whispering in the silence. Before she answers, like you could almost pick it up.
I'm just curious what you know about Emma Bailey, and what was the dynamic in the house with like Bethany, Dylan, and the other four?
I mean, I probably wouldn't be the best to answer that in full honesty. I didn't. Life, which I'm not saying you don't, but just from experience, you know.
And what was the dynamic in the house with like Bethany, Dylan, and the other four?
I pressed the wrong button, but I'm back now.
I mean, I probably wouldn't be the best to answer that in full honesty. I didn't know Bethany as much, so I'm not
any of them
super duper close with her. But you know, I mean,
mind you, she's already admitted, literally just like less than an hour before this, that she didn't know them and wished that she knew them more or better, however she put it.
They all knew each other pretty well, and if you know anything about sort of Greek life, which I'm not saying you don't, but just from experience, when people are combining different houses within an apartment, it means that they are pretty welcoming and pretty loving and all of the above.
So when you're having multiple people move into a house together, it means that just by default, they're super welcoming and super loving. What? You never heard of a roommate situation? What about needing a place to live automatically by default makes you super welcoming and super loving? We already know from reports, these people would not be friends with each other if they didn't have to live together. And they had to live together because they had to live near campus, and they didn't really have a lot of options if they wanted to live near campus. They had to choose a place that was close by, that wasn't associated with the school. All of these people live together, besides Maddie and Kaylee, by happenstance. No other reason. So that's also another weird thing to say, that because people live together, it automatically makes them super welcoming and super loving. That's just weird.
But you know, I mean, they all knew each other pretty well, and if you know anything about sort of Greek life, which I'm not saying you don't, but just from experience, when people are combining different houses within an apartment, it means that they are pretty welcoming and pretty loving and all of
That's
the above.
crazy.
So
What a weird
for everything
statement.
I've experienced, at least with my friends at the house, it just flowed really well. People not only could call each other out for not cleaning up, but they could also call each other out for, hey, are you doing okay?
And how do you know this, miss? I never walked inside. How do you know what their dynamic was if you were never there in the house around the dynamic to witness it, for you to experience it? Remember, we can only ask you questions based on the experiences you've actually had, and you've never had this experience. So why are you talking? You already like screwed up and told us that you don't have anything to say about any of this.
And if not, they would have each other's back. So
right, like kind of a normal roommate kind of thing where, you know, you get along, but you're kind of like siblings. You have your moments.
Yep.
She knows so much.
Then you're fine 20 minutes later.
Yeah, you can totally tell. Just with their dynamic, they all would, you know, banter back and forth. Everybody had wit. It was completely different for who it was.
It was completely different for who it was. What does that statement mean? They all had wit, and it was just completely different for who it was. What does that mean?
Each other out for, hey, are you doing okay? And if not, they would have each other's back. So
right, like kind of a normal roommate kind of thing where, you know, you get along, but you're kind of like siblings. You have your moments.
Yep.
And then you're fine 20 minutes later.
I literally was just thinking about that. I was just thinking about that. I have it on my phone. I don't think I've ever played it on my channel. So I guess I'll just say this, because anytime I try to pull up my bookmarks on TikTok on my computer, it crashes. So I'll just say this. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys have seen the TikTok video that was uploaded by Maddie that has Dylan in a blue wig, and it's basically like calling Dylan a liar and a manipulator and all these things. Have you guys seen that? Even for people that are not on TikTok, it's been circulating all over the freaking internet for like 3 years now. It's been on Reddit. It's been talked about on YouTube. A lot of people have seen it. Some of you have. Some of you have not. Okay, I'm going to let this play, and I'm going to see if I can get my TikTok bookmarks to work for me on the computer, because for some reason it just acts like an idiot. And I don't know why. So I'm going to let this play, and I'm going to try to find it so I can show it to you guys. But it's really given people a lot of questions, because I believe this situation's even talked about in one of her interviews, where she's talking about where she wore one of the like thing 1, thing 2 type theme outfits, and Ethan said some shit to her and like made her really upset. Like there was like an argument between her and Ethan in one of her interviews, and it's talking about the same outfit that she had on in this TikTok. I'm gonna try to find it.
Yeah, you can totally tell. Just with their dynamic, they all would, you know, banter back and forth. Everybody
Girl, you
had
don't know
wit.
the dynamic. Shut up.
It was completely different for who it was.
I was going to ask about Adam, but I wasn't sure if
just
you
wait.
had already answered
Y'all are gonna
that.
freaking laugh your asses off here in a minute.
If you knew Adam, you know, it's like the infamous Adam video. And so I was wondering if you would be able to, if you can, give any like context as to what you think that might have been.
Yeah, actually, Adam was in the same PC, so pledge class as Kaylee and Maddie, but he was a beta. His nickname, which it sounds so bad, but his nickname was actually called Hot Adam because he was probably one of the most attractive guys at our university. So So if anything,
wait how far
that was
she
just
takes
them
that.
saying like, "Oh my gosh, you did not tell Adam that," as a kind of almost like a unintentional embarrassment, or like blushing kind of thing. I doubt that had anything to do with, oh, there's a secret that you.
She's saying the "what did you say to Adam" is literally just some embarrassment for one of the girls saying that the other one thought he was hot. That's how shallow-brained and man-set this chick's brain is. And they take her word for it. They're literally like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. Oh my God. Just wait. Just wait.
Unintentional embarrassment or like blushing kind of thing. I doubt that had anything to do with, oh, there's a secret that you said. It just was probably something that they didn't want him to know kind of thing.
Isn't this dumb?
That answers a lot.
See?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Like, I
Answers
even
everything.
remember embarrassing myself when I was intoxcated and saying, "You're hot, Adam," and being like,
I'm tired of
"Oh,
these dumb
wow.
people.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to put the hot word." Like, that
Look at
was
the
his
stumbling.
nickname through and through. So that's
She is
the
in
Adam
herself
that they're
right now.
referring to. And he's a very, very sweet guy. He would have no ill intent. It was probably some sort of embarrassing thing that he decided to tell Adam about. And those
See
girls
what I mean?
probably said that he was attractive before.
Isn't that dumb?
So couple
that dumb?
questions.
Let me see. I'm trying to
Did
find
you
the film.
hear anything about Adam resigning from the corner club within 2 days and go to Paris?
I don't know anything about Paris.
No, not particularly. I know that he was pretty close friends with those girls, but I also remember him not just straight up going to Paris.
Okay. Was Adam besties with Jack D? I don't know who that is.
See?
That's the core.
How do you, Mr. I'm out here to debunk all everything because these conspiracy people are crazy? Do you not know Kaylee's ex-freaking boyfriend's name? In big old March 2025. See what I mean? Mm-mm.
So Jack was actually in the same fraternity and the same pledge class as Adam. So they were both Beta Theta Pi's in the year 2019. And they were friends. So the house that Jack Decor was living in, I'm not sure. Oh, actually, yeah, no, that year, the apartment that I was living in wasn't the 619 West Taylor Ave, which is the one right next to the White's apartment with the gray top, which is in front of the Browns. It was the apartment that was straight down the road leading to 1122. And in that corner, the cul-de-sac, when you just turn straight from Taylor, just go straight down, which one of my ex-boyfriends lived in the condo. So it's a condo. It's a two-part. There's a left side and there's a right side. And the right side, there is a 2-floor basement. Then there's a 3-floor midsection. And then there's a 2-floor top. And that's the right side of the condo. And that's what the Betas lived. And they had been trading that off within members of their fraternity for years and years and years, at least since I was a freshman to when I graduated to now. And before so at that time, Adam had lived underneath the 619, the basement section of the house that I lived in my senior year after the event. And so I lived
TikTok, guys.
right next to where Jack Decor lived, and that little section. And they were all in the same fraternity. They were all pretty close. Everybody knew who Kaylee was. So yeah.
Early on, were there any people that were being like floated around as possible suspects?
Not within our community, no.
Shit.
Everybody lived with somebody, so like everybody went home with somebody or woke up with somebody or texted somebody or called somebody on their way home, and if not, you were home within 5 minutes. So no one at the university, especially Greek life, was concerned that it was anybody that we were surrounded by. Like, we knew that this was genuinely, we were just scared of an outsider person that came in and did this. So like, that's how secure we were.
Tell the frat that. Literally everybody who was asked this question from Sigma Chi said that there was no way that it was just some random ass traveling stranger. So she's the only one that feels
anybody
that way,
that we were
apparently.
surrounded by. Like, we knew that this was genuinely, we were just scared of an outsider person that came in and did this. So like, that's how secure we were with everybody we were surrounded by, and how honestly kept in check we were, because every fraternity and sorority has security cameras. Majority of us had cameras on our houses, stuff like.
Yeah, y'all heard that, huh? Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? One more time.
Because every fraternity and sorority has security cameras. Majority of us had cameras on our houses.
So you had a camera at 1119, Miss Ma'am? You had a camera at 1119? Because according to the police paperwork and everybody else, there was none. So let's just play that one more time. One more time.
We were, because every fraternity and sorority has security cameras. Majority of us had cameras on our houses, stuff like that. So
who is Bethany in the same fraternity, or God, I keep saying fraternity, sorority as like which girls? Like how does that connect?
Okay, so Kaylee Goncalves was the only gal that was in Alpha Phi sorority. Then you had Maddie Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Dylan Mortensen, as well as Bethany. And okay, all of them were in Pi Phi, but they weren't active members of Pi Phi. So not all of them were active members. So I'm pretty sure
that's not true.
That at that point, Xana was not an active member. I'm pretty sure Dylan and Bethany weren't active members. I think Maddie was the only active Pi Phi member of that sorority, and maybe Bethany. Yeah, again, like it was kind of murky waters. There was some sort of issue with the requirements within their sorority about living out, and I know that all of them wanted to live out. So, and it wasn't only their sorority that was dealing with that. I know Alpha Phi was dealing with that as well. So there was a lot of girls that ended up dropping the, I guess, nameplate of the sorority and then just moving in with other sorority members or other gals that dropped, something like that. So
gotcha.
They were all Pi Beta Phis.
Found it. My God, I have way too many food bookmarks. Holy shit. You fucking asshole. I found it. This was posted straight from or to Maddie Mogen's TikTok account. This is the infamous TikTok. This is Dylan here in the blue hair. Let me see if I can get this bigger real quick. I don't know if this is like a famous song. I don't know if YouTube's gonna try to strike my freaking stream. So I'm gonna play it. If they try to do some crazy shit, then I'll just have to go in. You fucking liar. And take out the sound, but I think it's just a sound made. But listen to all the words. I'm gonna play it. Just listen to the whole thing. You fucking asshole. You fucking liar. You fucking manipulator.
Don't wear that outfit again.
TikTok. See? That's the whole thing. You fucking asshole. You fucking liar. You fucking manipulator.
Don't wear that outfit again.
That's the whole video. That's the video. That's Maddie posting that about Dylan. So, yeah, that's the TikTok.
Other sorority members or other gals that dropped, something like that. So,
gotcha.
They were all Pi Beta Phis, and Ethan was a Sigma Chi, and then Kaylee Goncalves was Alpha Phi, but that was the main, yeah.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Do you know why they weren't active anymore?
Well,
it might be something that's trending, but how would you feel if you were the person on the other end of that TikTok being called a liar and a manipulator and like all of these things? That's like, it might be trending, but it's a trend that you target at someone. So that's important. Keep that in mind. That's not just some random person and it's some nicey nice things being said. You say that with a target, with intention.
Yeah, like I said, it was about the requirements for living. They didn't want to live in the house for as long as they were being required to. Living is actually more expensive than it is to live out, but it's also harder to get live out when you're living in a house because they want to meet the expense and the amount of people that they need to cover that expense for living in basically a mansion, so that they grant only a few people to live out. So when people...
Now, I know that in the information that we ended up getting about Kaylee, we found out that during the pandemic is when she basically was like, I'm done with this shit, because they still wanted everyone to pay all of their Greek life fees, even though no one was allowed to live inside of the Greek houses. Everything was off campus, everything was online, but there was no protocols put in place for Greek life to not keep sucking up all of everybody's money. So while no one could participate in any festivities, there could be no organized things. There was nothing that was allowed because of the pandemic rules. Everyone was still having to pay their fees. And Kaylee was like, that's not happening. I'm not doing this, which I agree with, because if you can't actually access any of the things that you're paying all these damn fees for, then why should you have to pay the fees? There should have been a stipulation from the university that trickled down into Greek life that put a stop to all of that, because what is that about? That's greedy. That's bullshit. So that's what we knew about why Kaylee had enough of it. I don't know about really the reason for everybody else, other than just wanting to be independent. But that was what was Kaylee's reason.
Will drop, then they're not required to pay that amount, and so they're no longer a member. So they don't get to go to the socials, the formals.
See, this is what I'm talking about too. There are people out here that are constantly trying to say stupid shit like this, but have not been able to prove it. So they sit here and they want to slander people and defame their name with some bullshit like that. But in 3.5 years, ain't not a single still shot, not a video clip, nothing has ever surfaced of Kaylee being on camera or doing anything nasty online. Every picture that you have seen of her is on a public profile on her own social media. Even the ones where it looks like she's in her freaking undies or in a little lingerie or whatever, or in a bikini. Those are all on public social media. I don't understand why people still do this kind of shit. I don't know why people still say this kind of stuff. Where's the proof? You're telling me that after 3.5 years, not a little sliver of anything ever leaked out and got found from anywhere? Come on. Come on. Ridiculous. Disgusting, disrespectful, and ridiculous.
So for meals, they don't have to do chapter, all of the above, but they also don't have Pi-Fi as their history anymore. So they resigned from being that so that they could live.
That's interesting you say that, because
prove it.
The story that we've gotten
just because they're cool, just because they're gorgeous. No, we don't have receipts for Kaylee having $100,000 either. We don't. See what I mean? There's a lot of people talking about a lot of stuff, but a lot of people talk about a lot of stuff and have no proof about them things they talking about. She had a job. She used her credit and her down payment for the car. She didn't pay the Range Rover out straight cash. She put a down payment on it and was paying a monthly fee. Even her grandparent had to help her pay the additional $1,000 that was needed. We know that from police reports. She put the money down. Grandma helped her with the extra $1,000 because her parents sure the hell didn't. And then after the car was supposed to be returned, the grandparents' money got returned back to the credit card. And then when they found out later, or got a phone call later from the Goncalveses saying they were going to go ahead and keep the Range Rover, they recharged the grandparent the $1,000 off the credit card. Somebody with $100,000 in the bank, and that's a cam girl making all kind of damn money, does not need her grandma to give her $1,000 for her down payment on her vehicle. That's not how that works.
Not Bethany. Dylan had invited Kaylee that weekend to be like her +1 to a formal.
See, and I wish we have some more information on that situation, because we know now that Kaylee was not moving out, that she was still living at that house, that she was going to end up back over there regardless. It had nothing to do with her wanting to go and show Maddie the Range Rover. That's where Kaylee lived. She only wasn't there from Parents Weekend to this weekend because of some storm. And then she ended up changing her mind about the vehicle that she had. And that's where the Range Rover came into play. So this whole thing here is interesting too, because if Dylan and Bethany were really no longer part of Greek life, then according to Greek life rules, they're not really allowed to like do all of these things and participate. But then in the reports, we hear that there was something that they went to, but then it all kind of like trickled back into 11/22 that Friday night. So I wish we had a couple more people that would come out and talk about Friday night and clear all of that up. But at least we know for a fact, Kaylee was not living there. She was living in that house. She'd only been gone for a week. She was going to end up back over there. She ended up getting the car like Thursday. The Range Rover was gotten on Thursday, the 10th. She goes down there on Friday the 11th, then we have the Saturday the 12th, and then of course we have Sunday the 13th. And that was it.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm not even sure who
it was not a lot of money.
No.
My Honda CRV, my 2019 Honda CRV cost $3,000 more than that Range Rover cost Kaylee. It was not brand new. It was a used vehicle in decent condition that she put a down payment on and was going to be making monthly payments for.
Like her +1 to a formal.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm not even sure who had not been an active member as far as I was aware.
That's
like
what the murky
Xana,
waters was. You don't know.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm pretty sure that the only one that I knew that had been within that, oh, I might drop, I might not, was Xana. And like she was who I was friends with. Like she was my main friend. I was friends with her and I was friends with Hunter Chapin. And so that was like my main.
See, and now that's where I got confused. And I still don't know who the hell she's really talking about here. Because just a few minutes ago, what did we just hear her say? They brought up Hunter freaking Johnson. And she says that her best friend is close with Hunter Johnson. So she's friends with Hunter Johnson, blah, 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 whatever. Now she's switching it up to, I was friends with Hunter Chapin. But she just said that she was only friends with Hunter Johnson. I don't think this girl really knows. I don't think this girl knows.
I could totally see why.
Yeah. And so like, I understood that was going on. I also knew because of my high school best friend who was in Appleby, who I was communicating with during that time period, she was also dealing with the whole, should I drop, should I not? Because I want to live out, but I don't want to like lose the sisterhood. So it's hard. It's a hard thing to deal with, but it's also a financial thing. And a lot of people are paying for their own finances when they go up there. So it's a bit hard. So yeah, it's nothing more than what you would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, especially confusing because Bethany was Maddie's little. So it's interesting that they weren't.
See, this is the kind of shit that I don't deal with. If you're coming in here with like dumbass claims about stuff and you're being asked to provide proof and you sit here and say, just do your own research, I'm no one's errand girl, then that means that you don't have proof. It's not hard to produce receipts. I do it day in and day out. So if you're going to sit here and talk shit about Kaylee and say all kinds of crazy shit, then you don't act that way and provide your proof. It's not being an errand girl. It's womaning up and proving what you have to say while you're talking shit about another woman. That's also dead and can't defend herself. So get out of my chat and go get your proof and come back when you have it. Because the person telling you is correct. And even if it's not Kaylee, you're still saying that somebody in this situation is a cam girl. And you're telling people that you don't have to provide any proof of what you're saying. That's crazy. Produce the proof or stop, because we don't play. We're just going to talk shit here. We provide receipts And I also don't sit here and stand for people talking shit about all of these people. Like, people say that I'm this horrible person because I have questions. When have we ever put anything bad on any of these people that died? Never. We stand up for them constantly. It's Dylan and Bethany that we have questions about. It's Bryan Kohberger's lack of evidence of having anything to do with anything that we have questions about. We are not doing this. So if you've got proof somebody was doing some crazy shit, then provide it instead of pretending that you're not going to be an errand girl and getting mad that people are asking you to prove your point. Go prove it. Ugh.
They weren't active.
None of that shit's cute. None of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, a lot of it doesn't have to do with the actual sisters and the girls that are involved within the sorority. It could easily do with their nationals and their advisors and people that are requiring certain things of them. There's also always going to be a bad guy, which is going to be the person that wants to take care of the finances. So if you have to meet a certain quota for
somebody else's cat
keeping your sorority open, then
mine's actually
you need a certain
quiet
amount of people to live in your sorority. And even if you love your sorority and your sisters, but you just like, nope, this isn't what I see for my plan of action for my college experience for these 4 years, there are going to be people that are going to drop. And it doesn't have anything to do with any tips or any arguments, anything like that. It just has to do with, honestly, just not wanting to conform to the national views and the national requirements of sorority and Pan-Atlantic life, which honestly snaps to them and, for being up for that. So, it's just basically not conforming.
Did you just say snaps
and that's
for
all
them?
They really did.
That's quite great.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's like a job within itself. That's a lot. I mean, I feel like it's far more complicated than people even realize.
Kaylee was right about those fees, though. That's crazy.
So I feel like this is kind of floating on the line of, I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, but with you having gone there, was there any talk about the girls being on only F or anything to do with that?
They gonna bring it up.
Oh no.
No. Okay.
Not at all.
It's been a big subject.
So. It has, with no proof, which I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm sure that if they're even listening to this conversation right now, like, and I mean my buddies up in heaven, but like, it's swear they'd be giggling to that as well, being like, oh my gosh, they actually think we were on OF. So no, none of them. I'm not saying none of them would have done well, but I know that none of them did that.
See, and that's what's crazy.
Asking if
simply because that's something that's for some sickening ass reason becomes so like normal. Like, it's not even OF either. Let's just be serious here for a minute. People are like losing their manners, their couth, their modesty. Okay. Over on TikTok, for people that are selling stuff on TikTok Shop, I didn't realize how like ridiculous some of these people do. Like right now, there's like these underwear that are being talked about, right? I don't want to see, as a big girl, I don't want to see a bunch of big ass women with their freaking stomachs hanging out, pulling up their freaking underwear every time I'm scrolling through my damn TikTok. I don't want to see a bunch of naked asses try to put on these damn little spank things. Like, why do you have to show yourself like that? Why do you not have any, like, where's all the privacy anymore? I don't understand it. I don't like it. I think it's gross. I don't want to see that shit. Big or small. I don't want to see your ass naked on my TikTok just because you want to sell me some freaking underwear. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to see that. And it's just like people have no modesty anymore. Literally none. It's all out the window. All ages just suddenly don't care. Could never be me. Could never be me. Never. But just because these girls were freaking beautiful, okay? Just because Maddie was like a little fairy, okay? Just because Kaylee was this voluptuous, gorgeous ass woman does not mean that they were doing funkatated ass shit on a camera. It doesn't. And that's been one of the things that has sickened me from day one is JLR coming out, and most of you guys have heard this already, JLR coming out and saying that about them with no proof, literally nothing, and putting it all over his freaking thumbnail and putting that out into the atmosphere. And then Steve Goncalves welcoming that piece of shit into his house and putting his arm around his neck and taking selfies with him. The man who talked shit to your daughter about her and her friend doing nasty shit and said that to hundreds of thousands of people on the internet and had this still people sitting here with this false impression of something based off a sick, nasty, perverted freak who put some information out on the internet with no proof. We haven't even had a good AI fake come out. Like, you got to be serious right now. Just the simple fact that people are still just believing that with nothing out here is crazy. And I really just wonder if it's just because they're pretty and they have some sort of issue in their own brains. So they hold on to that out of spite for some weird reason. I don't understand that mentality.
You know Emma Bailey.
No, not personally, no.
Okay, do you know of Emma Bailey?
I know of a Emma Bailey, but I'm not
I will admit,
sure because
I'll go back to this in a second. I will admit, as someone who is not even, all right, religious whatsoever, that was a weird picture. That was a weird move. That was a weird move. It's a weird move.
Okay, do you know of Emma Bailey?
I know of a Emma Bailey, but I'm not quite sure because we have a couple of Emma Baileys, so I only know of like actually one of them.
It's probably the one that they're asking.
The one that you were saying earlier.
Is there multiple Emma Baileys
more
over
so
there?
Bethany's friend. I think she said that earlier.
Oh, yeah. Again, and it's more about like, oh, I know of their name, I know what they look like.
Is there multiple Emma Baileys?
Anything about them?
What about
in that
Keenan
spot?
Harsh?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh my god. I did see that in the chat earlier too.
There is two.
No idea who that is.
Well, he lived really close to there as well, so he's kind of a very interesting character in the story. And he did some very bizarre interviews very early on, but he had said he got home at 4 a.m. and at that point nothing was going on. It was quiet.
No, actually, when he did his interview with that Frank little freaking weirdo who's got a freaking obsession with me and likes to write articles and watches every little thing I do like a freaking disgusting little weirdo, he told Frank that the lights at 1:27 in the morning on the Linda Lane cameras was his car pulling into the Linda Lane parking lot. So no, not 4 o'clock. No. 1:27 very specifically is what he said. That's a big difference between 1:30 and 4 o'clock.
So,
I hate to ask this. There was actually a guy that I interviewed recently after it was on TV that I had a random interference with, and he lived at the Browns, which is basically that brick building with the yellow paint. Was he interviewing like in front of that, and did he have like?
I think he was interviewing more so like in his apartment, like via Zoom.
And we're definitely still going to go through
talking about
more Enon stuff.
He had come out, he was standing outside and he had talked about the girls, and people suspected something about his mannerism, like just made people feel weird. And and he was getting like talked about a lot. But this Enon Harsh is, if you've seen his interview, girl, you would know. He's very like eclectic and kind of like goofy, and he said one night he had he was cooking with wine, and he brought the bottle of wine down to the girls. And
yeah, no, that's exactly who I'm referring to, the Enan Harsh guy.
Really?
So I just looked him up, and that's the same dude. So the only occurrence that I actually had with him was at the apartment that it was 1119. And it's like literally straight down the way. There was this dude when my friend Sophia, she had a couple of people in from out of town. Sorry if you can hear my cat, she's really cool.
I think we've heard that name.
There was a guy that
I want to say Sophia Whitehead.
I guess drive them home.
Is that right?
They were very intoxicated. They were from CDA, and they were not from out of town. Like they were not from in town, and so they just asked this random dude who decided to drive them to the apartment. And I was literally inside of the apartment. I was probably, I think, the only one that was sober, because I'm pretty sure that the other person, I was the only one that was sober, and I was hanging out in the apartment, and this dude just walks in, and it was him. It was this Enan guy, and he just straight up walked to the back, and I was like, what the actual heck is going on? And then he walked back and he goes, have you seen Sarah? And I go, yeah, what do you need? And he goes, well, she left her board, which is basically just like this water jug that's like half water, half like juice, and then a little bit of alcohol, and then they just write some stupid name on the front and they call it a board. And he had decided that after dropping them off, he was going to come back, walk into the house without knocking, and drop off this board, which he didn't even have in his hand. So I was actually one of the first people to say, hey, this happened, and then he went on interview, and that was.
So she's saying that somehow or another they ran into Enan Harsh and needed a ride back, and just got a random ass ride from a random ass dude, not her, but the other people she's talking about. And he decided that after dropping them off, that he was going to claim that one of them left their Borg, but she's saying he didn't have it with him when he walked in with no knocking. Like he just opened the door and walked straight into 1119 and walked straight towards the back of the house looking for someone, didn't acknowledge anyone until after he'd walked around, seen that he didn't see who he was looking for, and then asked homegirl where girl was. You just walk up in their house. That's insane. Rude.
That dude, he creeped me out. But then they basically fully cleared him. So yeah, they fully cleared him. So he had done something super creepy before the event even happened. And he was somebody that they fully looked into, but they also fully cleared him because I think that he's just not socially there and wanted attention.
Now listen to the way that she talks about Enan. She's had an actual experience with him. He's come in, he's made her feel uncomfortable. We already know a lot of other shit about him at this point. She's going to talk about Enan the same way that she probably would talk about Kohberger if she didn't have him as the killer in her mind. Listen to the way that she says stuff and know what we know about Kohberger, his autism, his social awkwardness, all the things that we already know. It's going to sound, to an extent, like how she would be describing Bryan Kohberger if she didn't think he was guilty.
And he was somebody that they fully looked into, but they also fully cleared him because I think that he's just not socially there and wanted attention.
Oh, okay. And had walked into the house after dropping them off.
Just not socially there.
Just walked into the house and walked to the back of the house.
Did you report that to law enforcement?
Oh, 100%. And it was the night of. I literally called them.
It's a very hypocritical.
Said, hey, there's something that went on. They came to the house. They reported it. They said that they checked him out because I said that he drove up to his apartment, and they checked him out that night, and they basically came back and they were like, yeah, no, he was definitely out of it. They fined him for like a DUI because obviously we said that he was driving and he had a dash cam and he had been driving under the influence,
So she's claiming that she told the police after the fact, not when it happened, but after the murders, she told the police about the instance where Enan just walked up in the house and that apparently he has a dash cam. He apparently has a dash cam that proved that he was under the influence as he was driving her friends back that night. And because I guess she told them about it after the fact, they would have pulled his dash cam and went back and found that he was intoxicated while driving. And so they fined him for something that he did beforehand because they saw it on the dash cam after the murders, is how I'm understanding that. Am I getting that right? Does that sound like something? So I'm really curious as to if they have dash cam in evidence of Enon's car pulling in, because he's not being honest about like anything here. The whole baller SUV situation we've talked about already. When he is on Truth and Transparency's channel and she has the damn Google map pulled up, he points to the dumpster on the 1112 camera where the truck is parked all night, and then that SUV is parked like on the opposite side of the dumpster. Like it's dumpster, and then there's an SUV behind the dumpster, and then there's a truck parked like this. And he's saying that he can see the back of the SUV and the rims and blah, 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 whatever. But that SUV, its back window is like facing Jack DeCour's house. So if you're Enon and you're pulling in from Taylor Avenue to turn on down to go down to the apartments, you can't see the back of that SUV. And he was asked over and over, are you sure that you don't mean the SUV that was in 1122's parking lot? And he's like, no, that's not where it was. It was over here. He's been wrong about everything. Everything. He's not on the defense list. He's not on the state list. And when it came to him being repeatedly asked to show his subpoena paperwork, he conveniently never has it. Which is why I'm trying to FOIA Latell County to see if there's anything about him being subpoenaed whatsoever, because they'll have it. That, I mean, unless they saw him drinking on camera or saw him doing a substance. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's weird, but that's the story that she's telling us. And I don't feel like you can do that. Right? Like an after the fact DUI for something, I don't know, just very odd. Let me go back a second, how she's putting this out.
Apartment, and they checked him out that night, and they basically came back and they were like, yeah, no, he was definitely out of it. They fined him for like a DUI because obviously we said that he was driving and he had a dash cam and he had been driving under the influence, which I wasn't with those gals, but he got in trouble for that without even realizing it. So
wait, he got a DUI?
He got in trouble for that without even realizing it. Like, that whole thing just makes no sense.
They said that he was under the influence. I'm not sure if he was doing something, but he was doing something weird. He had gone in the apartment. That was the last time I heard anything of it. And then I had reported him that night. And then obviously when everything went down, I was like, there was this one dude, before we knew anything about BK, it was just like, there was this one dude that did this, and I reported it right off. Yeah, and I was like, this happened. And you know, they even afterwards they were like, yeah, no, we looked into it, we cleared him. I'm gonna
FOIA MPD for all their Enon Harsh stuff.
Creepy guy. So
how close to the events this happened? I know you said it was before, but
it was within like 3 months of it happening.
Gotcha.
I was like, right away, I was like, okay, there's this experience that I let you guys know about. And then they even went back and they were like, oh yeah, we have all the information. They checked everything. They deep checked this dude specifically because he gave me the creeps. And I was like, okay, well, I don't want this dude hanging around because I also was the person that told him to get the fuck out. So
yeah,
get the
good for you.
Stink out. And so yeah, that's why I was like, okay, we're reporting him. And then I reported him then I reported him again. They were like, hey,
so she reported it then too. Okay, so then there should be a report about Enon Harsh from back in like what, August, September, October, November. There should be something from like August, somewhere around August. I wonder if he's the one that Kaylee thought might have been stalking her. Remember, she had a conversation with a group of friends in September where she was talking about like unwanted communications and something happening, and they all remember it. They don't remember the specifics, but they all remember having the conversation with her. I wonder if it's Enon. So if I FOIA Latell County and Moscow, technically Moscow, both, Latell County would have information about him being subpoenaed if he actually was, and MPD would have information about what she's talking about because she's saying that she reported it and reminded them about it after the crimes took place. Huh, okay.
You're totally safe.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, is if you felt like they had done enough to look into him, because that would have, made me feel a particular way. And then, when you watch his interviews, on
weird.
TV or online, that accompanied with your actual personal experience with them, like that's a big hard no for me.
Oh, it's a big hard no, but if you think about the kind of guy that says, "Where's my hug?" and then you rewatch it, then it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Now, when they're going to talk about Jack Showalter here in a few minutes, she's going to say the same kind of shit about Jack Showalter. I'm pretty sure it's Jack Showalter. Something about he's just like that. Can I get a hug guy? Like that's kind of like her go-to to just describe a dude. It seems like. It's just weird. She's just weird. She's everywhere.
Like it's just like he doesn't get enough attention, which there's different versions of that. There's the desperate, like, give me attention for everything I'm doing kind of version, and then there's the revenge kind of version, So
yeah.
So how soon was it after you made that complaint that they cleared him? Do you know?
It was within a week. And I had reported him like I think 2 days after the event. Because mentally got there.
Have you ever heard any of the girls make comments about him? Because he said that he had met them and he lived right there. Had you ever heard anything from them about him before?
No, I honestly think that he is just kind of gliding on some make-believe rainbow right now because he's getting this attention from all these random questions. And I'm not
now, mind you,
any of it. I'm just saying.
By March 2025, Enon Harsh had been poofed. He hadn't come out and spoken in a long ass time. He came out on, and I haven't even, I don't even think I was able to watch it. I don't even know if it's still out there. He came up to, I think it was Outcast's channel one night when he was live and came up and said some weird shit. And he wasn't up there for very long. And I meant to go, record it so that we had it, for when I do my deep dive stuff, just so I could see, what he was saying. And I don't think I ever got the chance to go actually over there and listen to it. I'm going to have to get a hold of him and see if it's still on his channel because I need to get that.
I just think that
he's been gone for a while.
For something that he's absolutely not a part of just because he's a creepy individual that makes girls uncomfortable in Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah.
He's been cleared by the FBI, by the Idaho State
How do you know any of
this?
this?
County. So, he's really not worth, in my time, in my opinion, he's really not worth my time, and I don't really think that he's worth answering those questions. Yes, I recognize him. Yes, he's creepy, and I've experienced something, but he was fully cleared, and that was proven to me, and he's just not worth it. He just seems
it was proven. Him being cleared was proven? Miss Ma'am, provide that, receipt. I really love you to provide that receipt.
Yes, he's creepy, and I've experienced something, but he was fully cleared, and that was proven to me, and he's just not worth it. He just seems like he's pushing for attention.
If you felt like they had done enough to look into him, because that would have, made me feel a particular way. And then, when you watch his interviews, on TV or online, that accompanied with your actual personal experience with them, that's a big hard no for me.
Oh, it's a big hard no, but if you think about the kind of guy that says, "Where's my hug?" and then you rewatch it, then it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. I get it.
It's just he doesn't get enough attention, which there's different versions of that. There's the desperate, give me attention for everything I'm doing kind of version, and then there's the revenge kind of version, So
So How soon was it after you made that complaint that they cleared him? Do you know?
She's talking about Enon.
It was within a week. And I had reported him like 2 days after the event.
Because
mentally got there.
Have you ever heard any of the girls make comments about him? Because he said that he had met them and he lived right there. Had you ever heard anything from them about him before?
No, I honestly think that he is just kind of gliding on some make-believe rainbow right now because he's getting this attention from all these random questions. And I'm not disvalidating any of it. I'm just saying, I just think that he's getting way too much attention for something that he's absolutely not a part of, just because he's a creepy individual that makes girls uncomfortable in Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah.
He's been cleared by the FBI, by the Idaho State Department, by Latah County. So, he's really not worth, in my opinion, he's really not worth my time. And I don't really think that he's worth answering those questions. Yes, I recognize him. Yes, he's creepy and I've experienced something, but he was fully cleared and that was proven to me. And he's just not worth it. He just seems
How was
like
it proven to you, though?
Attention.
That's crazy to say.
Hey, I have a question without you saying any names. But is there anybody that is being talked about in the town?
Which they basically already sort of asked this.
It seems like they're more of a suspect than Bryan ever is.
Short and simple, no, not at all.
Just because no one's talking to you does not mean that there's not talk.
There's nobody that feels that way about anybody, and it's been 2.5 years, and that's been a consistent thing. So
that's a lie.
So do you all feel safe that they've got the right person?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty confident that they have the right person. There's just no doubt in my mind that they would make that mistake with how dedicated every single person in our town was.
Yeah, it was.
To figuring everything out. Like, there was people doing.
She lived at 1119, which is across the street from 1112 where the camera stuff is. And she was in the house. She said that he walked into 1119. That's where she lived. So yeah, it was her house that he walked into.
Donating money to the Latah County Police Department so that we could help figure this stuff out that weren't even related or even knew about these people in the first place. So
no, there's not one. We looked earlier.
Can you say that again?
Like, there was just people that were helping out the community service.
Yeah, now this is where I wanted y'all to listen. Listen to what she just said.
Out. Like, there was people donating money to the Latah County Police Department so that we could help figure this stuff out that weren't even related or even knew about these people in the first place. So
wait, can you say that again?
Like, there was just people that were helping out the community service when we were trying to help the community after we figured out the events, where we were just like people that were donating to the family and were donating to just the Latah community so that we could get more information.
Gave money to the Latah police, to the police
support
department.
The families more when everything was going down. So there are people that were a part of that small town community that wanted to help. And that was just
everyone came together.
Yeah, that was the epitome of it. It's not some conspiracy or anything bigger than you'd expect. It's just people wanting to help everybody and being like, holy crap, this did not just happen in this community. We need to band together, which is exactly what happens.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, when you look at any, 9/11, anything like that, it's kind of one of those like situations where like you have to come together. And
like, this girl's kissing her ass, but the other girl's about to pop in and ask her questions.
I just have never heard that people were giving Moscow PD money. That is what kind of threw me with your statement that was going on. So
yeah.
I got
it's not like they were bribing people with money, but
I know it's just a very odd thing that people would be sending the police department money. Like, I understand helping the community, but I don't think that that's normal practice.
It's important to note that like Moscow is a small town, so they don't have a lot of resources, especially for the crime that happened.
I don't know where she's from.
Like this is something that's like,
but yeah, the guy calls one of the girls tiny. But yeah, this girl just said, and she like gets flustered. She's like, "Oh my god, it's not a conspiracy. You just said people gave money to the police. You just said that people gave money to the police department, not that they were giving money to the community, not that they were giving money to the families. You said that they were giving money to the police department so that y'all could figure out what happened here." Let's go back like 30 seconds.
But 9/11
happened in going down. The Latah community, help the community.
Can you say that
again? How dedicated every single person in our town was to figuring everything out. Like there was people donating money to the Latah County Police Department so that we could help figure this stuff out that weren't even related or even knew about these people in the first place. So
wait,
yeah,
can you say that again?
Like there was just people that were helping out the community service when we were trying to help the community after we figured out the events, where we were just like people that were donating to the family and were donating to just the Latah community so that we could get more information and
donating money to get more information. I don't like this girl.
People that were donating to the family and were donating to just the Latah community so that we could get more information and support the families more when everything was going down. So there are people that were a part of that small town community that wanted to help.
How are you supporting the families by giving money to the cops, Miss Ma'am?
And that was just
everyone came together.
Yeah, that was the epitome of it. It's not some conspiracy or anything bigger than you'd expect. It's just,
girl, you're just mad that you
people
ran your
wanting
mouth
to help everybody and
She's
being
so
like, holy
stupid.
crap,
This
this
girl
is
is
not
so
just
dumb.
happening in this community. We need to band together,
that
which
makes
is exactly
sense.
what happens.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, when you look at any, 9/11, anything like that, it's kind of one of those like situations where like you have to come together and,
I just have never heard that people were giving Moscow PD money. That is what kind of threw me with your statement that was going on. So,
yeah.
I got
It's
another.
not like they were bribing people with money, but
I know it's just a very odd thing that people would be.
But you literally just said that money was being given to help figure out what happened, so that y'all could help figure out what was going on. It kind of sounds like bribery, because how else is money going to help you figure out what's going on when the FBI, ISP, Homeland Security, all of these different departments and agencies stepped in on day one to start assisting? What the frick did MPD need money for? MPD didn't do shit. MPD did nothing. They got told what to do by the feds. What you mean? Now I want to like FOIA. Can I FOIA donation information? The money that was given to the police? Can I FOIA who their benefactors are? Because this girl's claiming that they got some.
Sending the police department
Crazy
money.
as hell.
Like I understand helping the community, but I don't think that that's normal practice.
It's important to note that like Moscow is a small town, so they don't have a lot of resources, especially for
that part
the
doesn't
crime
matter
that
to me.
happened.
Not when the FBI and everybody else came in.
This is something that's like unprecedented in that town, because I don't think that they've ever had something so horrific happen on this scale. So I think that might be why.
No. If that's your mentality, then why are you out here talking in true crime? That's not how it works, ma'am. And again, the FBI stepped in, Homeland Security stepped in, everybody freaking stepped in to do things, and MPD did nothing. They literally outsourced everything that they did do to other places. Why would she say that statement? And see, now she's trying to like fix it because people are getting like, they're asking her questions because she said some crazy shit and she doesn't like that. Should probably get off of your live because you saying some crazy shit.
Yes.
People are funding them.
No, I get that. But, you know, what happens is if Moscow can't afford it, then the state picks up the bill. That's just kind of how that process works.
Yeah, like
I just don't know that it's a normal practice for any type of catastrophic event where the police department is getting sent money. And I haven't heard that. And I've followed the case pretty closely. I feel like if they were getting money, that is something that we would have.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just think that you're diving way too deep into a deep end of cement because there's no way deeper you can go. I'm sorry, but I just think that you're reading way too into a comment that was just basically meant to say that the community was banding together and we were trying our best to help solve the actual event that happened.
No, what happened is you like to run your mouth about shit that you don't know anything about. So you say crazy ass shit and you don't like being called out on it. You're out here talking on these experiences that you don't actually have while saying that you could only answer things based on your experience. How would you even have known if somebody gave money to the police? Who do you know that's an officer at Latah County or somebody associated with that for you to have even known that situation? Or do you not know and you're just too dumb to be able to put words together to where they don't look sketchy as shit? Because you repeated it twice. You didn't just say it one time, get asked the question, and then sort of like change the way you said shit. You said it twice that the police officers got money. The police department got money. So no, there is no diving off into a deep end. Miss, I'm going to tell you everything about Sigma Chi, then run my mouth when you ask other questions about shit that I say out of my own face. That's crazy. And now she's going to run her mouth to these people like they're the ones who are in the wrong for asking questions about some off-the-wall shit that she just said.
But you're reading way too
Talk
into
about a
a
gaslighter.
comment that was just basically meant to say that the community was banding together and we were trying our best to help solve the actual event that happened rather than figure out a fake conspiracy that has nothing to do with it. So if you have an actual question that has to do with these people's lives and has nothing to do with the conspiracy or Bryan Kohberger's bullshit, bull crap, then
that's the third time this 20-something-year-old person has freaked out and apologized for saying shit. That's weird to me. Like this, everything about this girl's mentality is just weird to me.
I don't really think that you have a floor to stand on. Sorry.
I was
She's
just
such a
trying to get
freaking weirdo.
clarification on your comment. That's all.
Yeah, you said some
I
dumb
wasn't
shit.
trying to make it a conspiracy or any of that. I was just saying that's not typical.
I think it could go to any level as far as even like donating to the families or donating to the siblings or, I mean, I see what you're saying, Kim. Like just banding together as a community, like taking what your comment was for face value.
But
yeah, and the face value of that comment is that the Latah County Police Department got given money to figure out what happened there. Since you want to take it at face value, take it for what she said. Take it for what she said. Nothing further.
Curious on something. During the 911 calls, to me and to many other people in the comments, it sounds like there was two guys that was in the house. Do you know if that's right? Also, another thing is, do you have an idea or have you ever heard that there was a lot of people that were in the house, not just outside of the house, but in the house before the police arrived?
Notice the silence.
I wish that I genuinely knew more, but
so she has her microphone turned off. Notice the sound change. It's silent. And then right before she talks, it's like she unmutes her microphone because now you can hear the background for like a split second before she starts talking. Someone is feeding her information and answers.
Heard
without a doubt
that there was a lot of people that were in the house, not just outside of the house, but in the house before the police arrived.
Go to the original. I'm not putting this shit in here. It's there.
I wish that I genuinely knew more.
And then the echo.
All I know is
until it gets leveled.
It's just as much as you guys do. So
she's muting it for a reason.
I know for a fact that there was only one male that wasn't a part of police that had entered the house just to genuinely understand what was going on, and that was Hunter Johnson.
Sounds just like Dylan.
No one else.
So much about her tone sounds like Dylan.
Physical, like, you know, any of the actual scene. I don't know how to explain that. If anything, you know.
So this is where I just want to ask, and I know we'll never find out unless for some reason she does the stupid thing, which is come out to another YouTube channel and talk. Because let me tell you something, girl, as much as I want to know this answer, please don't ever do this ever again. Never. What I want to know now is how she actually feels knowing that what she just said is a freaking lie. And maybe not because she knew any different, but because she was lied to. Because we already know Dylan saw Xana. Not just that morning before the cops showed up, but also at 4:00 that morning. And she knew that Xana hadn't moved a hair because she was in the exact same position. We even have Bethany in her interview also admitting that she saw Xana. So no, to sit here and say that Hunter Johnson was the only one, blah, 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 that's a lie. Little Miss 8 hours to call 911. Both of them saw Xana on the floor. And that's just the little bitty instances that they've actually screwed up to talk about. We know there's more. The lack of blood coming out of Xana's room, leading anywhere. The lack of blood down the steps, like nobody walked in anything. Even with covers on, you're leaving a pattern print. And the only thing that we see are these two little spots right in front of Dylan's door, and one of them wasn't even photographed. One of them wasn't even considered important. Where's the rest of it? Blood just doesn't poof and evaporate like water. It also doesn't just like sit there. If it gets touched, it's going to transfer itself. So explain the missing things that should be there that are not there. While sitting here and trying to take up for people that stood in that house for 8 hours after everything that took place. And even if Bethany really just kind of like heard a noise and was just taking Dylan's word for stuff and didn't really hear much of anything else, then we still got Dylan. Like Bethany really might just be dumb enough to be played by Dylan. But Dylan, I don't have any grace for. None. Absolutely none.
Anything physical, like, you know, any of the actual scene. I don't know how to explain that. If anything, you know, they were inching up the stairwell, inching down the stairwell during the actual physical trying to figure things out. But I don't, it would have been pretty obvious and very aware to us and spread
us
rapidly.
Why do you keep including yourself?
If anybody had actually seen something, or if there had been a lot of people up there, it's just such a small community, and it's like just like living within a high school that's actually college. I'm not kidding. It just like stuff spreads so quickly, and we didn't know anything about it other than that Hunter, you know, basically took one for the team and
lied.
You know, he was like the only one that actually entered the house and to figure anything out. So yeah.
Now when it came to everybody that walked over there, that's how we were told it. We were told that Hunter basically like hightailed it over there before anyone else, which I also find strange behavior. I do. Got in the house, saw the things, and before Emily, Josie, and Lyndon could get all the way up to the second floor, he told them to go outside, but not before Emily saw a knife on the ground, which is why this story makes no sense. Because if he's trying to say that he went into the kitchen to grab a knife to then go back into Xana's room to clear it, basically, because that's what his story is. Why, as you're hearing Emily come up the stairs, do you come back out from Xana's room and tell her to leave, but the knife's on the floor? What good is that knife doing you if the bad guy's in the closet in Xana's room if the knife's on the floor at the stairs? That shit don't make no sense. And Dylan and Bethany both said they didn't even see him go into the freaking kitchen. And you can take whatever, you've got to take their word with a grain of salt massively. But both of them say that they didn't see him walk into the kitchen is interesting because where'd the knife come from then? And why was it on the ground? And why didn't you ever tell the cops that it was on the floor? All you ever said it was that was the knife that you grabbed for protection. And there it is on the table. The fact that it was on the ground is never, ever mentioned. In the interview, when he's talking to the cops, nothing about it being on the floor is ever said from his face. So how do we actually know the origin story of that knife? We don't. We're going based off of some bullshit said by a kid that changed his pants, that heard a phone call, and before he even knew what was going on, went over there and was there way before anyone else showed up, and was standing there in his Chris Watts stance with his hands over his head, and apparently went in there and checked Xana's pulse, but is hiding his hands and then changes his pants. I find those behaviors strange.
Thanks for asking that.
Glad that you clarified that, because so many people have been like really shaming the roommates and like speculating about like, why wouldn't they mention like all of the red stuff? It had to have been everywhere. But people are forgetting that Hunter was the one that saw it.
It was also on the walls. It was also above the staircase where you're walking. It was also on the walls going towards Xana's room. There was hair, blood, streaks. Like, it was, come on. It wasn't just how bad Xana's room was. And as horrible as it was that picture of her came out unredacted, I'm still glad that we got, for those of you that did, get the chance to see it, because you can see how covered in blood not only the room was, but her. And with even no lights on, it being almost freaking noon, being noon when the cops get there, all the sunlight coming in from the windows, and they're still going to try to pretend like they didn't see the blood. Mister, I went in and checked her pulse. I'm so tired of these people. Like, now that the photos have come out, and this chick, if she ever gave two shits of truth about these people that she's pretending to know, if she looked at these pictures and saw all the blood on the floor, if she saw the freaking carnage in Xana's room, and then she hears the interviews where both Dylan and Bethany claim that they actually saw inside, and then she sees all these discrepancies, what is she thinking now about being lied to? Same question I have for Emily. How does Emily actually feel deep down inside, knowing if she even, again, gives the shit enough to pull up the documents, to pull up the interviews, to actually look at the evidence? How does Emily feel being played like a damn fool? Being the one to be called over and then being used in court for the freaking statement by Bethany? And then you know damn well that they crinkled her hair and made it wavy to match the most shared photograph of Bethany that's out there in her black shirt with her wavy hair. That's why some of the even news reporters thought that Emily was Bethany. It wasn't. So many people were not told like the truth at all. And like I can give Emily like enough, because like she went up to the top of the step, didn't see much of anything, and walked back. And unless you're really looking up and paying attention, like you're not going to see the blood on that wall as you're going up the step. And when you're turning around, you're thinking about getting back downstairs and getting out, because now this guy's coming at you and telling you, oh my God, get out, call the cops, blah, blah, blah. You're not looking up above you as you're walking out to see the blood on the wall. But Emily has to know by now that Hunter Johnson saw that shit. Has to know by now that Dylan saw that shit. Has to know by now that Bethany called that shit. Has to know by now that Bethany and Dylan were on the phones talking to people and sending text messages and making phone calls to Jenna and doing all kinds of things. When are they going to come out and finally be like, damn, I was fooled. This is what they told me. And now that the proof and the truth has come out, I know it's a lie. And now I'm out to tell you, because something's wrong. Where is that? Because we know that it has to be there. We see the facts. We see the evidence. We know that it was bullshit. We know that they were lied to. We know the truth. I wonder how long we're going to have to wait for those conversations to start. If they ever do.
And the roommates are the ones that were communicating with the dispatcher. So I'm really glad you brought that up.
As it's getting closer, you notice more things that trigger you and you try to not let them. But then there's also that point that you're like, okay, well, do I let them affect me? And I just make more awareness to their names and use my effort towards that and standing up for the people that are innocent and, defending the people that I care about and all of that. So I'm doing well. I'm okay. It sucks, but.
Is this kind of like your first time of talking a lot? And the reason why I'm asking or saying is because I've been there in a trauma situation, and like the worst freaking feeling that I had was that I had a muzzle on my mouth and I couldn't talk to anybody. And
has this man been like watching TV as his live stream is going? Has he not like heard the fact that she's never been inside the house, that she really doesn't know shit about shit? And then he's going to sit here and be like, have you felt like you couldn't talk? Have you felt like you've had a muzzle on your face? For what? Chick doesn't know shit about shit. And she's definitely out here in March of 2025 talking before the gag was lifted. So I just feel like this guy legitimately didn't pay attention to a damn thing that was even being said to then ask this kind of question. But that's just how I would not be flowing with this, with asking that kind of question after knowing how little this person actually does have to do with anything, is all I'm saying.
And it took me, over a year before I could start actually getting things out.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, actually. It took me...
Oh my God, yes.
2 years.
Thank you for giving me a platform to play the victim on. And now I'm going to play this shit up.
Over a year before I could start actually getting things out.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, actually. It took me 2 years before I could ever start speaking.
Oh my God.
And the first time I ever did was when I was going back through my camera roll. And I don't know if you guys ever saw, but that video of it's like a 6-second video that I sent to London's Notebook or something like that, where I was zooming in and you could see the buddies, and then I had just watched Murphy being taken out to the car, and basically someone said, whose dog was that? And then somebody says, Kaylee's. So that was actually me. That was my video. So that was the first time that I felt confident enough. I was okay, but we're far enough into the investigation. We're close enough to the trial to where I feel comfortable actually sharing this to somebody that's.
So she's going to go into I don't know. I don't remember the date for that. Let me go back into my videos and see. But she's about to go into a whole thing about how we're close enough to the trial. Now I feel comfortable enough to talk to somebody about this. But she just said that she was just going through her camera roll and saw it. So it's not like it was something that she remembered that she had. It's not like it was something that's been weighing on her and she wanted to get it out there and get an opinion on it or anything like that. She is now trying to change the dynamics of this entire situation after basically just admitting that she just came across it and decided to share it. It's nothing that she was holding on to and waiting for, feeling more confident about because of the dates. None of that shit. She is literally just talking to talk. Like, I feel bad for the person that's in a relationship with this person. Because talk about a manipulating ass gaslighter. Talk about somebody who's just going to say whatever they feel is appropriate for the moment and not care if they're being truthful or not. Because that's what I'm getting from her. It's a very generational, entitled, I can just say whatever I want to say and people believe me. Because I've done it my entire life. It sits there. That's the aura.
willing to do facts and willing to provide just
London does
straight
facts. That's a damn
information
lie.
rather than make conspiracy out of it and try to,
Somebody
wind
picked up
up
a
people's
buzzword.
emotions for views. So that's what I did. And
okay, so this video of the couple of second video that she's talking about came out at like the end of January, because I did a video about it on February 1st, 2025. And it had been out for like a day or so. There's the link to that. It had been out for like a day or so by the time I did this video. So February 1st, this video comes out. Home Chick is over here talking on this live on March 31st. Same year. So it didn't have anything to do with being close to the trial. It had everything to do with you happened to be looking through your camera roll and saw something that could get you a little bit of attention, so you ran with it. That's all I'm hearing.
Since I've just been more encouraged to stand up for the right thing. So when people are talking crazy conspiracy, if they're beyond help, then I just tell myself they're just crazy. And then if there's anything I can do,
Who's that sound like?
Curious about the other side, then I might as well provide, because
if they're curious about the other side, I might as well provide. Provide what? You're providing me a headache. You're not providing me anything worth a shit. What are you providing in this? Self-accomplishment? Like, this is literally all like a mental health issue, in my opinion. That's where I've come to. This is a mental health problem.
Beyond help, then I just tell myself they're just crazy. And then if there's anything I can do where they're curious about the other side, then I might as well provide, because, I was there. I care about these people. I know that Danny even said, she said, I'm going to die young. And she said that years before. So the fact that she said she was going to die young, I mean, it's just like, okay, but that doesn't mean that her memory is ever going to die. So I don't know. That's just the way that my mind works. So I feel good that I'm able to communicate about them, because I think about them every single day. And even though I wasn't.
But what have you communicated about them? You said 2 seconds about being at the Sigma Chi party. Then whenever you got asked at the Sigma Chi party, well, I wasn't sitting there with the microphone next to Xana the whole time. You get asked about the experiences of the house. Well, I've never been inside the house. This is why I'm glad I work from home, because I have a feeling that there's people like this out there more than there probably should be. And there's just no way that I could deal with this in real life on a constant. Someone like this. There's just no way.
Closest with any of them. I was still friends with all of them. And so it's just.
No, you weren't. You were an acquaintance.
It's a lot more painful for the people that knew them the best to communicate this way. So if I know them to a point where I feel like I can provide enough sense to who they were, then I might as well.
Have you been in their house before? Like, there's a lot of questions about if they had keypad locks on their doors. And it's kind of been like back and forth. Yes, they did. No, they didn't. Is that something you can confirm?
I can't confirm that. I'm sorry. I actually hadn't been in their house. I hadn't been to a party at their house, mainly because
Mainly because they didn't like yo ass. Okay, I'm going to explain it one more time how this would work. You have a house full of people that parties constantly, drinks in a group literally daily, has people come over every single day for little get-togethers, for little gatherings. Cops get called because the parties get too loud. And you've got all these people living in that house that you claim that you're friends with, yet none of those technically 6 people, none of them ever think to invite you to a damn thing, and you live right there. They could holler your name out Bethany's window and you could hear them from your little basement bedroom, and they don't invite you to nothing that they do. Ma'am, you have nothing to give in this situation besides your arrogance. But let's go ahead and listen to whatever weird ass reason she wants to give for why she was never invited. Because it can't be because they didn't like her, right? It can't be that.
I can't confirm that. I'm sorry. I actually haven't been in their house. I haven't been to a party at their house.
Of course not.
Mainly because when I was involved with partying with everybody there, the girls that were 21 were at the bars, and Xana was with Ethan at Sid and Kai, which is where I was at. So I really couldn't confirm that for you. I'm sorry.
Are there any like certain creators that you talk to, or?
I'm going to pause just a second so I can show y'all this because I don't know why. My sister has pet frogs and she just sent me this picture and it's just cute. So I'm going to show you guys real quick. Her male and female frog are like cuddling together. Can y'all see that? Y'all can't even see that, can you? I'm trying to show you cute frogs and it's not working. Can I turn this down more? Man, this is just going to be like the damn Kohberger twin TikTok. I really want to show y'all these little cute froggies. Hold on. Is it working now? See, look. Oh, come on. Can y'all see it a little bit? I hate this thing. I had it for a second. I think it's my light. Yep, hold on. I'm going to turn it off. Can y'all see that? A little bit? Oh, they're cuddling. They're cute, cuddly frogs, okay? I've never seen frogs cuddle with each other before, so I just find that funny. I've never seen no cuddly frogs.
I really couldn't confirm that for you. I'm sorry.
Are there
That's funny.
Any like certain creators that you talk to or have been talking to since you felt comfortable coming out?
Now she's going to mention that London girl and a guy I've never heard of before.
Not particularly. I trust London's content, and it just so happens that we agree on certain things that do have to do with bias, but it doesn't mean that we can't put those biases away and communicate about facts. And I like how she presents certain things, and most important.
Let me re-listen to that statement.
That you talk to or have been talking to since you felt comfortable coming out?
I mean, not particularly. I trust London's content, and it just so happens that we agree on certain things that do have to do with bias.
Okay, she just said we agree on certain things that have to do with bias. Now listen to the next statement.
But it doesn't mean that we can't put those biases away and communicate about facts.
But it doesn't mean that we can't put those biases away and communicate about facts. Like, it almost sounds like y'all don't really agree on some stuff, but you're willing to put it aside to talk about whatever. I don't know. There's a way that she said that was just kind of strange to me. I don't know.
London's content, and it just so happens that we agree on certain things that do have to do with bias, but it doesn't mean that we can't put those biases away and communicate about facts. And I like how
London
she presents
doesn't
certain things, and
talk facts.
Most importantly, I appreciate
talks
how
headlines.
she talks about Dylan and Bethany and defends them. So that's the reason why I trusted her the most.
That's dumb. That's a dumb reason.
Other than that, I think that the only other person that I feel comfortable communicating with at all, which again, it's not like I'm providing crazy information that's going to affect the case whatsoever. It's just more about my experience, and they're just people that care. And
you have
the
no
other
experience.
one is
Get on to the
Aaron
point.
Peaks, and he's a very, very,
Aaron
very
who?
sweet individual. That
yeah, I don't know if she's saying Aaron Teague, Aaron Peaks. I don't know who she's talking about. Anybody have an idea?
And then other than that, I think that the only other person that I feel comfortable communicating with at all, which again, it's not like I'm providing crazy information that's going to affect the case whatsoever. It's just more about my experience, and they're just people that care. And the other one is Aaron Peaks, and he's a very, very.
Anybody know who that is? Aaron Teagues, Aaron Peaks. Who in the frick is that? Some true crime person. I'm guessing because it's a boy, it's a double A, R-O-N. Aaron Peaks, true crime. I'm just going to type in a couple different things. Aaron Peaks, true crime. So there's somebody that goes by True Crime with Aaron. There's 35 subscribers. That's definitely not the person that they were talking about. Okay. Is it maybe Aaron Teague? Maybe Aaron Teague? Teague? Okay, let's see. The psychologist? Well, I'm going to type in true crime behind it because it's just showing me a psychologist guy. Okay. Well, there's an Aaron Teague that's 29 that faced charges for some crazy stuff. I doubt that's the guy. There's like Apple Podcast stuff. Okay, so he's got a TikTok. No, this is a zero. Oh, no, okay, never mind. 60,000 followers. Exotic Teague Talks is his. He has an Idaho 4 start to finish list that has like 216 things on it. Never heard of him before. I didn't know who she was talking about. I had no idea who she was talking about. Okay, so I guess I need to go see what his deal is, but it sounds like it's probably not worth my time if she likes him.
Very, very sweet individual that will check up on me, including when I'm not even aware of things that have been released. Like I was at work for a 10-hour day and dealing with just crazy stuff. And
I'm sure it's so crazy.
You know, I had opened up my TikTok when I got home, and I noticed I had a message from Aaron that was just basically saying, "Hey, if you need anything, you know, you always have me to talk to. Don't even worry about it. You just, this is really tough. I get it."
She didn't even know these people,
and
bro.
He was very respectful in everything that he posted regarding the 911 call, and that was really tough when I got home, and it affected me a lot, and it triggered certain things that, you know, like it made me cry, and I didn't expect that and all of that. And so it's just, there's people that I do trust, and you know, that's London and that's Aaron, but that's about it. And the only reason why is because they care. They genuinely care. They don't do it for the views. They genuinely care, and they do enough research, and they're dedicated.
I can say differently about London. I don't know the other guy.
That's why I trust and talk to those guys.
Do you know much about Jack Showalter? Like, is he somebody that you've spent any time with or know about?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's kind of just like drywall. He doesn't. He's just kind of a dude. He really,
I didn't mean to laugh so hard at that.
No,
you're not the only one that is explained in that way. So
like, he's just like drywall. I wasn't expecting it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Joshua Walter, he's just a dude. Like, he was just like, if I'm viewing it outside of everything, he was just some dude. He wasn't the popular guy. He wasn't the super hot guy. He wasn't even the super funny guy. He was just some dude. Just that, like, mediocre dude. I don't really know how else to explain it. That guy. I not really.
think you explained it perfectly, honestly, because, like, I'm picturing.
Oh, you're the one who did this interview. You and another lady are talking to her. So, okay. Well, I know London does. Okay. Well, Aaron does too. That tells me everything too.
As you're explaining it, and I feel like it's so fitting.
Yeah, no, he's like that dude. He's like the "where's my hug" kind of dude.
See?
You know?
Yeah.
She's describing every guy like that. Like, every guy is just the "where's my hug" kind of guy. Okay,
You're
girl.
explaining it, and I feel like it's so fitting.
Yeah, no, he's like that dude. He's like the "where's my hug" kind of dude. You know?
Yeah.
He's nothing more, nothing less. He's just that dude. There's no way that he's a mastermind in any way.
Yeah.
I don't know what his major was, but if it wasn't business, then
she has no idea about
it
this
was
guy.
General education. So
she's just literally talking to talk.
He's just here for the Borgs.
She's just
yeah, I would say the only thing I'm curious about is what they haven't released, which I guess is a lot of information.
No, how do you feel now?
But,
Idiot.
you know, I think that the main thing that I am hoping I get out of trial, because there's obviously a lot that I'm curious about. I can't tell you what I'm most curious about.
You could.
Because if I do so, then I'm thinking about a lot of detail that I really don't need to be or wanting to be thinking about.
That means you just actually don't care because you don't have any real questions.
But one thing I'm hoping that this trial gives and we get from is all the conspiracy theorists to be told wrong. I want everybody to be
you know what's hilarious
wrong.
is that the only people that have been proved wrong are the people on her side of things. Because there's literally been not another inkling of freaking evidence to point towards Kohberger whatsoever. And then on top of that, the Q-tip that had his DNA, and I know that my people are tired of hearing this, but I'm going to keep on saying it. The Q-tip where his DNA was found is a resubmission, and there is no paper trail. So what happened to the first one? Where did the second one get swabbed from? How and when did it get over there? There's no information on it except for in the forensic paperwork. It says resubmission right next to the Q-tip. That's the only damn thing that they have for him. They can't put him in that area. They can't actually say that that was his car. And as a matter of fact, going through the Pullman information that we just got yesterday or day before yesterday, they have some information that they sent out before the Bolo situation that Payne sent out on the 27th. There was another email communication. There's like a list of vehicles that has like, I don't know, almost 10 different cars listed on it. And guess what's not on there? A freaking Hyundai. At all. No kind of Hyundai. No kind of year range for an Elantra. Nada. That's not what they were originally looking for, literally at all. It's not even on the list. So how's this dumbass feel now? Because no, we out here asking questions haven't been proven wrong about shit. I mean, we're still waiting. We're digging through every damn piece of paper, going through every little interview, looking at every damn thing. And where's the proof that we're wrong? A plea doesn't mean a damn thing, especially not in today's world. I can't imagine how dumb this girl must feel. I really can't. I can't relate. Can't be me.
We get from is all the conspiracy theorists to be told wrong. I want everybody to be proved wrong, and the people that are trying to cause harm to those who have lost their lives and to the actual survivors, it's just I want those people to feel like, okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe that wasn't the best thing for me to be trying to get traction on, because there's so much proof otherwise. I'm curious. I'm hoping it's like a two-parter where I'm just like, I'm so curious about what they don't have.
Holy shit.
And I hope that what they have will give that kind of effect, because
except what do they have?
It's,
we cannot place Mr. Kohberger in that area, but we do have his phone pinging in that area. The area is a vast area with so many occupants, mostly college-related occupants. We don't have any connections between Bryan Kohberger and 1122 or its occupants. We can't actually put him anywhere in that area whatsoever. The DNA doesn't mean shit. We don't have a working narrative. We couldn't find a connection. We don't have any answers. Oh, and 2 weeks after the crime took place, some weirdo FBI profiler told us way before we ever even sent them the DNA not to bother asking the guy that we catch, because it's not going to make any sense to anybody with a normal working brain, and the guy's just going to lie anyway. So don't even bother. In what reality is any of that okay? In what reality is that the conspiracy theorist being proven wrong? I honestly don't even want to know how this girl feels, because she's like dumb. It's so dumb. Thank you for the 1999 Mobile here. Where do you think it went down? Could go either way. Down the street and they hauled them back and staged it, or at King Road. M&K number one suspect should be the last person seen with them, which is that creepy old ass driver. Sus, not normal. I don't think that they were brought into the house. I think whatever happened inside of that house. I know that some people think otherwise. I haven't seen proof of that. Now, I will also say that we can't see behind the damn camera. We can't hear behind the damn camera from 12:55 to 2:25. And then from 2:25 until noon, we have sound. But even then, the sounds are so all over the place. We also don't have a lot of room here to see. Something could have happened behind the house. Something could have happened in between the houses. Like, Jack could have gone back and forth 1.5 million times, and we would have never known. And there's a walkway right there, and we would have never known anything. Somebody could have walked from behind Walenta. I honestly don't feel like, well, I'll say this. For the longest time, I didn't really feel like that car, the SV1 car, really had anything to do with anything. But then we look at Dylan and Bethany's timelines, I guess, for communication. And again, my people know this already. I've questioned this for like a while. We know that Dylan was going around telling everybody that she saw the guy and she called Bethany. She freaked out. She called Bethany. That's not true. She didn't call anyone. She didn't tell anybody anything. She did not bother. Instead, what happened is Bethany got woken up by a noise, apparently, and called Dylan. And then in Bethany calling Dylan, she then says whatever she says to Bethany. But as soon as she gets off the phone, there's a text message that goes out to to an unknown number. Dylan sends a text to someone. It's not to the Brittany girl. They would have it labeled. It's not to Jenna. They would have it labeled. All the names that we saw on there, it's not her father. It's not Bethany. It's an unlabeled number. Unlabeled number. Right after Bethany calls Dylan, and then Dylan sends a text message to some random ass number, is when the car leaves like a bat out of hell. So I've really just kind of wondered if that text message that Dylan sent was the clue to whoever was in the car. Shit, someone's up. She's up. She just called me. She heard something. You got to go. Now, I know that the police have all the information. That's cool. But it doesn't have to be a statement that's made specifically. It could be a code word. It could be something. It could be something. And maybe the cops just think that she's just some drunk idiot. Because, I mean, let's be serious. That's what she wanted everyone to believe. Until the truth came out that she wasn't really drinking all that much. The fact that she tried to contact Eric Gower and he got back with her and she ignored him until 4:30 and there's messages in between and communications going on with somebody that's still unknown bothers me. And the timeline for Molly showing up, walking down the road, her adding a phone contact, claiming that she was dreaming about a woman in dark clothes with a big nose. There's no way that she didn't communicate with Molly. There's no way that Dylan doesn't have more to do with this. In my opinion, based on the freaking evidence and the facts that have come out, the shoe prints that no one's taking seriously, the shadiness with how she didn't call the cops, lied about all kinds of bullshit, keeps changing her freaking story. She literally said on day one that she didn't remember his eyes, none of his face. And Mallory specifically, for some reason, very specifically asked her about eyebrows. And she says, no, I don't remember his eyes either. And then suddenly all that shit changes. The person not being consistent here, the person whose story keeps changing is Dylan's. Kohberger's had stayed the same the whole time. Whatever happened, I believe happened in that house. And I think that Dylan knows more than what she's letting on. And I think that she stayed quiet until the plea and then put the GoFundMe up real quick because she knew the temperature. And she knew that regardless of the fact that we're out here asking all these questions, there's a shit ton of other people out there that are going to believe her. She saw what the Goncalveses were able to do. She's seen the pattern. She took advantage. While the paperwork was coming out, before people knew the truth about how she actually saw Xana and left her there. And I'll say again, as a woman who claims to like have nightmares about people chasing her from beforehand. This is her psychosis before the crimes took place. That she would have nightmares about being chased, people killing her, all these crazy things in her dreams. For her to sit there and be somebody who is constantly calling people because there's noises happening in the house, but the one night that it's more than just noises and you physically see somebody, you don't say a word to anyone, but you're known as a cry wolf. Like Emily was basically making fun of her because Dylan calls and wants someone to come and check on little bitty nothingness. She's a cry wolf. But the one night where you see a dude in the house and you hear these screams and these noises, Miss Crywolf, who calls about a pan falling in the kitchen, Emily's words, doesn't bother to contact anyone? I doubt it. That's not how that works. That's the opposite of normal. You also have all these things to where you freak out when you hear noises and you admit that you see Xana on the floor and she has no pants on. She's in a thong underwear and a sweater on the floor. And as a woman, after you just seen a dude in your house that you didn't recognize, you don't instantly go check on her to see if she had been AR'd or SA'd in any way. You don't go and do what any normal freaking human being would do in that situation and check on the woman on the floor in her freaking underwear as the guy is walking out of your house. Dylan is a horrible human. And I don't know if she somehow was able to just like manipulate Bethany out of calling for help at all or whatsoever, because we're not privy to the conversations that were had inside that room. So we don't know what the hell she was telling her. But for Bethany's instant reaction to be like, can I go home for Thanksgiving? Like, that's a problem. How very immature of you. But to know that Dylan was awake, Dylan was doing things, Dylan is lying. The proof is in her own words. The proof is in her story constantly changing. The proof is in the fact that every interview she did, something changed. The truth doesn't change. The truth is ever constant. It doesn't change. It doesn't take effort to remember the truth. It takes effort to remember a lie. That's why when I'm out here talking about this case, I can just go on and on and on and on and on and on, because I have so much of the facts that we've gone and talked about that I don't have to sit here and think or try to figure out how to manipulate my sentences or which words should I put here. I don't have to do none of that shit. You hear all the silences in this damn interview? You see all the pauses in this interview? All the switch ups. You only do that when you're not being honest. There's a lot of people here in this situation that are not being truthful, that are not being completely honest about what happened that night, about who was around and what actually happened, and what happened between that 8-hour time gap. There's too many things that are missing in this scene that should be there for what this scene is. When you see the blood and the hair on the walls, all the way up there, way above your freaking head, when you know that just in Xana's room, there was blood on the ceiling above her, you know that in the hallway there's stuff. I'm sorry. Where's the footprints? Where's the tracks? Was it did a ghost come in and attack everybody? Was it, what's his face? Chris, what's his face? The levitator guy? Did he levitate throughout the whole house? Did he have a jetpack on? Like, how is there no prints for anything? I hate this case because there's 4 people intertwined in this situation that technically were all doing their own thing. Like, of course, we have Xana and Ethan together because they were a couple. But then Maddie was doing her own thing, and Kaylee was going off to do her own thing. They just happened to all be in the same place, very temporarily. So it's really hard to find those constants. But there's never going to be anything in this situation to ever make me believe that a guy with dexterity and mobility issues that couldn't keep a job filleting fish because he couldn't get the skills down, that has some sort of visual snow situation going on. And again, like I've mentioned before, I don't know how it was affecting him at the time, but we know that it was still a thing. We know he drove at night. Like, that's not even a situation, but we know that there is a medical history of that. All those vehicles, just happenstance, because he wasn't stalking them. He wasn't looking at their house and trying to figure things out. There's no traffic for nothing nowhere. There's no social media profiles where they could prove that he was doing anything, because he wasn't. And people always want to say, oh, well, that's because he deleted it. Honey, that doesn't take it off the server. And it doesn't take it off the other person's account. So you can delete it all the frick you want to. It's still out there. It's still out there. I just hope that one day we have all the information so that we can actually come to a better conclusion, because we have to remember all of the actual physical people that they've hid from us at this point. We had no idea about Cole until we saw his name as DNA mixture in Maddie's left fingernail clippings. We didn't know about Lakeland. We didn't know about Zoe. We didn't know about the girl who went with them to the corner club. We didn't know about the girl that was with Dylan and Bethany at the house. We didn't know about any of that. So what else are they hiding? What other pieces of full events are they hiding from us? What other full-ass humans in the situation are they hiding from us? We don't know. Because they've yet to be truthful. Oh, 1 second. Sorry, I saw this, like, for those of you that have been in here for a while, y'all know that I've like constantly got this just weird tickle in the back of my throat on this side. And it itches. It's doing it again, but now it's making my eye water up a little bit. I didn't take my Claritin this morning. And see, it's getting watery. Yeah. I honestly do. And I think the Goncalveses are probably part of that. Now, I don't know if they are lying to us in general about the 112 footage. Like, I'm not crying, guys. This is literally like this weird ass thing in the back of my throat. It's been making my eye water like this for like 4 days now. Like, it'll just like a waterfall come out of my freaking eyeball. This chick literally just said that they had cameras in places and that they had cameras on their house. Well, she lived at 1119, which is across from the 1112 camera that we paid shit tons of money for. So I don't know if there are other cameras, but I feel in my like soul, if I actually have one, that they have cameras somewhere else. And not just because of what she said or with other things that other people have said. The Goncalveses, well, I guess it is sort of like what other people have said. If the Goncalveses actually saw the girls going in the house like Steve has claimed, then it's not from 1112. It's from another angle. And I have to give that a little bit of something because Brett Payne puts in his report about the car with Molly, the DoorDash driver, that at a certain section, he says that the white car pulls in behind the dasher, and he calls it the front parking area. You don't see the parking area. You don't see 1122 on that camera. You only see 1112. And when I FOIA'd that information with the report in reference, the Amber girl in the office told me I must be mistaken, because the only camera is the 1112 camera. And when I said what I just said, and I said, you cannot see the parking lot of 1122 from that camera, that's not what I'm talking about. And that's not what Brett Payne is talking about, simply by the logistics of what he's claiming that he's looking at in said camera. And they have continued to tell me that I'm wrong, that there's not another camera angle. But I know, and a lot of other people know, that when we were looking in that area, there really did seem to be what looked like a camera across the street. Some sort of security camera. And I also just question, why would you not have, like, out of all of those places, not a single one had a Ring camera? Not a single one had some sort of doorbell camera? Nobody? Now, it's been a super long time since I've lived in an apartment. Okay. But even living in an apartment, back when the kids were little, like, holy shit, like, Ariel was, like, probably 5. So, like, 13 years ago, people had cameras on their damn apartment doors. And if old Enon boy has a freaking dash camera, I mean, there's just no way that that's the only camera out of all of those damn buildings. All of those buildings. And I know that we've got the Linda Lane cameras, but you're telling me that in between 1122 and all the way to Linda Lane that there's not a single one? That the houses on Willinta, the houses on Taylor, like, there's no cameras? I don't understand that. They've got cameras when it comes to, like, Ridge Road and when it comes to the other side of, like, 95, but when it comes to the neighborhood itself, I don't see how that's possible. I really just don't. As far as I'm understanding, like, Sigma Chi should have had cameras. Like, the sorority and the fraternity houses are supposed to have security. That's how I've always, like, been under the impression that, like, all these places had security cameras because it was, like, part of the college campus. But this chick, this girl right here, whoever she is that lived at 1119, claimed that they had a camera on their house. She said it out of her own face. So either they do and they didn't turn it over to the police for some reason, or I don't know. But I just don't see how, even in 2022, all the people in that area, and that's it. I just don't believe that. That doesn't sit right. Literally at all. Oh, thank you for the $1.99, Lulu. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you for the $19.99, Moby. Boy, the Snapchats. That's how kids talk, not text. Where are all the Snapchats? Well, I know that they were having communications and stuff that morning. I just don't know they're not gonna release anything. Idaho is not going to release anything. WSU doesn't seem to have an issue. They released a voicemail that Michael Kohberger left on the WSU voicemail about Bryan's apartment, and they didn't even redact his damn phone number. Like, I don't know if he still has that phone number or not, but they didn't even redact the phone number. But when it comes to Idaho, it's completely different. But then we also know that ISP operates differently than MPD does, because MPD is who the Laramie lawsuit was aimed at. Everybody's operating under different rules, and that makes it really frustrating. But yeah, I guess I could try to, I mean, all I can do is try. All I can do is send in a damn request and see what they tell me. That's all I can do. Now, I will say I did get a response today from Amber for the Jay Waters camera. I don't really think that it's worth it. And I might change my mind later. But the way that they put it, it's like $400 and something or $300 and something. It's more than what it should be, because they're not giving me the majority of it. Remember, Jay Waters is the one that I said accompanies Xana and Ethan's bodies to the funeral home. So there's 2 separate timestamps. They've told me that I could have where he's standing door entry, but that I can't have the other portion where he's at the funeral home or driving to the funeral home. And the way that the letter is worded, it's like they already made redactions. And there's like a price for that. And then there's like an additional 100 and something. Like they basically did all the redactions already and they're telling me how much that's going to cost. But then they're telling me how much it's going to cost for the city attorney to approve it if I go forward with it. So I'm guessing that they're just like doing the redactions already and then just like holding on to having the Batista chick, the lawyer, look at it until they get the funds for it. But I feel like the amount that they're asking for this camera footage is astronomically ridiculous. So I'm going to go back and look at the timestamps on it. I'm going to call her Monday and ask just how long the video is. But I swear it said like 370. And that's just not worth it to me. I'm still trying to work with them on getting Jack DeCour's interviews. See, she broke down like the difference between like how much the one on the, is it the 15th? There's like the 15th and then the 17th or some shit like that. She broke those down and separated them out for me. And then like I responded to her and she never got back to me about it. So I guess that's something else I need to call her about on Monday. Because I really, really want the interview when it talks about the damn phone calls so that we can hear the 17-minute gap, the 2:26 timestamp. I want to see all that stuff. I want to hear all that shit. I just don't know if my OCD is going to let me get the one that's on the 17th before I get the one on the 15th. And the one on the 17th is where that information is. And it's longer. But that's probably how I'm going to go. I'm more worried about getting Jack's interviews than I am about getting Jay Waters' footage. So Jay Waters can wait. It can wait. I know that I'm going to end up going in and getting all the timestamps that we already have for the door entry and stuff like that because we do have time missing. There's a section in between Morris's cameras that Connor has already put out that we're missing. And then there's a portion at the end that we're missing where Dustin Blaker accompanies Maddie and Kaylee to the funeral home. So there's still some time. There's still some time. Okay, guys, there's like 13 minutes left of this interview. So let's just go ahead and melt our brains a little bit more and get this over with.
No. This is a big case, and it's not because of who Bryan Kohberger is. Again, it's because of who the people were killed were, and everyone forgets about that every time when it comes to conspiracy theories.
Who forgets about that? Speak to yourself.
Bryan Kohberger.
Everyone has said, and I'm not placing blame on their roommates, but everyone has said, why did they wait so long to call? Had that been like a topic of conversation at the university or like anything like that?
No, not particularly, because again,
yes, it was.
Like everybody who defends Dylan and Bethany, you know, it's the same thing. When you're in the middle of the night and you probably just got home from the party 1 or 2 hours ago, so you're still at the top of your drunkenness, or even which if you're up that late, you're probably, I don't know, smoking weed or something. I don't know.
So you're just going to put it in there?
Again, that's like, it's such a party community and it's not crazy judgment.
She must hate weed.
It's not
like she's got a
like
really weird aura about it.
But it's not like anything other than what everyone experienced up there at least once or twice. And so I don't know. It's just,
what did she say? What is she trying to say?
You're up that late, you're probably, I don't know, smoking weed or something. I don't know. But again, that's like, it's such a party community and it's not crazy judgment. It's just, it's not, you know, like you can judge it as much as you want, but it's not like anything other than what everyone experienced up there at least once or twice. And so
what?
I don't know. It's just hard because
she ain't making no sense.
Everyone has their own experiences. I don't really know how to answer that, if that makes sense.
Well, you're answering it, I think. Oh, sorry. wonderful. I think you're answering it a lot of the ways that a lot of us have thought of it. Like,
she literally did not even have a coherent sentence come out of her face. And she's being agreed with. Let's listen to her one more time so that I can make sure that I'm just like not hearing correctly. This chick literally did not even say a full sentence.
What everyone experienced up there at least once or twice, and look at the top of your drunkenness, or even which if you're up that late, you're probably, I don't know, smoking weed or something. I don't know. But again, that's like, it's such a party community, and it's not crazy judgment. It's just, it's not, you know, like you can judge.
She can't even put a sentence together, and that she's being agreed with.
What everyone experienced up there at least once or twice, and so I don't know. It's just hard because
I'm sure
everyone has their own
sentences are hard.
I don't really know how to answer that, if that makes sense.
Well, you're answering it, I think. Oh, sorry, wonderful. I think you're answering it a lot of the ways that a lot of us have thought of it. Like the adrenaline.
Incoherently, she couldn't even get out a full sentence. This is why people like this continue to come out here and talk, because people just kiss ass. Just agree with some crazy shit that's not even a sentence. Jeebus cripes.
And just everything going on. Like, I mean, that's the way you're describing how I feel about it.
Yeah, like I lived in a house that was named Treehouse, and it was a big party house. Like it has been passed down from Delta Gamma to Delta Gamma, and Adam, this Adam that you see on the screen right now, actually lived in the basement section during the period of time.
See how she just like randomly starts talking about something freaking else? She's everywhere. Ariel's calling me. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let this play.
Like I lived in a house that was named Treehouse, and it was a big party house. Like it has been passed down from Delta Gamma to Delta Gamma, and Adam, this Adam that you see on the screen right now, actually lived in the basement section during the period of time that the murders occurred. I didn't live in the upper Treehouse section, but there's a basement that's like a 2-man, and he lived down there during that period of time. So in the house that I lived after the event, he lived underneath it. And so like that's how close the community is. That's how small the community is. And you know, like there were people that came into our house and left our house that I did not recognize. There were times when I came home.
Let me go back a few seconds.
Time that the murders occurred. I didn't live in the upper Treehouse section, but there's a basement that's like a 2-man, and he lived down there during that period of time. So in the house that I lived after the event, he lived underneath it. And so like that's how close the community is. That's how small the community is. And you know, like there were people that came into our house and left our house that I did not recognize. There were times when I came home from class late, and we would be hosting a party that we were basically obligated to host, which there was a ton of people who I didn't know. And, you know, sometimes I would walk into my room and I would see people that I didn't know, and I'd be like, get the hell out. And again,
that's what Ariel was just calling me for. I was like, it's midnight. Why is she calling me? I didn't even think about it. Thank you.
Sorry for cussing, but again, like there's just things that happen at party houses that you do not expect to happen. There are people that are going to be there that you do not expect to be there. When I was a sophomore, before I lived there, my senior year, I remember a gal that lived there stood up on a table and said, if you do not know who lives here or are not actively sleeping with a person that lives here, then you need to get out. And that was like people left. Like that is the way that they controlled the party, by saying that. So, I mean, again, it's a small community, but there are people that know all the party houses. There was a guy that works in Boise, Idaho, in the village.
It's a small community. It's a small community But you're actively telling us how you come home and there's just a bunch of random ass people that you don't know in your house. That doesn't happen in small communities. Small communities, everybody knows each other. Everybody knows each other. And thank you for the birthday wishes, guys. I'm sorry, I didn't even want to bring that up. I'm sorry. Let's just continue. Thank you though.
And that was like people left. Like that is the way that they controlled the party, by saying that. So
I mean, weird, bro.
Again, it's a small community, but there are people that know all the party houses. There was a guy that works in Boise, Idaho, in the Village, just a random restaurant that had been to my house during the time that I lived there, and I had never seen him before in my life. So there being people that could just slip in and out of houses is very, very high, and obviously not now.
Yeah, during an open party where people are coming in and out all crazy. Yeah, we know that. We know that there's a bunch of people that just go in and out, even when the people that are supposed to be the ones that live at the house aren't there. She's just everything this girl says is annoying.
But before, yes,
it's annoying,
100%. And sometimes it still happens, and now it happens with everybody having Ring cameras.
I cannot stress.
I wish we had more cameras.
That people respond totally
this guy's really
different,
annoying too.
And only 50% end up contacting the police immediately.
Remember, he doesn't know who Jack G is. And notice the silence. I didn't put that there. It's there. She's just deciding not to
and
talk.
I'll be honest, I'm kind of getting tired of having to explain that to people.
Oh my God, it's so stressful.
Well, I'll be the first to say thank you, because you're awesome for saying that. Because if anybody expects the first
I just can't be in conversations with normal people,
oh yeah,
this is
the
just
person I
really
love the
weird.
most is just being brutally murdered in the next room, then the oftenness of that, they would just be fully admitted to a psych ward. So
I like that Ken's brought that up,
She's
though, how
so
she
freaking
said,
weird.
you're not going to automatically assume that, because here's the thing, even if, obviously Dylan did see the person who was...
You're not going to automatically assume what? You see a stranger, you're hearing screaming, you're hearing crying, you're telling Bethany that you're freaked out, that you're scared. She's trying to get you to come down to her room with her so that you're not alone because you're freaking the hell out. You see Xana on the floor. Anyone with a normal working wired brain would have probably called the cops instantly instead of waiting to hear from Bethany. Because you've now heard screaming and somebody being in there. Now you've heard crying and some weird voice you've never heard and some strange man. What? There is no normal human being that would be in that situation and not call the cops. I'm sorry. There is no way that you sit there being somebody who constantly calls somebody to come and check on noises in the house. And this has gone from a little pot falling in the kitchen off of the hook to running and screaming and crying and weird voices and seeing strangers and you freaking out and hyperventilating and running around the house and all the bullshit that you're trying to say. So if we're supposed to believe you, then you have no excuse. None, especially now that we see your phone records, your activity, the house itself. Come on now.
I like that Ken's brought that up, though, how she said, you're not going to automatically assume that, because here's the thing, even if, obviously Dylan did see the person who was in the house, you're not going to automatically think, oh, everybody is getting attacked. At the most, you would think, oh, there's a stranger in my house, but...
Oh, it's 4:00 in the morning and there's a stranger in my house. Let me just go to bed and not think anything crazy's happening. You see, the mental backflips people do to try to take up for people like Dylan? What do you mean the only thing that your brain would think at 4:00 in the morning is, oh, it's just a random, just a guy in a mask. He's just wearing all black and he's wearing a mask and somebody was just screaming their heads off and somebody was just crying the other direction, but it's fine. It's just a guy. I'm so glad that my kids are not like this. My kids have common sense. I'm so glad.
Like, I think they've made it very clear that this is not a house that was like locked down and like, you know, you needed to, like, I just feel like people are forgetting that like the back door didn't even have a lock. Like, I'm sure people came in and out of that house all the time. And also the thing that bothers me is like, if you, even
at 4
if
o'clock
you
in the morning
think that
with
it's
everyone
weird
in
that
their
they
beds,
didn't call 911, you have to remember that like they had nothing to do with it. So even if they had called 911 right away, it would not have changed anything about the outcome of what happened to their roommates.
Not true. Not true. And honestly, I think that the aspiration of Kaylee's blood on the knife sheath proves that. If it was really there, which I still have so many questions with, because how the frick did Eric Warner not see it? How did he go? See, this is where I have so many freaking problems, because then I want to be like, okay, well, I see Kaylee and we're being told the way that Kaylee's body was positioned. And then we have her blood on the knife sheath that's on the opposite side of Maddie. But then we have these people that are telling us that it wasn't covered up. It was only partially covered, meaning that you could see it very openly without touching anything. But then we have this tall ass dude walking around to Maddie's leg to check her leg for lividity that the damn knife sheath is touching, and he doesn't see it. And there's no way that she aspirated on the knife sheath with it in the position that it was in if it was fully covered up, because then her aspiration would have been on the blanket and not the knife sheath. So I don't even really know what to think on that situation, because the second I start to think one way, then all the actual facts start accumulating, and it changes everything almost instantly. Because how can I even say, well, the aspiration on the knife sheath might prove da-da-da-da, when there's so many questions behind that? I can't. But to say that calling 911 right away wouldn't have changed anything is an ignorant statement. That's an extremely ignorant statement, because we don't know that. If they really had injuries to like their neck areas and stuff like that, where they couldn't like actually speak, they could have sat there suffering for who knows how long. That was the big issue when it came to the Goncalveses trying to come out and say that they were told that Ethan's body was blocking the door, because it made everyone think that he was trying to get help and died trying to get help, and that's why he was behind the door. But 8 hours, 4 people were attacked. You can't guarantee that somebody wouldn't have been saved. Like, even now, we still don't have autopsy reports. We really don't know. We know how bad that they're telling us the injuries were. We know how bad they're telling us in way of the amount of injuries. But I've seen people survive. We've heard stories of people surviving crazy shit that didn't make any sense. It's not entirely impossible that somebody could have actually survived, in my opinion. It's not entirely impossible. But I guess we'll never know, because somebody decided to not be honest about what was happening and not call the cops for 8 hours while she took pictures and videos and played on her phone and did all kinds of stuff. I don't see how people don't have issues with that by itself. Especially now, like maybe giving her a little bit of the benefit of the doubt in the beginning, I could see why some people might have. But given the facts we have now, how can you? Especially with the last drop of communication that we got from Dylan. Especially that. It's just too much. It's too much.
So I get really frustrated by that too, because I'm just like so sick of people being like, oh, this is what I would have done. I would have been the hero. Like so many people are like that, and I feel like it's not fair to them. It's just really not fair.
I have questioned the roommates, and I think when it comes to the case and the discussions that we all have, I think that it's normal for someone to want to have to get their thoughts out, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just traumatic. It's hard. It's unfathomable, you know. And I'm not even sitting here saying, "Oh yeah, he's 100% guilty," because I don't even know that. I don't know anything. I just know what I know. I mean, we all know what we know. Like, there's no way that I know more than like you guys know. You know, it's just hard because, you know, like you have your own opinions. You can feel closely with, you know, not being able to express your emotions very well, or feeling, you know, unable to connect with women very well, and you're just like, I'm not trying to categorize anybody, but I can understand why people try to, you know, fathom every perspective possible, including, you know, I don't know how else to explain it without,
you don't know how to explain
being
anything.
A little bit biased, which I apologize for because I don't intend to. But I respect and understand, and I appreciate everybody's perspective, even if it's not what I agree with. It's just that, you know, everybody deserves to have their points taken seriously, and if you're
everybody deserves to have their points taken seriously, but you've been calling everyone who's like asked any questions, including about the shit you've said to yourself, a conspiracy theorist. She's really ass backwards, isn't she?
Fact, then I think that you should have a little bit more time to express those facts rather than opinions, because, you know, every a-hole has opinions, but it doesn't make them true. So if you're backing things up with fact and on evidence and stuff like that, then your opinion then can come as a second hand outside of the facts, not
she's
your
so
opinion
freaking
and then the
weird.
facts. So
Kins, it looks like there's a lot of white Hyundai Elantras registered in that area. Does it seem like there's a whole lot more white cars than I would say in a normal area?
I mean, I don't really know how to answer that question.
But you're gonna.
I feel like,
here she goes.
Like statistically, I think that white cars are probably one of the most common colors of cars. I also know that Elantras and smaller vehicles in that sense are much more common amongst college students.
She's fine. So she always finds something to say.
It's kind of hard to say because, yeah, of course there's going to be white Elantras, but you can't really determine who's owning them. There's also quite a few white vehicles, but I wouldn't say that I'm looking down Greek Row or looking at the Kippy Dome or
a Volkswagen.
The back parking and saying
he had a Volkswagen in front of his
10
house.
times more white vehicles than there are any other color. No, I wouldn't say that. I think that they're probably using that as also smaller towns that are surrounding, so they could easily be using, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, all the towns surrounding, like Genesee and Lewiston and even Pullman. So,
wow.
I just, as far as I have been there for over 4 years, which it was 4.5, which I just recently moved back to Boise. So, not
see how her mouth changes. Notice how her S's and the way that she speaks changes when she knows that she's just like saying some shit to make her ego boost, to make herself sound like she's important. Like her entire inflection and everything changes. I've noticed it 3 other times. She gets like this and she starts talking with her S's, her bottom teeth start extending outwards and her S's get exaggerated. Listen.
Yeah, for sure. You know, all the towns surrounding, like Genesee and Lewiston and even Pullman. So,
wow.
I just, as far as I have been there for over 4 years, which it was 4.5, which I just recently moved back to Boise, so
Where's
the
the whistling S's coming from? See how she changes her inflection for shit?
It's not like there's a crazy white car epidemic going on up there.
It's a rumor that Bryan has an alibi of stargazing. There's nothing actually out there publicly that he said anything at all, really.
It's so funny that people still fall on that, because as far as my brain remembers the paperwork, it just says that he has a hobby of doing that. It doesn't say that that's what he was actually doing. But what this guy says is interesting, because he talks about a lot of stuff that you actually can see in that area.
But if he was stargazing, there is still things that you can stargaze. I do a lot of it. And in November, there's a lot of things in that area. The biggest one is probably, honestly, the Milky Way at that time of year. Is a big one to look into. Now, on that night, there was the ice fog. However, with the ice fog, you can still see some stuff. And if you really, really get into weather, when you have ice fog, there's a thing called pillars. And it looks like they're coming from the ground, and it's lights. What it is reflections from, just street lights. But it'll make it look like it's a pillar that goes, 500 feet, 1,000 feet into the air. It's really cool to see.
I was just going to say,
okay.
It's just fun to think.
So this is what that apparently looks like. Which is kind of cool. Almost like the Aurora Borealis, but coming from the bottom. He says this happens a lot in Idaho. It's pretty cool looking. I'd probably flip shit if I ever saw something that looks like that.
But if we're still considering the crime in perspective, I mean, everybody loves stargazing. I prefer stargazing over going to the ocean, because I know that that's a common question. Oh, which would you prefer? And as a local to,
I'm sorry, in what country, zip code, reality is it a normal ass question to ask somebody if they prefer the ocean over stargazing? Does somebody want to clarify that? Where is that normal? This chick is weird. This chick is so freaking weird.
Moscow, the first place that you're suggested to go to is this place called On Top of the World, which is just almost right on the brink of Moscow. Once you get through those mountains and you're right in Moscow, once it becomes
that part too.
Flat, those twisty little roads that you're on. And it's right up on the hill, and you can see over the town, and it's not too bright. But if you're in Moscow at all around that area, you can't see the stars. You genuinely just can't, because there's way too many house lights that are going on.
It's a good thing he wasn't in Moscow.
On a Saturday night,
dumbass.
It just doesn't make much sense. It's Friday or Saturday nights, even Thursdays, doesn't make much sense as to why you would go stargazing those nights. Because if I was going to do that, I'd probably do it earlier in the week where people are studying and there's not as many lights on and there's not people that are up late and all of that.
He drove the opposite way of Moscow. So he didn't have to worry about all the house lights and all the dumb shit that you're talking about right now. What? Tell me that she actually has never actually paid attention to the evidence, the documentation, what was said in court without telling me. What are you talking about, lady? What are you talking about?
Because especially if you do that as a habit near that area, I think that you'd probably be pretty attuned to the fact that it's not very, you can't really see stars over there, and if you were trying to hang out near the stars, you would be hearing a bunch of drunk kids screaming, and I doubt you want to hear that. So I don't know.
Is dumb, bro. Yeah. So what is she trying to say?
The reason why
is she trying to say that he drove to Moscow to stargaze in her neighborhood? Is that what she's trying to set up here? Oh, she's mad. I have the door shut still. She'll be fine. This girl's crazy.
I have questioned.
Let me see if that's it.
So I get really, even if they had, I think that it's weird that they store didn't even have a lock. That was like, everybody is getting, here's the thing.
Fully, the person I love the most is just speaking now, but before, yes, 100%. And that was like that's how close the community is. It has been passed down twice, and so I don't know, it's just hard because everyone has their own experiences. I don't really know how to answer that. Gamma to Delta Gamma and Adam, this Adam that you see on the script that I did not before I lived, works in Boise, Idaho, in the village, because if anybody expects the first
act, at the most you would think, oh, there's a stranger in my house.
The points taken seriously, and if you're backing it up with fact, then sometimes more white vehicles than there are
killers.
Okay, we're almost done.
Once you get through those mountains and you're like right in Moscow, like once it becomes flat, those twisty little roads that you're on, and it's right up on the hill, and you can see over the town. It's not too bright, but if you're in Moscow at all around that area, you can't see the stars. You genuinely just can't.
It's a good thing he wasn't in Moscow.
House lights that are going on, especially on a Saturday night. It just doesn't make much sense. It's Friday or Saturday nights.
I don't know what all that
even Thursdays doesn't make much sense as to why you would go stargazing those nights. Because if I was going to do that, I'd probably do it earlier in the week where people are studying and there's not as many lights on and there's not people that are up late and all of that. Because especially if you do that as a habit near that area, I think that you'd probably be pretty attuned to the fact that it's not very, you can't really see stars over there, and if you were trying to hang out near the stars, you would be hearing a bunch of drunk kids screaming, and I doubt you want to hear that. So
girl's tripping.
I don't know. Yeah,
it's a good thing he wasn't supposed to be in Moscow. That's where I ended it. That's why it jumped before. I'm blaming y'all. Don't blame me. I'm blaming y'all because I didn't know this damn interview existed until some of you guys told me that this channel and this interview existed. And this thing, I've been I don't know, what's it, like a month now? Almost like a month now that we've been talking about going over it. Now you'll see why it's taking me so long. The original, again, is almost like 7 hours and it's all over the place. There's a lot of, like I said, ass kissing and calling her brave and telling her that she's such a badass. And I'm just like, I don't understand why this is the conversation being had right now. This girl is not giving us any information that's worth a shit. She's admitting that she was never in the house. She doesn't know a lot of anything at all. I mean, even now that I've heard so many other portions of this shit and listening to it again, this is like the third time I'm sitting down and like listening to her voice. I'm still just floored. Yes, very painful. I'm still just floored by all the crazy shit. Eventually, I'm going to have to go in and get clips of certain things out because the stuff about the cameras is interesting. The stuff about Eon Harsh is interesting, but there's really like nothing else that's interesting at all. Besides the fact that her ignorance is entertaining. That's about it, is the Enon Harsh stuff. But I am going to definitely FOIA. See, I missed when I was going through to do the edits to do the live, the time frame that she said this was. So that would have been in like August of 2022. But it is also interesting that she keeps bringing up Latell County when she is technically in MPD territory, because that's who responded to the crime scene. So I don't know why she keeps bringing up Latell County so much, because that has nothing to do with where she lived, not the jurisdiction. And if she's talking about like Boise, that's not Latell County either. So I don't know why she keeps talking about Latell County, because that's even the one that she claimed in her statements was getting money. That's another one I think I should probably clip too, because that's crazy. She said it and then got pissed off when people asked her about it and called everybody conspiracy theorists and said that they were digging too far into the wet concrete or some weird shit she said when she said that money was being given to the police. Well, maybe you shouldn't just be out here talking on a live about some shit that you don't really know about if you don't want people to ask questions about what you have to say. Because that's crazy. 15 minutes of fame, and it took us almost 6 hours. It almost took us the same amount of time as the original live. My God. But at least I did what I told you guys that we were going to do, because so many of you guys asked me to go over this, and now we've done it. I'm a woman of my word. A lot. Okay, I'm going to get off of here. Ariel wants me to call her back. So I'm going to go do that. Thank you for all the birthday wishes, guys. I appreciate that. I really thought that we were going to be off of here before 12. But I talk a shit ton. Like, I just do. I talk a lot. But I definitely wasn't expecting this thing to be 6 hours. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. But I'll be back tomorrow to do something. We're definitely going to go live over something else. I just don't know what yet. Probably some Pullman stuff. Some newer Pullman stuff. Like the car stuff, maybe. Probably the car stuff, honestly. I think that's what we're going to do. Because we did Exhibit 8. And now we need to do Exhibit 9, which is for the vehicle ID. And there's information about the vehicle information in the Pullman WSU drop. So I'll just get all of that together and make sure that the email addresses and stuff are covered up. And we'll just go live about some of the car information tomorrow night. That'll wrap up the exhibit number 9 and do some information for Pullman. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging in here with me for almost 6 freaking hours. There was almost 1,000 of you guys in here. In between 850 and 1,050 of you guys in here throughout the night. That's a lot of people. But I'd rather you be here on this live with me than out there on them crazy streets on a Friday night, because you can be safe as you want to be. Somebody out there ain't being as safe as you. So I'd rather y'all be in here with me anyway. Bro, it is horrible. It is so horrible. It's a bunch of repetition. Like when I'm sure that you know, but when they have both probable cause orders in one file multiple times, it's like you're literally swimming through the dump. Because it's all it is. It's just repetitive. There's even still some stuff in there from the media asking questions. Like, we've seen all this before. So it is going to take some time to go in and get rid of all the junk and get rid of all the bullshit and then organize everything. But that's what I'm still trying to do too. Pullman is such a damn mess. Pullman is such a mess. Like, not in way of like getting the information, because obviously they don't really give a shit. So they're better than MPD. Because they're not redacting anything, but they're overdoing it. They're overdoing it. I guess it's better than nothing, though. You can't win. You just can't win. Oh my God, you can't win. All right, you guys, I'm going to get off of here so I can call her back. Thank you so much for the super stickers and the super chats. And for the birthday wishes. And I know that some of you guys sent me some stuff for my birthday, and I very much appreciate that. I very much appreciate it a lot. I really, really do. You really just don't know. It's kind of weird. It's still weird for me, though. I mean, if you know how I was raised, then y'all understand why. But it's still just really strange for me. But a lot of you guys have really tried to like get me out of my shell with that, which is awesome, too. I really appreciate you guys. And thank you for the $4.99, Katie. And thank you for the birthday wishes. All right, you guys. Have a great morning. I will see y'all later. I'm going to go ahead and roll this out.
Please do not forget to leave a like on your way out and subscribe to the channel if you are not subscribed already.
All right, you guys. See y'all.